Bom dia and bem-vindos. Good day and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Flesh and Blood World Tour in Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Bryce Platz, and with me is an illustrious competitor from the local scene. He has qualified for the top 8 at Pro Tour LA. He won the first ever Battle Hardened here in Brazil, and he's just a swell guy, a paragon of what it means to be part of the Flesh and Blood community. I can only, of course, be talking about Filipe Lima Cardoso. Welcome to the stream, brother.
Thank you, Bryce. Welcome to Brazil. Welcome to Brazil, to the whole Flesh and Blood community watching us today. We're so glad that everybody's watching us today here in Brazil for our first calling. It's going to be amazing, and I'm glad to be here to be able to share with you all this amazing event we're having here today.
So, Filipe, I went back and watched your top 8 match of the Pro Tour in Los Angeles. Unfortunately, it ended in a loss for you. Yes. But I noticed something very peculiar. Yeah. Under your name tag, you were not representing the country of Brazil. Instead, listed was #calling_Brazil.
Oh, yes.
So I think that gives a small indication of how important it is to this community to have a calling from LSS.
Exactly. Since the beginning, our community grew as a very passionate community, and we got a Battle Hardened and another Battle Hardened last year, and we are like really looking forward to have like a bigger tournament. So when I top 8'd in the Pro Tour, everybody went to chat, and everybody was like asking LSS to give us a calling, and the day finally came, and we are here for the first ever Brazilian, for the first ever Latin American calling. So it's a pleasure to be here, and it's an honor to be able to showcase our community to the whole world. Right?
My sentiments exactly, Filipe. I had the honor of playing in the Super Armory yesterday, and I encountered several Brazilian players, also a ton of just other Latin American players from all around, some Colombians, some Venezuelans, Chileans, of course, and everybody is so sweet, man. Like, I mean, the Flesh and Blood community is awesome, but I think there's something very special here, and so it is a personal honor of mine to be here representing this or representing LSS here at Calling Sao Paulo, where we are going to be bringing you coverage all weekend long. From the calling specifically, that is like the beginning of the fun that is happening here at World Tour Sao Paulo, though. We've got side events going all week. We got a Battle Hardened tomorrow. It's just going to be an epic weekend here in Brazil. Besides that, folks, we've got some interesting stories that could play out today. One of them is a little bit of a cliffhanger from Calling Kobe last week. We've got the Living Legend leaderboard in front of you for all to see. 1st through 10 are listed here, and 1 is ahead of the pack. Very intensely so. It's Zen Tamer of Purpose. Filipe, I know you have a soft spot for this hero. He could be gone today.
Oh, please let's not have that, because he's on my short list of heroes to play at Pro Tour London, so I'm really looking forward for him not LLing, but I mean, it's a very strong hero, and we have some players on it today, and it's a real possibility, and it would be really cool to see this develop. And is Zen gonna LL? Is it not gonna LL? We're gonna see. But I'm hoping it doesn't. So let's see what happens.
Only time will tell, Filipe. But you might not get your chance to play him one last time, because you're sitting here with me very graciously. Yes. I'm happy to have you.
Thank you for inviting me as well. Thanks, LSS, for the opportunity.
Of course. So besides that, folks, what are people competing for here? It's of course the Player of the Year, which is part of the Flesh and Blood World Tour in 2025, which is going to include 120 destinations and, of course, $1.5 million on the line. Where can you go to compete for these World Tour points and qualify for Player of the Year? Well, of course, we've got the World Championship, the Pro Tours in London and Singapore, 60 Battle Hardens, 22 Callings, and 50 National Championships worldwide. What do we got coming up? There's plenty on offer from the Flesh and Blood World Tour. We're, of course, in Sao Paulo right now, but that's not all. We've got two more stops, at the end of March. One in Eindhoven and then one in Milwaukee, which is incredibly exciting because it is the first ever team classic constructed event put on by Legend Story Studios. And then, of course, it's all leading towards that World Tour in Taipei, where people are going to get their first real looks at high seas. Besides that, folks, it's just an amazing year of Flesh and Blood because we are going all around the world. Over and over again. And I just mentioned World Tour Taipei. That's going to be happening May 23rd to 25th, 2025. A little bit of leaks have come through. We've spoiled some stuff from the high seas. That ship is not sinking, though, because the hype is real. High seas is going to be one banger of a set, and these are some of the things we've seen. What are you most excited for, Filipe?
Oh my God, we have pirates, we have necromancers, we have a whole lot of new things coming on the game. I couldn't be more hyped for this set, Bryce. Oh my God, I'm personally really, really hyped about Necro. Necromancer seems amazing, being able to summon some allies and put them to battle. That seems really, really cool.
It's been all too long since we had a brand new class introduced into Flesh and Blood. And hey, technically we've got two, right? Because
yes.
Pirate is a class, not a talent. So get on over to World Tour Taipei, where the world premiere of the High Seas will be happening. There's a Fabled event package on your screen right here. You can get everything that you see here. Of course, the Fabled Silver and 2 Bronze event vouchers are the main tickets there, so you can get yourselves into the calling that will be happening that weekend. We've also got a Go Again event package. Same as everything you saw from the Fabled, except for that gold event voucher, which means that you can be a side event hero all weekend long if that's the way you like to play. Folks, High Seas is going to be hype. There's a world premiere event package as well, and over 60% of it is already gone. So get yours right now. Get over to fabtcg.com/events and get yours now before they sell out. The calling is going to be happening. You can get one of 3 Rainbow Foil hero cards. These are, of course, all the new heroes from High Seas. You mentioned Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter, of course, Filipe, the new Pirate Necromancer. But there are a couple more on offer. Both these other heroes, who are mainstay classes from Flesh and Blood, are very exciting as well. A couple more spoilers here that you have already seen flying through the Discord, of course. But the Battle Hardened is going to have a 3-card promo pack with Board the Ship, Paddle Faster, and Hoist Them Up. A bunch of really exciting Necromancer cards, right?
Exactly.
And of course, what's this, Filipe? It is
looks
a
interesting.
promo Gravekeeping, which has got a very intense Necromancer vibes, if I do say so myself.
Exactly, and as we see, Gravekeeping is a card that can be very good to interacting with Necromancers that seems to be wanting to play cards from the graveyard. So we're getting this very exciting new art, extended art Gravekeeping that looks amazing. Looks so nice.
Well, folks, there's also a souvenir package on offer. It's the Year of the Snake souvenir package where you can get some promo snatches that are looking mighty fine. New has been one of the most well-crafted art sets in the entire world of Flesh and Blood, and she has still got a couple in the chamber. Oh my goodness, she is featured on some beautiful cards and playmats here. Over 80% of that souvenir package has already been sold, folks. Get over to fabtcg/events and make sure you get yours. Yeah. And then, what is on the line for these players today, Filipe? But $20,000 US. First is going to get $5,000, second $2,400, third through fourth $1,200, fifth through eighth $750, ninth through 24th $400, and that all adds up to $20K. Besides that, we've got a PTI for first through eighth, and then there can only be one, Filipe. That gold, cold foil Stonewall Gauntlet. How do you love this card?
Oh, and that's the prize I have my eyes on, because the gold foil for winning a calling. Now we have Stonewall Gauntlet. It's such an amazing art and such an amazing card to have as a promo. This is such a high prize besides all the cash prizes, so it's a really nice incentive to go and win it all.
I have to ask, there's no bad blood about this promo because it was mainly used against Zen, and Zen is your main guy. Right. It's all good?
It's
okay.
all good.
As long as it's pretty cards, it's all good, right?
I can play with that as well, right? As a generic
That's very true.
card, so like I can slot into the Zen, I can slot it into the Enigma, I can slot it everywhere.
Besides that, folks, there's, of course, 16 World Tour points on the line today for our winner. And that is a very important number because if we were to look at our World Tour leaderboard, there's so many names on there that have exactly 16 points. I mean, like 9th through 12th on the leaderboard is all 16, 16, 16, 16. So you can skyrocket yourself up onto the leaderboards if you just win the calling today. Easy, right?
Oh, very easy. Yeah, just win a calling, right? It's not that big of a deal.
Easy maybe for you, the man sitting next to me, who has been in more top 8s than I can count on my fingers. Maybe that's not true, but it is quite a bit, without a doubt.
Yeah, just the one, and the battle hard win, of course. But yeah, and we see a lot of players here today that are on the top of the standings of the World Tour. And I mean, World Tour has 3 different regions, and we see at least 2 regions represented here with a lot of players among the top leaders, like Michael Fong is here, Jacob Clements is here, among others. So it will be very interesting to see how they battle up for those very, very good points that will help them leap through the leading of the standing.
You mentioned some big names in that sentence, Filipe. Are you a little worried about your countrymen? I mean, there are some heavy hitters coming out of the U.S. and the U.K. I mean,
yes.
The one we didn't mention is Jacob Clements, who was second place at Calling Kobe just last week. Do you think Brazil can take this one down?
Yes. I mean, it's really, really tough opposition. They are the best players in the world, but I'm putting faith on my community, you know. We are receiving you guys over here, and we are welcoming you. We hope you have a very good trip to Brazil. It's a remarkable one, but we hope to keep the trophy and that very special gold foil Stonewall Gauntlet here.
You're very polite and welcoming, but you're also going to kick our asses, right?
I hope so.
I hope to see it as well. Folks, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's be about it. We have exactly one of those matches online for you right now. It's going to be Peter Buddensiek, a man that I am incredibly familiar with as he plays as part of my local scene. You probably know him very well, too, because he's a member of the Wizard Council, going up against Ivan Taranto on Zen Tamer of Purpose. So we've interwoven all of our storylines of the Living Legend leaderboard. We've also got USA versus Brazil, but specifically, Filipe, what do you think about this matchup in terms of the heroes? Does Zen have a chance against our Shadow Runeblade?
Yes, this is a very interesting first matchup, especially because it's Brazil versus USA, so we're going to have a good banter about it. And in this specific match, I think Zen has the advantage. He can attack and defend, and Vynnset usually has some trouble against heroes that can do both against them, because it's really tough to decide if you want to push it or if you want to try and stack some turns where you do a double or triple rune gate attack. And Zen can play both sides. Zen can be more offensive or more defensive, which makes Vynnset's life a little bit harder. So it will be interesting to see how this game develops, but I would give a slightly advantage to Zen here.
Looks like the first turn of the game is underway, folks, here at Calling Sao Paulo. It's reaching a fever pitch in here. The room is full. Excitement is at its height. Peter Buddensiek banishes a Deathly Delight from his hand as part of his turn 1 and develops a very important setup piece, Malefic Incantation. So it's 1 Rune Chant and a yellow Malefic on the board as we pass back over to the Brazilian for his first turn of the game. His first action, pitch an Ancestral Harmony and swing Tiger Taming Kakara.
Yes, and we see a very good start from a Vynnset player here, being able to set up the Rune Chant and the Malefic that allows him to already start building up those rune chants and being able to set up these big rune gate turns where he can rune gate more than once per turn. So this is a good start for Peter.
Furthermore, he hit it from me just now, but he's holding on to a Reduce the Rune Chant, and because he was able to just generate that 1 Rune Chant and not pop it on his turn, he might be able to use it here, but he's going to have some trouble because Ivan Taranto says, here comes Command and Conquer. So much for that Reduce the Rune Chant. You're going to have to block this the old-fashioned way because, of course, Command and Conquer says no defense reaction cards can be played on this chain link.
Or how we call it in Brazil, comandar e conquistar.
Ooh, that's way better. Comandar e conquistar. Okay, I'm going to have to switch to that for the rest of the day.
All right.
Okay, and Peter does, in fact, black it out the old-fashioned way. 2-3 blocks out of hand, Funeral Moon and Phantom Wraith. And we're passing back over to Peter, who is running a Fiendal Spring Tunic, it is important to mention. I think that indicates that Peter thinks this game will go long. He thinks he's going to generate enough value off of that Fiendal Spring Tunic to omit the Dyadic Carapace, which has better blocking value, to the sideboard. Peter goes ahead and banishes a Cull at the start of this turn. And looks like he's going to play out that Deathly Delight. So 2 Rune Chants plus 5 physical, threatening a life gain on pain, I should say, whenever any hero takes damage this turn. And then, of course, he's triggering that Malefic Incantation and setting up a Rune Chant for next turn.
Yeah, and we see him banishing a Cull in this second turn, which is one of the newest cards that added to this Vynnset deck, which is such a sweet card that gives so many different lines of play to Vynnset. You can play it on your turn. As an instant, you can play on your opponent's turn to deny them their last card on their hand or deny an arsenal. So it's a really, really interesting card that was added to Vynnset's arsenal, and I'm really, really interested to see how Peter is going to put it to use in this matchup.
Our Zen player is finding a little bit of luck here. It's a double transcend on the second turn of the game, which is exactly what the Zen player needs. The only time I kind of have ever seen Zens, just totally brick a game is when they're not able to get that first transcend online early enough and thereby enable the full power of Traverse the Universe, which is a headpiece that we have been talking about for feels like 7 years, but it's really only been like 1.
It's just one. It's unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
How impactful this card was. It's such a good card for all the Mystic heroes, right? And it's really interesting to see Ivan already being able to transcend. And it's exactly like you said, Bryce, if Zen is a different hero completely if he doesn't transcend early. It gets a little bit harder to play the game. You really want to be transcending as much as possible and as early as possible. And we see Ivan already transcending on the second turn, so it's a very good start for him.
And those transcends were even more impactful because they generated 2 resources from the 12-petal Kasaya, floated 2 resources, and allowed him to block out Peter's rune chance for free, essentially. Furthermore, Drop in the Ocean reduced the power of that attack down to 4. Ivan, however, throws 2 cards in front of it, keeps 3 in hand, and gets ready for his turn, which is going to start off with a Tiger Taming Kakara.
Yeah, the bread and butter Zen play, Tiger Taming Kakara into pitch Chi, find a combo card, plays the Tiger that was buffed by the Kakara, and then plays the combo card.
To go again on the combat chain here. Currently, Ivan Taranto leads this game by 4 life. Peter has mainly been reduced by Blood Debt in his own Banish Zone, but I love the fact that he's just sitting on a Cull here, Filipe, because not only is Cull a super influential card, if you can have it face up against your opponent, you're changing the way they play the game entirely. They've always got to think, all right, if I have to banish one of these cards in hand, which one is it going to be? How do I stack up this turn so that it's perfect? Like, I can't think that I'm going to save an arsenal until that Cull is gone.
Exactly, and that makes you play completely different against Vynnset. So that's an advantage that the Vynnset player has because he makes you play around it all the time, and if you don't, it can get really, really painful very quickly.
It's a little bit of that, like the Dorinthea poker face a little bit, but it operates on kind of a different axis because you're showing your opponent that you're ready to banish a card from their hand, and they kind of have, like they have all the information, but they still have to think about it and all that. We had a quick judge call there, folks, but it seems like we are just about ready to come back. Seems like it was about a priority window, like when Ivan can activate Zen, because Peter was, of course, thinking about deploying that Cull. So looks like Zen has been activated, but the last card in hand, which was an aspect of Tiger Body, which is one you really want to be resolving and not banishing to Cull, has gone to the Banish Zone along with Peter Buddensiek's Deathly Delight.
And here you see exactly how Cull can be powerful, and because it was played in response to Zen's activation, the Tiger was still not in Ivan's hand, so he couldn't banish the Tiger for Cull. So he had to banish his last card in hand, which was the aspect, which would have been a really, really good combo with Chase the Tail, which would probably be the target if the Cull was not played. But since it was played, Ivan went ahead and picked up another 1-cost combo card in the form of Mauling Key, which is also a pretty strong play. As a Zen player, you want to be transcending every turn, and you want to be sending 2-card 7s or 2-card 8s like that every single time.
A really clean bit of sequencing from Peter Buddensiek. Here, the Mauling Chi is on the combat chain. Looks like Peter is just covering it up with the reduced to rune chant that he had to hold on thanks to the Command and Conquer last turn, but he's going to be able to get a rune chant. Still 2 damage conferred thanks to the Mauling Chi hit, and then, of course, the on-hit of 1 extra damage. So, passing back over to Peter, 31 plays 40. Peter has a little bit of a gap to close here, and he's banishing a Haunting Rendition, which is less than stellar, but he's setting up yet another Malefic Incantation, which means that these Vynnset turns can start humming. The rune chant train is pulling into the station.
Yeah, and we see the rune chant train being built up, and then he can easily cast his Rune Gate card and make some rune chants on the back to be ready for next turn. So Peter is deciding to play out his attacks every single turn here, not building up to a big 2 or 3 Rune Gate turn, which is very interesting because we see these Deathly Delights being played and gain some life back when either them or the rune chants connect. So he's opting to a more aggressive playstyle against Zen, which can be really effective. Let's see how this develops.
And it's curious because I tend to think that it's risky to try to build up for a big turn when Zen players have access to that really critical token, Zen State, which is basically on demand because of that 12-petal Kasaya. Obviously, they have to have the inner chi in hand with which to crack the Kasaya and generate the Zen State token, but it can be absolutely backbreaking if you're sending 10 rune chants and all of them go the way of the birds thanks to the Zen State.
Yes, and that's what makes it so hard for Vynnset to play against Zen. They need to be like pondering about those decisions. Should I try to play a big turn or should I try to pressure all the time? And you have to take the Zen State into consideration 100%. But if you try to go aggressive, you're kind of playing into Zen's mid-range game of block with a few cards, transcend, play a very good 2-card hand. So it's it's a thin line to navigate for the Vynnset player.
We're back over to Ivan Taranto. He's sending an Enlightened Strike for 7. 1 card, of course, going to the bottom of the deck, and he's holding 1 in reserve for Arsenal. This time, he's able to do so because there's no coal, but alas, Peter throws out the face purgatory of an attack and a non-attack, which means that Ivan is going to have to discard that Tiger Swipe that he was trying to hold onto. So right now, Peter doing a good amount of disruption himself. He's also able to draw a card off of that face purgatory, and I think he drew into the shadow non-attack action card that he really needed to make this turn good. He banishes a Deathly Whale, getting up to 3 rune chants, goes for the Shadow Puppetry, of course taking 1 damage to make that first rune chant unpreventable, and then here comes the Deathly Whale, which means because Peter has taken damage and Ivan will have taken damage by the end of this turn, Peter's going to end with 2 rune chants on the back.
Yeah, and Vynnset does so many things with so few cards that sometimes it's hard to follow what's happening, right? But you put it brilliantly, Bryce, and this is what Vynnset wants to be doing, banishing the Renegade cards and playing Shadow No attacks to be able to guarantee that the first rune chant is going to go through in order to be able to activate all the abilities on the Runegate cards.
Because all of these, we've been calling them on-pain effects, which are unique to Vynnset and to Runegate cards, are reciprocal, which can be super beneficial in the case of Deathly Whale. It can also be a point that makes Vynnset really difficult to pilot, like in the case of Widespread Destruction. It's kind of like Felling of the Crown or Plow Under. You've got to be careful that you don't have an arsenal that's going to be banished that you don't want. Or in the case of Widespread Annihilation, you don't have a card in your hand that you don't want to banish that you're going to end up having to because you paid a life. In this case, Peter is A-OK to take that damage because he's just going to be getting more rune chance.
Exactly. And that's what makes Vynnset such an interesting hero to play, because it's so intricate and so many different play lines. And I guess that's why Peter probably is on Vynnset today, because he's a player that likes to play those intricate kinds of decks. Like he's a wizard player, he's a Kano player, so Vynnset is right there.
Whew, folks, we got the first really big power card going to the graveyard before I can zoom in on it. It's Revel in Runeblood, which is going to generate 7 Rune Chant tokens, and that means that Peter is going to hit with these purple circles like an absolute truck. It's 7 arcane damage coming the way of Ivan. Luckily, he has found 2 blues in hand, so he's going to be able to cover up a lot of it. Looks like 3 are going to be converted there as Ivan descends on down to 31, and then he's also taking that Flail of Agony, which means that Peter is able to generate another Rune Chant token for the next turn. Oh, but of course, Revel in Runeblood will get rid of it. So a massive damage swing for Peter, but as we pass back over to Ivan, who is just going to draw back up, the life totals are pretty even here. 31 to 30 in the favor of our Brazilian, and it's back over to Peter.
And you see here Ivan doing some funny stuff to the camera. He is known to be a showman type of player here in Brazil. He's a very big name in the community. He's one of the biggest enthusiasts of the game here in Brazil. He will play in a lot of armories per week, and he will try to incentivize people to play on them as well, landing cards, and even offering rides for people to go to armories. So he's a really beloved figure here in the Brazilian community, and it's so nice to be able to see him here on our spotlight on the first round. And he's also a very good player as well. So it's very interesting to be able to see him play against an international powerhouse like Peter in this first round, to be able to showcase our community and how good of a flesh and blood community we really are.
Eloquent Eulogy coming from the Banish Zone after being thrown there by Vynnset's ability at the start of the turn. That last tick on Malefic Incantation is going to generate a Rune Chant on the back end. And Ivan has taken that Rune Chant token, which means that Peter is going to generate an Eloquence token, which may or may not be influential this game. I think a good portion of the time that Eloquence token kind of just gets eaten up by like a Deadwood Dirge or something like that. But it can be absolutely instrumental with some of these non-attack action cards that can come from the Banish Zone at instant speed, like this one, yes. Funeral Moon. Because Funeral Moon can be played at instant speed, it'll activate that Eloquence token and rebuy Peter's action point, which could mean that the pain just continues coming.
Yes, exactly. And this is one of the very big boosts that Vynnset got lately with her last few cards. It's hard to line up, but when we line up the Eloquence token with those non-attack actions that can be cast as an instant and go again from Eloquence, generating an extra action point, those are the back-breaking Vynnset turns that we are all here looking for.
And speaking of what we're also looking for, it is, of course, that Succumb to Temptation, another upgrade from Rosetta for Vynnset. You better believe that Peter was hoping to deploy it on the Eloquent Eulogy on the previous combat chain, but the fact that he wasn't able to didn't stop him at all, because he had a plan for it. He cashed in his Fiendal Spring Tunic plus that yellow in order to send a Deathly Wail, which means that Ivan is going to have an even harder time to block out this turn, but he's just kind of shrugging it off with 2 more cards from hand, playing it a little bit slow. But bottom line, it was a really nice sequence from Peter, because he had a plan for that Succumb, whether he was going to be able to resolve it or not.
Yeah, he had the Succumb ready to be cast if Ivan took some damage from the first Rune Chant attack, but since he didn't, he was ready to pitch it in order to cast that second Rune Gate attack in the form of Deathly Wail. And we saw Ivan blocking the turn out and arsenaling a card. He's trying to play this Zen mid-range strategy against Vynnset, and he's been able to keep the life totals pretty equal so far, even though Vynnset is kind of a leading position tempo-wise. He's the offenser here for the most part of the game. So I think Ivan is trying to find that turn that he can pivot and go on the offense, maybe with a traverse block or something like that, now that he already transcended in the beginning of the game.
And this can be an especially astute strategy from our Zen player, because if Peter is not careful about the way he is managing his Rune Chants, if he's forced to cash in that Vexing Quill hand earlier than later, like he's doing exactly now, going up to 4 Rune Chants, he could find himself in a position where he just can't keep the pressure on, right? He's only got 1 get out of jail free card from Vexing Quill hand, and if Ivan is able to just like slowly claw a couple more cards back into his hand over and over again and then pivot on that Traverse the Universe turn, it could really go his way. Right now, however, it's a Shadow Puppetry. Peter has paid the 1 life for Vynnset, so we've got 1 preventable Rune Chant, unpreventable Rune Chant. Wowee, that's a lot of words. And then 3 preventable Rune Chants, followed up, of course, by a 7 Go Again, Widespread Destruction. So on pain here, Ivan's arsenal will be threatened, but so will Peter's. He's holding onto a card in his arsenal, so he's got to have a plan for it.
Yeah. Perhaps it's a card that he wants to be banished, right? So sometimes that can be a beneficial effect for the Vynnset player if he has arsenal the Rune Gate card.
A blue is going to the pitch zone to cover up the preventable Rune Chants. It's probably one of the best Transcend cards in the deck. Path well traveled. And then we've got the physical damage to deal with, which is 7 Go Again, thanks to that Shadow Puppetry. Widespread Destruction doing work here. Looks like Ivan wants to respect it, though. He continues to just throw cards in front of these Shadow Runeblade attacks.
Yeah, I think we can see here Ivan trying to play towards that pivot turn where hopefully Vynnset will...
Oh, it's a Widespread Annihilation that Peter has found from the Shadow Puppetry. So he's going to be in the tank a little bit, thinking about whether or not he wants to banish it. Unfortunately, it's going to go right back to the top of the deck. Not seeing anything spicy here. In this case, he is back on the play here. 29 plays a moment. We're having a bit of a technical difficulty when it comes to our internet, but that's okay because we get to look at my beautiful co-caster once again. Senor Guapo himself.
Oh, come on, man. I try to dress up as best as I could to be able to pair up with you, but I can't beat that suit, man. Look at that jacket.
You can't beat the $20 Temu suit, can you? Okay, folks, looks like we are back in the swing of things technically, so let's get back on down to the match floor. Like I said before, it's 29 plays 23. We're at the beginning of Peter Budensik's turn. He's going to have to banish one of these cards in hand to the Vynnset ability. I'm seeing a Reduce to Rune Chant, which is going to go right into the banish zone. Peter would love to be getting defensive value here, but you just can't when your opponent continues to throw 4 cards in front of your turn.
And here can be the spot that Ivan gets to pivot, because Vynnset didn't have a Rune Gate card that he could banish for the Vynnset ability and play this turn. I think he only has the Widespread Annihilation in hand that he was thinking about banishing. Oh no, but he did banish the Widespread Annihilation.
Okay, we have changed our tune here. Peter instead throws a 4-power attack into the banish zone. Ivan wants to take a quick look at that one. He gives a nod of respect. He says, that is a pretty powerful effect. Widespread Annihilation, of course, on pain, forcing whichever heroes have been dealt damage this turn to banish a card from their hand. The most powerful of those widespread cards, but the most difficult one to pull off, because you need a hefty 4 rune chance in order to get that one off.
But here, unfortunately, we see that he doesn't have the required rune chance to actually play the Widespread Annihilation. So this is the opening that Ivan was looking for. He is not attacked at all in Peter's turn, and he can come back with a full grip in order to gain tempo and try to switch this game around.
So Peter with a whopping 3-card IP penalty, self-inflicted, of course, as a Tiger Tataming Kakara connects with his life total, descending him on down to 26. And then Ivan seems to not have been able to find the sauce to do a super wide turn. That being said, it's going to be a follow-up with E-Strike for 7, thanks to the card that's remaining in hand and is probably going to be parked in Arsenal. Peter's really happy here because he's going to be able to deploy that Reduce the Rune Chant, which gets him to that fabled 4 rune chance to play out that Widespread Annihilation from Banish.
Yeah, being able to muster just a 3-card 9 in Ivan's turn was not the pivot turn he was looking for. He was able to pressure Peter a little bit, but I guess Peter got out pretty well from this brick hand that he had last turn, and now we see him banishing another cool to Vynnset's ability, so things are turning out good for Peter after he had a little bit of a brick last turn. Yeah,
and I think that is indicative of how much patience you have to have in order to play Vynnset. You're just not going to be able to put your foot firmly on the gas for the entire turn. For the entire game. That's just not how the hero works. So you need to maximize the setup potential when you need to kind of sit back, pump the brakes a little bit, and wait for a moment. In this case, Peter, with that setup turn, is going to be able to go Machinations of Dominion, which is going to confer Go again to this Widespread Annihilation, and also Overpower, which could be very relevant here, with 5 rune chants. And he's got a Cull in the Banish Zone, which means that Ivan is going to have to be very careful about how he blocks this. Looks like we're going to see that 12-petal Kasaya activation here. In response to the rune chants going on the stack, which means that all 5 of these rune chants, because they are not unpreventable, thanks to the Vynnset hero ability, are just going to go away.
Yeah, here we see what we were talking about earlier, Bryce, the play that you were mentioning at the beginning of the game.
Replay is not working. My button's not working.
The Kasaya to generate the Zen state, and especially already having this energy in hand to do that in response to the first attacks, in order to prevent the first rune chance in the turn, is a huge, huge play by Ivan here.
Okay, 6 overpower here. Overpower meaning can only be blocked by 1 action card. Ooh, but Ivan's got the answer. It's a Flick Flack from the Arsenal, which is not only going to shore up all the damage from this Widespread Annihilation and remove the on-pain trigger from it, it also means that Ivan is going to be able to have much more block value this turn if Peter dares to throw another attack his way.
Oh, and that's the perfect answer for everything Peter tried to do this turn from Ivan. First, he had the Zen state to prevent all the rune chants, and now he had the Arsenal defense reaction to be able to stop the overpowered attack.
Which means that this Pouncing Chi is going to block out the Eloquent Eulogy that follows up the Widespread Annihilation completely.
Yeah, so Ivan was able to stop the entire turn, and it was a huge win in this turn cycle, in my opinion, for Ivan here. He was able to stop everything, stop the on hits, get the Zen state ready for next turn, and Peter doesn't have any rune chant generators in order to get the rune chant train going for the Vynnset player.
Yvonne smells blood in the water thanks to his defensive posture thus far because Peter, he's already used his get-out-of-jail-free card in Vexing Quillhand. Is he going to be able to send any more pressure here? I have to imagine that it's going to be a setup turn, especially because, he's holding on to another Cull. There is a way to get to 2 rune chants and send that widespread ruin, but is that going to be enough against the defensive nature of the way Yvonne is playing?
Yeah, I think he can only generate 1 rune chant with Vynnset, and he's not able to cast that widespread ruin he has in hand. He has a Cull, a Funeral Moon that could generate that 2nd rune chant, but without the go again, he wouldn't be able to cast a widespread ruin from his hand. So I think Peter, I'm not sure what he has in arsenal there, but I think he's in a weird spot to play in this turn, because the other card in his hand is Rotting Rendition, if I'm not mistaken. So it's an interesting situation for Peter.
He's got a Cull and then another Deathly Whale.
It's a Deathly Whale, the last card of his hand. Yeah.
I think his decision point here is whether or not to do another setup turn, or which would probably be indicated by the banish of the Deathly Whale. Oh, no, that being said, I think he's sitting on a Deadwood Dirge from last turn. So I think he has the ability to go up to 3 rune chants here and send
that's his arsenal?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure that he could have deployed it last turn, but he decided not to. So if that's the case, he could go ahead and send that Deathly Whale. What probably is giving him pause is the fact that 3 into 6 is a super easy thing for Yvonne to block. He's got so many blues and plenty of block 3s. He's also giving us a little bit of a nod to the camera. He was just kind of like stroking his imaginary beard. A ham for sure.
And you see what I was telling you about. Yvonne plays with the camera. Now he's throwing a kiss to the audience. Look at that.
How could you not love him? Okay, looks like Peter has finally decided on his banished target. It is going to be Deathly Well. Yvonne taking a quick look, making sure he understands how Vynnset cards work, but it seems, based on the way he's been playing so far, that he's got Vynnset on lock. 1 rune chant generated for Peter. Let's see if he decides to deploy the potential Deadwood Dirge in the arsenal.
Yeah, an interesting note as well is because Yvonne has the Zen State on board right now, Peter's not incentivized to attack this turn because he won't be able to do any damage with the rune chants. So I think Peter is trying to do a more of a setup turn this time and try to do a multiple rune chant turn next turn. So I think that's what we're seeing him do right now as he's casting Funeral Moon to create another rune chant, perhaps as a setup for next turn.
Yeah, that Zen State token is just Runeblade Kryptonite. And because it says every time you would be dealt damage, you are dealt 1 less. And rune chants just happen to come in for however many instances of 1, making it just devastating for Runeblades to deal with, especially this Vynnset player here, colored and laureled as he is.
Yeah, and here we see an interesting play by Peter. He, having another Cull in hand, he was able to play the Cull he had banished and banish another Cull from hand, and now deciding to pass with taking the 2 blue depth from Cull and Deathly Whale, IPing 1 again, but setting up another turn and not getting blown out by this end state.
And Vynnset is one of those heroes that is just not as afraid of IP penalties as other heroes are, because so much of her value is generated on not having to pitch cards, right? So, I mean, like, your cards in hand, your attacks themselves kind of end up being pitch cards, which is the way that this, Funeral Moon, for instance, is like such a weak card on its face. Just create a rune chant. But the fact that it can essentially be a pitch card if you go from 2 rune chants to 3, make it like a blue that also deals 1 damage.
Exactly. And it's very interesting when you play Vynnset, you kind of understand what you're talking about now, Bryce. It's a very different hero to play as the other heroes, because as you mentioned, it's a hero that's not that afraid to IP, because Vynnset's game is all about setting up for a few turns and then unleashing a powerful turn of maybe multiple rune gates. So it's a very interesting different playstyle hero that I really enjoy playing, and I think Peter enjoy 2 since we can't play wizards right now, right? So we need to find another another sources of intricacies, let's put it that way, in the game. And Vynnset's a very good hero for that. It's so many different play lines and so many spots where you have to tank and decide what of the 1,000 lines you want to take.
It's back over to Peter. 17 plays 23. Looks like he has banished another an Eloquent Eulogy from hand, but he's got a Tear Through the Portal, which he is going to take 1 damage for, and Tear Through the Portal is going to allow him to choose a red action card from his banish zone and give it go again. The chosen, of course, is going to be the red Deathly Whale, which means that this Deathly Whale is going to come in for 6 go again, 1 unpreventable rune chant, 2 preventable rune chants, and then 6 power on the physical end, which means that he's going to have 2 rune chants once this combat chain closes. And here comes the cull, folks. He is stripping as many cards as he can from Yvonne. This is going to be the last time Peter is able to do this. Let's see what the banish is going to be. And, Yvonne is holding on to another Chase the Tail.
Yeah, Yvonne is holding on some powerful Zen cards, but here we see Peter being able to deploy that Malefic Incantation and get the Vynnset Rune Chant train going on again to be able to do a multiple Rune Gate turn. We see Yvonne blocking the Deathly Whale completely, but the Eloquent Eulogy is coming up. Oh, and Yvonne has the sync on Arsenal to block yet another full turn from Peter.
Those were those big Vynnset turns that Peter has to string together, but Yvonne has just had all the answers when he needed it. Culls be darned. He is ready to block with 3 cards in hand rather than 4. Looks like a little bit of damage has been conferred. It's just that 1 unpreventable rune chant that snuck through, which means that Yvonne is at 22 versus Peter's 16 as he draws up and passes back over to the Shadow Runeblade.
Yeah, and we see like Yvonne doing those arsenaling defense reactions to be able to defend against those huge rune gate turns by Peter. Those multiple rune gate turns has really been the difference maker in this game so far. That's letting Yvonne being ahead in life right now. But then again, we see Peter on the tempo advantage and being able to have a full hand to start his turn.
Peter has banished a Tear Through the Portal, which is not a Runegate card. Can't be too happy about that. But that being said, he has developed yet another Malefic Incantation. Yeah. He's got 3 Rune Chants on board, and he's passing with a Reduced to Rune Chant in hand. The reason I was giving pause was because Peter almost didn't draw another Runegate card that turn. Luckily, he was able to find that Deathly Whale and pass it on back over to Yvonne, who is starting off with an Ancestral Harmony, banishing a Tiger Eye Reflex. Unlucky.
Yeah, and here we see the big difference in this game. Peter had yet another turn where he had the tempo, he had a 4-card hand to start his turn, but he didn't have any Runegate cards to banish to Vynnset. On the other hand, he passed the turn to Yvonne, and Yvonne has the Ancestral Harmony into Transcend card to be able to get a chi and utilize the full power of his hero.
Oh, but has he found that aspect of Tiger Body? He hasn't, but he has found a Tiger Swipe, which could mean that he can get... Oh, and he's also got the extra blue, so he doesn't have to pitch the Chi now. Instead, it's a Tiger Taming Kakara. He's able to generate extra Tigers, and the reason that I am very interested in that prospect is, of course, because that could mean a Chase the Tail comes out of this turn, right?
Yes, possibly. Let's see what Yvonne chooses to search from his deck, and it's such a powerful ability from Zen, being able to search your deck for the specific card you need in the specific situation you find yourself in. That's one of the things that gets me excited to play Zen the most. Being able to search your deck and like tutor a card is such a powerful ability.
I noticed that Yvonne decides to sleeve his Crouching Tigers in a different sleeve than the rest of his deck. That's awfully honest of him, I have to admit.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision because sometimes you can keep this Crouching Tiger in Arsenal or even put it in the bottom of your deck with abilities like Enlightened Strike. So I don't even know if how legal it is, or at least it's very telling to your opponent if you Arsenal a Crouching Tiger, right?
Honestly, like I've even been mind gamed out of understanding what the Zen turn will look like just because I forget that the Tiger is in hand. And so I'm like, okay, they've got 2 cards. This is going to be crazy. But one of them, of course, is that Crouching Tiger.
Yeah.
In this case, the Crouching Tiger has already come down, so that weird sleeve is not going to be too detrimental for the end of this turn. And the follow-up is Tiger Swipe, which is going to get +2 because Crouching Tiger was the previous attack on the combat chain, and then +1 from the Tiger Stripe Shuko, and of course, unpreventable damage on this attack, which can be relevant because of the Haunting Renditions that are run in these Shadow Runeblade decks. But because Peter is sitting on that Reduced to Rune chant, he's probably not going to need that non-preventable clause is not going to be relevant here.
Yeah. And this Tiger Swipe followed by Mauling Chi is really interesting because if Peter lets the Tiger Swipe connect and create another Crouching Tiger on the banished zone, that means that Mauling Chi would also be combo activated, being able to do 1 more damage. If Peter takes the full damage from the last attack on the combat chain, that's going to come with that Mauling Chi.
Peter has got to decide how much pain he is willing to take on this turn. Yvonne, while sitting back and blocking for so many turns, we're on turn 11 of this round 1, he decides to turn up the heat a little bit. And looks like Peter wants to take it, descending on down to 8. He's really at a life deficit here, and it's going to keep coming because Crouching Tiger for 0 goes into Mauling Chi for 5 with an on-hit of dealing 1 extra damage. Peter says no blocks, and the Reduced to Rune Chant can finally come out to play, which means that Peter is up to 4 Rune Chants, and he's going to take 2 from this Mauling Chi. That extra Crouching Tiger has really earned its stripes.
Yeah, and this turn cycle was a huge win for Ivan. We saw Peter not being able to deploy his strategy of banishing Runegate cards, while Ivan was able to deploy his strategy perfectly, transcending, getting to play a Tiger Swipe and a Mauling Chi. And now we're back to Peter.
Speaking of game plans, Vynnset doing even more setup. We've got 3 Malefic Incantations on the board now, 1 yellow and 2 red, but at 6 life, I kind of wonder if Peter is even going to be able to get to the point where he gets max value on them. Right now, he's deploying a Shadow Puppetry, taking 1 damage, which means that one of these Rune Chants is going to be unpreventable, which is fantastic. One of the best pairings for the Runegate card that has come out onto the combat chain. It's Deathly Wail, and the reason for that is because Peter is going to be able to generate 2 extra Rune Chants on the back end of this attack, and he's going to be sitting at a whopping 5 when the combat chain closes.
Yeah, that's a lot of Rune Chants, right, Bryce? Where's the Zenstake token when we needed it, right? I bet Ivan would be really happy to deploy another Zenstake token here if he could.
You know, it's still blocked 5 damage, which is pretty dang good.
Yeah. And here's a good comeback from Peter. He is able to Deathly Wail with a lot of Rune Chants and create a lot of Rune Chants in the back with all those Malefic Incantations.
Peter says, I am down, but I'm certainly not out. This is exactly where Shadow wants to be. We like to play from behind. We like to be the underdog because we're the baddies of the Fab world.
Exactly.
Looks like 1 blue has gone to the pitch, which means one of those Rune Chants besides the unpreventable one is going to leak through. Yvonne descends on down to 20 to Peter's 5. Peter has generated 3 Rune Chants on the back end thanks to the Malefic Incantations, and it looks like the blocks is just going to be a Tiger Eye Reflex, which means that 4 more physical is going to leak through if Yvonne has no reactions. He's in the tank, though.
I can look at the top and I can choose to vanish or not.
Yeah,
We're confirming the Shadow Puppetry on hit. So yeah, Yvonne says, I don't want that to hit. I'm going to send out a Flick Flack along with this Tiger Eye Reflex in order to dismiss all of that damage.
Exactly, and we see yet again Ivan having the defense reactions at the ready when he needs it.
And yeah, Peter is remembering that the combat chain close trigger generates 2 Rune Chants for him. And I really like the block from Yvonne because that Shadow Puppetry banish could have been so influential because with Peter sitting on 3 Rune Chants, just about any Runegate card in his deck can be deployed if it's banished off the top. So he says, I'd rather just not deal with any other attacks this turn. Sure, I'll lose a little bit of value on that Flick Flack, but might as well do it and prevent the on-hit.
Exactly. Why take the risk to give your opponent, your Vynnset opponent, another Runegate card that can be immediately deployed this turn? So Ivan played conservatively. I mean, he has the life lead. He's on 20 against 5, so he doesn't need to take risks right now. That's probably his thinking process in this turn.
We had a quick judge call there, folks, which is why we jumped on back to our ugly mugs. But we're back at the event once again because it's been cleaned up very quickly indeed. I think they're just checking the life totals, making sure that those are all well in order. Ivan is just passing with that last card that he was able to keep on the previous turn. Arsenal pass. 20 plays 5 in the favor of Zen Tamer of Purpose, but it's back over to Peter.
Yeah, even though Ivan has a huge life lead, we are really where Vynnset likes to be. Lots of rune chants, lots of rune chant generators, banishing a rune gate card from hand. So that's the start of the turn Peter really needs here if he is to come back in this game. So far, so good for him this turn.
And he's banished a Phantom Banshee, which is one of the most well-rated cards in terms of physical damage that the Vynnset package can run, and he's paired it with a Machinations of Dominion, which means that this Phantom Banshee is going to have Go Again and Overpower because Peter has generated an aura this turn. And 2 of those Malefic Incantations are finally going to the bin, but there's 3 rune chants on the back end ready to play.
What do you think, Bryce? Do you think Ivan has yet again another defense reaction in the arsenal to stop that dominated attack?
We've still haven't seen all the flick flacks and sink belows yet. Based on the way Ivan has been playing this game, I really think he's got what he needs to shore up this turn. And we're seeing the block of the Traverse the Universe along with the Cosmic Awakening, though. I kind of thought that maybe that was the pairing that Ivan wanted, but instead probably thinking that I'm just going to use this chi to shore up some rune chants.
Yeah, we see Ivan finally deploying that Traverse, but we see him blocking with Tiger Stripe Shuko and a card from hand, so I'm really interested to see what he has left in hand and on Arsenal to be able to mount up a comeback from this turn.
Oh, man, he is a master of card flicking there. We can't interpret any of that.
Yes. I didn't catch a single glimpse of what he's holding there.
Not a pixel of art to be seen in the hand of Ivan Taranto. He's just too quick.
He just don't want us to know what his next play is going to be, right?
Peter, however, is being a little bit more cooperative with coverage. He's got yet another power card in Revel in Runeblood, but because Ivan has shown a Cosmic Awakening and a Traverse block, Peter's got to know that there are plenty of blues with which to block rune chants in that hand. He's deploying it anyway. Here comes Revel in Runeblood with a Deadwood Dirge. So he's sitting on 9 rune chants, folks, and the swing is going to be that Flail of Agony. 1 life to send 1 physical and 9 rune chants.
Yeah, that was a huge turn by Peter, threatening a lot of damage and a lot of rune chant damage, which is harder to block. But Ivan had the blues to block the first rune chants, and he blocked with Traverse, so he has another chi in hand. We know that. We don't know what the other card is in his hand. But if he wants to mount a comeback from this turn, he's probably going to need to take all of this 10 damage coming on.
Well, one of them has to be an inner chi, right? We know that because he blocked with a Traverse the Universe. And the other is a blue. Yeah, it's going to be a Wind Chakra.
Yeah, so he's able.
Yep. So just throw 2 in the pitch.
Yeah, he decided to
block as many of these rune chants as possible.
Yes, play it conservatively, save life. That's how he has been playing this game so far. He decided to keep on track with this strategy and save some life for next turn.
And this is as much pressure as Peter could mount. I mean, that was pretty much as many rune chants as he could possibly generate.
Yeah.
And all he got for it was 4 life from Ivan Taranto, which means that Ivan sure is giving up tempo yet again, drawing up 4 cards, but he has got 12 life over his opponent at the moment. And Peter, if he continues to ping himself, he could be in trouble.
And notably, Ivan decided to block out the turn and pass it back full tempo to Peter, but in a turn that Peter doesn't have any rune chance to begin the turn with, which could mean it's going to be hard for Peter to deploy a big turn again. That's a very interesting play for Ivan here.
One of the big drawbacks to the extreme power of Revel in Runeblood is, of course, that you destroy all carried over rune chants at the end of the turn, which means that Flail of Agony basically just like traded 1 life on its face for each of these opponents, which is really going in the favor of Ivan, as Peter is just holding on to 4 life points in this game. He has banished a Widespread Ruin for the turn and sent a Widespread Annihilation from hand, which does demand a little bit of respect from Ivan. Peter probably making the tempo play, trying to hold on to what little he has still going for him in this game.
Yeah. And Ivan starts to blocking again, perhaps not wanting to go on the offensive yet. Keeping on 1 card hand for his next turn, which means he probably didn't have a very strong turn to begin with. Decided to play conservatively again, and
gosh, Ivan just seems unflappable in this game. Like the most reaction I've seen from what Peter has been throwing at him is when he checked that Widespread Annihilation and Banish initially. He was like, wow, that's a cool card. And otherwise, he's just kind of like shrugging off all of this damage. He's really making Peter play his game.
Exactly. He's just going for it. And he's deploying the Biting Breeze here, which seems like a innocuous attack for 1, right? But it's a blue, so perhaps can be followed by a Chi from the arsenal.
Peter's got a pretty good answer here. It's a discard the Haunting Rendition, kind of fix his Rune Chant issues, and he's still got 1 damage prevention floating, and it looks like a fistful of 3 blocks. All 3-cost Rune Gate attacks are flooding Peter's hand at the moment, which is okay, because he's going to be at 3 Rune Chants at the start of his turn after he's activated Vynnset, but it really seems like Ivan is going to turn up the heat here and make it really difficult for Peter just to go into his turn alive.
Yeah, and at 3 life, Ivan's attacks will demand blocks from Peter, so he won't be able to have a big turn to follow up this attack from Ivan. It's going to come for 0 and for 4 with the Pouncing Chi he searched with the Chi.
And Peter throws a yellow Deathly Whale with the 1 floating prevention from Haunting Rendition. He's able to shore up all of that damage. Ivan, on 16 life, passes back to Peter with just 3. And Peter is activating Vynnset, throwing a Deathly Whale into the Banish Zone, ascending up to 3 Rune Chants, and sending that Deathly Whale along. So 3 Arcane and 6 Physical, which historically, this game, Ivan has been able to block so easily.
Yeah, and notably here with Peter at 3 life, his rune gate cards will start to do a lot of damage to him if he isn't able to cast all of them in the turn. He already has a widespread ruin there that if he's isn't able to cast, will ping him for 1 at the end of his turn and taking him to 2.
It is pretty much a foregone conclusion that Peter is going to take 1 life from Blood Debt, unless, of course, he's got a non-attack in his arsenal, because he still has not activated Spellbound Creepers a single time this game, and he's got the Tunic resource ready to do it.
The Vynnset pair you always like to see. The Tunic on 3 with Creepers ready to go.
And 3 damage has come across on Ivan Taranto after blocking all of the Rune Chants and 3 of the physical on that Deathly Whale, which means that Peter is going to get a Rune Chant for his troubles. But no, looks like there's no follow-up, no Spellbone Creepers shenanigans here. He's just going to take 1 Blood Debt down to a very scary 2 and pass over to Ivan at 13. And it's Tiger Taming Kakara, a tale as old as time.
Yes, it's like Kakara for 2, Tiger for 1, and a Chain Ender. That's the same bread and butter play.
2 go again here. Does Peter have the tools to send any intense offense on his turn? Looks like Widespread Annihilation is going to have to block the lethal 2 damage coming from Tiger Taming Kakara. It's a Chi in the pitch, which means that Zen has been activated, and Ivan is fighting a Chase the Tail.
That's the first Chase the Tail Ivan is actually going to play this game, if I remember correctly, right, Bryce?
Otherwise, they've been banished and discarded.
Exactly. So the first time we're going to see the powerhouse card from the Zen deck being deployed here.
Ivan says, 1 is all I need, man. My opponent's at 2. I've been playing so carefully all game. So 1 Chase the Tail is going to get me there.
Yeah, ready to pounce and do some damage to Peter, which at 1 life, it's a really precarious position now. He starts to have to block with his hand and give his equipment in order to stay alive.
Yeah, that Spellbound Creeper is not a single activation throughout the entire game. Instead, it's going to be devoted to blocking that Chase the Tail. The Crouching Tiger that follows Chase the Tail is going to come in for 3, thanks to Ivan blocking with that Tiger Stripe Shuko. And we're passing over to Peter Buddensiek, who's going to have to banish a card to Vynnset. He can't banish another Blood Deck card because he's sitting at 1. So instead, it's that last yellow Malefic Incantation. And here comes Widespread Ruin out of the Banish Zone and paying all of Peter's Blood Debt. 2 Rune Chants and 6 Physical is on the combat chain, and Peter has very few cards left in deck.
The game has been going on for a while, right? We're already at turn 15, and the decks are pretty thin already. Peter has, I think, less than 10 cards left in his deck.
Only 8 minutes is going to distance these players from the end of round 1, but I don't think we're going to time here, Filipe. The conclusion will be reached before we reach time. That is for darn sure. So,
and Ivan decided to not block this turn, which should be telling, as Ivan has been blocking and blocking and blocking the entire game.
If there's one thing I know about Flesh and Blood, it's that a ninja is feeling confident when their opponent is at 1 and lethal is not on the stack. So Yvonne's got 4 cards and a lot to say before this turn is going to be over. Pass over, coming out of the hand. You got to think he's going to be responding with a chi. Oh, and it's a big one, Filipe. That is Sacred Art. Tiger Domain? Jade Tiger Domain.
Jade Tiger Domain.
Okay.
And it's the best card Yvonne could have in this position because now every single Tiger is going to be lethal. He's going to be threatening lethal for Peter this turn.
And unless Peter has found another Haunting Rendition, which I don't believe he has. Yeah, this is his pitch stack right here, folks. We saw 3 Succumb to Temptations in the pitch zone earlier on, which means that it's all come back around. And Sacred Jade Tiger Domain is the thing to get it done.
And interestingly, the other Transcend card is Pass Over, which banished a Rune Gate card. So even if Peter is able to block this entire turn, he will die at the end of his turn for the Blue Debt.
I absolutely love that play from Yvonne. Yeah, I'm playing into what your deck normally likes to do, but I'm going to let you die from it anyway.
Don't you like your Rune Gates card benched? Here, have one.
How do you like it now, buddy? Okay, Breed Anger is following up. Yep, it's a... Oh, and the final Crouching Tiger is going to close it out. Yvonne Taranto ascends as our first Brazilian victor of the day. What an appropriate way to start calling Sao Paulo.
And I don't know if you noticed, but at the end of the game, he pointed down to say, "I'm here," which is for... So at the end of the game, he looked at the camera and did like this, which means like, "I'm here." It's a notable soccer celebration from famous player Cristiano Ronaldo, that he usually, when he scores a goal, he says, "Oh, I'm here," like, "I'm the player, I'm here."
All
and
right.
we see Ivan doing that, so he's really trying to showcase to the world that like, we're here, we're Brazilians, we're gonna keep this title in-house.
Dude, we see you, Yvonne. Well done indeed. You've done your country and your community very proud. And if you want to get a little bit of that action that Yvonne just felt, maybe on a little bit more of a casual scene, it's Skirmish Season 11 that is coming up March 15th to 30th in 2025. We got a couple different formats here, folks. It's, of course, Living Legend and Blitz that are taking center stage here. And there's a lot of really cool prizes on the line. Filipe, you like ice?
I like it a little bit. It reminds me of my favorite hero, Icelander, together with Kano, of course. Like, I'm a Wizard fan, so I'm really looking forward to winning some of those shiny Channel Lake Frigids. They look amazing.
I was about to say, if you are chomping at the bit for more pretty ice cards, those Channel Lake Frigids have never been available up until this point. They've been saved in the back alley safe of LSS for this specific Skirmish Season 11. So go out, play some skirmishes, and get yours, folks. We're looking at Season 11. That's this current season, Week 1 of Living Legend. I am seeing a heck of a lot of Shadow Runeblade right now. That Starvo sliver is looking awfully smaller than last year.
Yeah, where is Starvo? Starvo right there after Briar, so yeah. We see a skirmish season for Living Legend that has a lot more heroes diversity winning, and we see Shane and Prism on the top. The old heroes coming back to
what is this,
win
crossover episode? Are we in Monarch season again?
Yeah.
Once again, these heroes are back, and if you are having a hankering for some old school Flesh and Blood, it's weird to say that that's old school now, because that's like when I got into the game. But anyway, if you are hankering for that, get on out to Skirmish Season 11, because the Sculptor of Arclight and the one that is Bound by Shadow are doing awfully well. We've also got Blitz going on. It's not just Living Legend. It's not just the old guard. It's the young guard, of course. Looks like Aurora is top of that leaderboard as well. But what do you think about Verdance and Blitz?
Oh, Verdance is so fun in Blitz. I really like to play her. He's so powerful as well. Being able to activate her ability with banishing only 4 Earth cards, give her such a easier way to get activated and be able to dominate the game with her hero power. So Verdance is really nice, and I really love to see Wizards represented here with Verdance and Blaze. Oh, Blaze is so fun to play.
Blaze is so fun. I finally kind of like dipped my toes into the Aetherwell, shall we say, last season with Blaze, and dude, I had so much fun.
Oh, welcome to the Wizard ways, Bryce. Yeah, Blaze is really fun, and it really showcases how Wizards can be fun to play.
Folks, Season 11 of Skirmish in Flesh and Blood is underway March 15th to the 30th in 2025, and it is such a blast. Get on out to your local game store and play some of our lesser-known formats in Flesh and Blood. Lesser known, but definitely not forgotten and not unenjoyed.
Oh, they are enjoyed so much. I really like playing Blitz and Living Legend. Being able to play with any hero from the entire history of the game, it's so cool.
Folks, it's time for our first break of the day. It's going to be about 10 minutes, and then we will be back with more Flesh and Blood, more Filipe Lima Cardoso, and more amazing Flesh and Blood players, and of course the meta breakdown after this. Hit the button, man. The first American has fallen to the overwhelming prowess of the Brazilian community here. That's right, Ivan Taranto takes down Peter Buddensiek, one of my kinsmen, for all the world to see. And it was one heck of a match. I mean, like, Vynnset being on the front foot the entire game, Ivan being so willing to just block here and there, play the long game. Like, how proud are you, kinsman, right now?
Oh man, it's so cool to see. I mean, I'm friends with Peter as well, but I gotta root for my Brazilian guys here, right?
Of course.
We got the home turf, and we gotta keep the title here if possible. It's difficult because we have so many great international players in this event today, but it's nice to see the Brazilians being able to battle it out and win against them. I gotta say, it's nice to see.
It's really, really exciting in the room here, folks. The energy is just off the charts. Brazil is so stoked to have a sanctioned Flesh and Blood event here in its own halls. And speaking of players, Filipe, we've got a metagame breakdown. Let's see what we're cooking with over here.
Deck, the people's passion for the deck is talks louder than that, I think. And we have a lot of Dory players. We also have a few Fang as well, 6 players into it.
Fang gang, rise up, folks.
Yeah, I know somebody really likes Fang.
Yeah,
here.
He's really near and dear to my heart. I have never been a warrior player, Filipe, so I don't know what all these Dorintheas and Boltons are like feeling, what motivates them, but the fiery blades of Fang really got me into it. So it's cool to see that they are here. Time will tell whether they can stand up to the meta breaker Aurora, and of course the man who is on the precipice of glory, Zen Tamer of Purpose. The other thing I want to keep our eye on, folks, is these 22 Syndras. She's out here in force. She's the third most represented hero in the room, but at Calling Kobe just last weekend, 20 Syndras converted 0% into day 2.
Yes, even though the conversion rate was abysmal for Syndra and Kobe, here we see it yet again being well represented. Brazilians do love Ninja as well, as we can see in the representation of Zen and Syndra in this tournament. And I'm really curious to see how Syndra will fare this time, because in Kobe it was not good at all. And because of that, I think we see a slightly shift from Syndra to Zen. So there's more Zen represented than Syndra, and if I believe in Kobe, it was the other way around, right? There was more Syndra than Zen. And Syndra didn't convert at all. So I think the Ninja players here decided to shift things up and bring Zen instead. But we still see a lot of Syndra, and I'm really curious to see how they're going to fare. If Syndra is going to keep going down in conversion rates, or if she's going to bump back up in this tournament.
So even though we are halfway across the world from where the Flesh and Blood World Tour was just last weekend, the top 4 decks look very similar. We got to talk about new too. The Assassins are still out in force. I think the place where we really get the local flair is everything below those top 4 decks, because we did not see nearly as many Dash IOs last weekend, or Vynnset's, Florian's. Like pretty much everything below those top 4 is really here for a shakeup, with the exception, of course, of Prism and Enigma. But the fact that we got 13 Dorintheas pairing up with 13 Prisms, that is something to be said about Brazil.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? And also I would like to mention Dash.io. Dash.io being represented by 18 players really showcases how Brazil is really like this hero. And it also shows that Dash.io may be a little bit underplayed, because I think it's a very, very powerful hero in this format right now. If everybody wants to race, who races better than the Max and Dash.io, right? So I think Dash.io is an interesting spot in the meta right now, and I'm eager to see how the Brazilians are going to fare with them. I'm not sure if international players bought Dash.io, but I know that a lot of Brazilians did, and Brazilians love Dash.io.
Okay, well, mechanologists, fans all around the world, you might just get to see your girl do some boosting later on in the day. For now, however, we've got one of the biggest, scariest decks on deck for you. Yeah, that's Aurora's Shooting Star, and let's proceed on behind the backdrop to the feature match area. We've got Aurora's Shooting Star on the right side of your screen, piloted by Caio Zambelli? Am I doing that right?
Yes.
All right.
Zambelli.
Hey, look at me. My pronunciation game is not faltering yet. And then, of course, Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, on the left side of your screen. Going first, it's Pedro Ugioni.
Yes, and here we see Pedro, which is a familiar face for some of our international viewers. Pedro was a top 16 player at Worlds Barcelona back in 2023, and he also made the finals of the first Brazilian Battle Hardened in Rio 2 years ago. So I'm very interested that he decided to bring Victor to this tournament.
The first battle hardened in Rio. Who took that down?
Oh, that was Flavio Castro, another Brazilian player from Rio.
I thought we were plugging the one that you won.
Oh no, the one I won was last year Battle Hardened in São Paulo. That was the second one.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Well, that's amazing for Pedro. That means we're going to see a really amazing match here. Some folks have been saying that Victor Goldmane could be the answer to a Lightning Runeblade dominated meta. How do you feel?
Yes, and that's exactly why I think Pedro decided to bring Victor, since we are in a meta that is dominated by Aurora, right? So I think he decided to bring the counter to it, and a lot of people are saying that Victor can be that counter, can be the silver bullet that strikes a lightning on Aurora, no pun intended. But, I mean, yeah, pun intended, but but let's see. I'm very curious to see if that is the case and how Pedro is going to handle playing against the meta leader.
Well, folks, I am calling the police to put my co-caster in the penitentiary, but these players are sleeving up and getting ready. I have to think that there's a little bit of risk on the Victor's side of the board. I mean, like, it is not a foregone conclusion that they win these clashes because they have misses. They've got more block cards in their deck. They've got Visit the Goldmane Estate. So if Pedro gets a little bit unlucky with these first couple tests of strengths or trounces, I can kind of see him just overpowering Aurora to a victory.
Yeah, that has been like the problem with Victor decks historically, right? The fact that they need to balance, they have to strike balance between the block cards and the clash those block cards produce, right? So you want to draw these block cards separately, and you want to be able to clash into strong attacks in order to make gold and make use of Victor's ability to make gold and draw cards. And sometimes it just doesn't go your way. So that's one of the interesting aspects of playing Victor that I think most people get a little bit afraid of, bringing him to big tournaments. But here we see Pedro not afraid at all and facing the meta monster Aurora right on.
Luckily, he has started with his first gold already generated thanks to that Crown of Dominion. So not only is he high and mighty on top of his horse, he's also royal. He's King Victor, high and mighty at the moment. Thank you very much. And we've got that new gold token featured at the bottom right side of your screen. That's going to be coming out along with that new set, High Seas. We're back over to Caio Zambelli for his first turn of the game, starting off with an Entwined Lightning fused, of course, with a current funnel. So this is 4 go again, and probably going to be followed up by that Starfall. Oh, and it's the first clash of the game, folks. Looks like Pedro's going to take this one. He's found the attack where Caio has simply found a Sigil of Suffering. So that means 2 gold tokens already online for our Victor player, and that blue Chokeslam is going to go right to the hand.
And how better to start the game for Victor, right? And blocking with Staffs of Strength, winning the clash, drawing a card, and being able to answer whatever the Aurora player is going to throw him with 1 extra card this turn.
What can Caio send here? There's 2 Arc Lightnings in the hand already. Those are cards you kind of want to set up a little bit better. It's kind of a clunker here because you don't want a whole... Like, you just want a lot of go again, right? So I kind of think that Caio is going to deploy 1 of these Arc Lightnings, maybe with like a Grasp of the Arknight trigger. Oh, we've already played it. So instead, he's going to hold on to both of these and see if he can go for a massive Arc Lightning turn on the next.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. They decided to keep both cards in hand, probably trying to Arsenal one and IP the other one for the next turn and do a huge, huge Arcane turn.
So it is Starfall with Rune Chant. So it's just 1 Arcane and 1 Physical, of course, because Entwined Lightning, even though it says Lightning on the card, is not a Lightning card itself. So Starfall does not get that +1 buff and go again here. Caio is just going to try to hold on to one of those cards, and if we're using the colloquialism IP, that simply means not using every single card in your hand during your turn. Normally, IP stands for intellect penalty, which would be kind of like, it would be distributed like for doing something wrong. That's a penalty, intellect penalty, and you would hold on to an extra card or basically just not draw up to 4. So Caio is effectively giving himself one of those intellect penalties by not using all of the cards in his hand. Pedro and Ugioni, however, is maybe threatening doing the same with this erase face, but Caio's got to be thinking, Guardians run pummels. I'm a little scared of pummel here, but it's also kind of the Guardian effect of your opponent passes you complete tempo. You've got 4 cards and 1 in arsenal, and you go, I really wanted to block with 2 of these.
Yeah, and that gives you a really head scratcher, right? Could be that, or could be the pummel, and the pummel is always back-breaking if they are there.
Okay.
I don't see a pummel in Pedro's hand, but it's coming from the arsenal. It is indeed the pummel.
Okay, pummel on top of this erase face. Caio has only blocked 3. He's got that sigil of suffering in hand. We saw it on the test of strength, but it is not going to be enough to cover up this pummeled erase face. So a number of damage is going to be conferred here. Looks like it's 4, the on-hit effect of erase face, and of course pummel. So Caio is going to have to discard one of those arc lightnings that he held on last turn. He could have deployed it and gotten several more points of damage, but instead he went for the big play, and he is punished here.
Yeah, and we see Pedro deploying the strategy that Victor and Guardians in general want to be deploying against fast aggro decks like Aurora. Disruption, 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 not letting them keep a 5-card hand, and so far, a very good first turn cycle for Pedro.
Scar for a Scar into the second clash of the game. It's Trounce. Victor wins the first one and the second. Not only that, he has also revealed a Wallop, which means that he's going to generate a Might token. A Vigor token just for revealing it on the clash. So a free resource coming Pedro Ugioni's way next turn. He's also going to get a Might, a Vigor, and a gold token just for blocking with the Trounce. Things are coming up Victor here, Filipe.
All the tokens are coming for Vigor right now. There's so many tokens being generated by this Trounce with a Wallop on the top.
1 damage gets through that Trounce, which only blocks for 3, which means that Pedro Ugioni descends down to 37. And because that last turn was so disruptive from our Guardian player, Aurora is just forced to draw back up with that Arc Lightning sitting impotent for now in the arsenal. 37 plays 36 as we're going right back to Victor's turn.
And we see in Pedro's hand a Golden Sun, a Choke Slam, the Wallop he drew, and I think another blue, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he's really just going to want to send this Choke Slam here, right? I would have to imagine that Pedro does not want to reduce his gold tokens, at least as of yet, because he's really going to be waiting on that Visit the Goldmane Estate to start steamrolling those gold tokens, not only into potential extra draws, but also extra Might tokens from that Visit the Goldmane Estate. He is, however, packing the Aurum Aegis in his shield slot, which means that technically he can lose 1 gold token and then still be at the Fabled 3 to make it so that Visit the Goldmane Estate is generating Might tokens. For now, yep, it looks like it's just a red Chokeslam, which means that on Crush, Caio Zambelli is not going to be able to gain any power on any of his attacks for the next turn.
Yeah, and on the one hand, we see it being kind of an awkward position for Victor because he's not able to use his full hand this turn. But on the other hand, he's doing what he wants to be doing against aggro decks, which is throwing disruption their way. So this Chokeslam is a little bit of disruption that Caio can't really ignore and has to block, and we see him blocking with 2 cards here.
Ignore it. He has not. He's blocked with 2 cards, which means only 3 damage is going to come across to the life total, descending Caio down to 33 and dismissing that crush effect, which requires 4 or more damage to be dealt to a hero in order to become active. We're back over to Aurora with 2 cards in hand, the Arc Lightning in arsenal, and 4 life deficit to their Guardian counterpart. Looks like a Ravenous Rabble is going to start off this combat chain, revealing a Scar for a Scar, so only -1 on that Ravenous Rabble, 4 go again, a thing that Aurora wants to say time and time again.
Yeah, and that's why Aurora can be so resilient against disruption, right? They can be disrupted, but they can keep just sending 4s into 4s into 4s. And even though they're trading cards with their opponent and not playing big hands like 4 or 5 card hands, they play 2 card hands that's just 4 into 4, which is pretty good value, right?
One thing to note here, folks, is that even though Pedro started himself off with a really shiny gold dollar at the start of the turn, he's also sacrificed a lot of block value in his equipment suite. Not only that, Aurora is such a powerful deck just because it holds on to the... Aurora forces players that would otherwise like to not bring AB into a match to do so because that Sigil of Suffering, Channel Lightning Valley play is so scary. So Victor is holding on to just a Tunic and Quick Dodge Flexors as far as his blocking equipment suite. Usually, you really want to be blocking. Aurora, right? He's got the Aura Magus, which needs to kind of stick around for the Goldmane Estates. In this case, wowee, it's a Terra Sunder into a Golden Sun. Usually, that Terra Sunder is just used for a hammer swing, but in this case, it's going to be a big, whopping 8. Discard 2 cards, dominate on hit.
Yeah, here we see the power of Terra Sunder.
It's going to be 11 because he did go ahead and destroy one of those gold tokens. So it's got Dominate and Overpower. What the heck? Why not make it extra dominating if you are sitting in the Royal Crown and atop a horse?
Yeah, and I mean, you want to be saving those gold tokens for the Visit the Goldman States, but when we have a Terra Sunder with a Golden Sun paired up, and throwing 11 Dominate with the Terra Sunder on hit ability, that's just too good to pass up, right? So he's going ahead, destroying one token, but generating a lot of value in the meantime.
Value it shall be, as Caio is going to be forced to discard 2 cards on hit to this Terra Sunder. One of the most scary in the Guardian arsenal when it's going up against aggro. This is why people say that Victor might just be the answer to Aurora, especially when those clashes are just going his way. That being said, Caio is blocking really smartly here, even though he has basically just given tempo over to the Guardian player time and time again. The life totals are really close, and they're going to remain close if Pedro is forced to let this Static Shock, which is going to be the only action for Caio this turn, connect. That would mean life totals are back at parity. 25 plays 25. For now, looks like Pedro is lining up a block.
And it's very interesting, right? Because so far, it has seen that Pedro has been dominating the game since the start. But if we look at the life totals, they're pretty close. There's 25 to 29. So that's why Aurora is such a powerful deck and such a meta-present powerhouse, right?
And I think that is also indicative of the fact that Caio has been in this seat before. He's played against a disruptive Guardian, and he understands the importance of keeping that life total up, because at a certain point, he's going to cede tempo over to Victor, and he's not going to be able to make use of that 4 or 5 card hand that he's got. What Pedro really needs at this moment is to find one of those Visit Goldmane Estates and really start chunking the life total of Aurora and forcing him to block to stay alive rather than just to avoid disruption. Right now, it's a command and conquer on the combat chain. Because Tunic is not online, Pedro can't even bluff the pommel in this situation. Caio says, I'll just block with a Crown of Providence, move that Arc Lightning to the bottom of the deck, and see if I can really start getting some online here.
Yeah, or how we Brazilians like to call it, comandar and conquistar. I think you like that, Bryce.
I really do.
You told me you wanted to practice your Portuguese.
I want to use it. I just keep forgetting it, and I don't want to say it wrong when I say it. Comandare conquistare?
Conquistar, yes.
Conquistar.
Very good.
Oh, I do really like it, Filipe. It feels good on the tongue. Okay, Ravenous Rabble coming out for Caio Zambelli. He's going to be saying a lot of 4s this turn if he has anything to say about it. He is not disrupted. He's got the green light from our Victor player. He's found himself a Flicker Wisp, which is a little bit awkward here, but it can always be converted into a Starfall swing for 2. Electromagnetic Somersault comes out, grabs that Ravenous Rabble, and Caio is more than happy to do that when he can guaranteed say 4 go again on this Ravenous Rabble thanks to the Electromagnetic Somersault he has found on top of the deck.
Yeah, and this is the first time we see Caio being able to keep a full hand to start his turn after Pedro threw the Command and Conquer and he blocked with the Crown of Providence. So we see him starting his turn with a 5-card hand for the first time and throwing 4 after 4 after 4.
4 again, it's Flittering Charge, but does he have the instant to give it go again? He's already used the Electromagnetic Somersault, which you would think means that he's got another instant in hand, but I'm not seeing it here. It's kind of curious that he decided to deploy the Electromagnetic Somersault on the Ravenous Rabble here instead of the Flittering Charge, because right now he would have to cash in Snapdragon Scalers in order to swing that Starfall. We're activating Tunic here.
Yeah.
He just wants to create an embodiment of lightning, it seems, rather than swing that Starfall. So it's a lightning surge in the pitch along with Tunic in order to create an embodiment of lightning and confirm that he will have go again next turn. But it's kind of a risky play here. Pedro held on to a lot of cards, but one of them might be a bit of a punisher because he's got a sink below and 2 blues. It's all going to hinge on what is in that arsenal.
Yes, there we go, Bryce. Your chance.
It's Command and Conquer. This time bluffing the pummel. We know it's not in the hand though.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see Caio's decision last turn because he decided to arsenal that Flicker Wisp instead of the Lightning. I forgot the name of the card.
Lightning Surge.
Lightning Surge. As we already saw that he had 2 Arc Lightning hand at the beginning of the game. So you usually want to pair Flicker Wisp with Arc Lightning to produce a huge combo turn, but he decided to do that anyway and try to search for this last Arc Lightning from his deck by arsenaling that Flicker Wisp.
That Comandare Conquistare is dismissed handsomely by 2 cards from Caio, which means that he's only got 2 and an arsenal with which to deal on his turn. He just creates a Rune Chant token and passes back on over to Victor. Pedro, I think the jig is up. I think he has shown that the pummel does not exist. You better believe that that would have come down on the combat chain on that previous turn if he had it. So Caio probably is thinking he's got the green light to basically just ignore pummel in the arsenal until Pedro gives him a good reason not to. However, Visit the Goldmane Estate is finally coming down. A gold token has been created, and because he has 4, it's going to create 3 might tokens? I thought it would be 4. 3 or more gold create that many might tokens. Is he not counting his shield here?
Yeah, I guess you should be counting his shield here, right, to create
maybe specifically because it says token,
yeah.
Rather than like Orome just counts
right.
as a gold. I'm showing my my Guardian, my ineptitude when it comes to Guardian. Oh no, he switches over to 4 might.
Yep.
Thank
Okay.
goodness. My self-esteem is safe here, but Caio is in a bit of a difficult situation here because Spinal Crush, the back-breaking aggro Guardian card, is out on the combat chain.
And that is such a great turn for Pedro right here. Not only he was able to cast for the first time in the game that really powerful card, Visit the Goldmane Estate, to create the Might tokens to set up his next turn, he was also able to throw in the Spinal Crush to disrupt Caio's next turn. So he's kind of like disrupting and attacking and setting up next turn all in the same turn. That's a really, really powerful turn for Pedro.
He has been holding on to 1 card every single turn, though, so he is kind of taking a little bit of an intellect penalty, as we were talking about at the beginning of this game, not converting the entirety of those 5-card hands. But that being said, if he can continue to chain disruption against Aurora, he's going to be in a happy place. He's got Spinal Crush out, perhaps indicating that the Crush effect hit, but I think Caio blocked with 2 3-blocks, which should mean that the Crush effect was dismissed. Excuse me, he blocked with 1 2-block, so Crush is absolutely active here, which means that this Starfall is going to be his only action for the turn.
Yeah, and here we see how arsenaling that Flicker Wisp last turn really could have gone on a different direction, because if he arsenaled the Lightning Surge, he could have played that electrostatic discharge that he pitched for the Starfall and play the Lightning Surge from the arsenal to be able to pressure Pedro a little bit more this turn. But instead, he's just throwing the Rune Chant plus Starfall and keeping 1 card in arsenal and 1 card in hand to finish his turn.
It is curious. As the life totals become ever lower, I kind of wonder if this constant setup, the hope that eventually the Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp combo will carry the day, I wonder if it's ever even going to come to fruition, because 2 Arc Lightnings are gone at this point, 1 sunk, 1 blocked with, and one of the Flicker Wisps is also gone too, and then the other is in the arsenal. So I fear that Caio is just waiting for a moment that may never come. Ooh, and looks like it's a whiff on the trounce. The second clash goes nobody's way. It's a sink below on top of our Guardian player's deck, so no tokens conferred there.
Notably as well, the first clash showed revealed from Pedro's deck a pummel, so he had to put a pummel down in the bottom of his deck, so it's 1 less pummel Caio has to worry about for the remainder of this game.
He has been bluffing it basically for the last several turns, and Caio has completely, like, the jig is up. He knows that there's no pummel in that arsenal at this point, so it's very unfortunate that Pedro has to send the first one that he found to the bottom of the deck. But It's Golden Sun for 14 overpower. We're showcasing the immense power of going to Victor's home, asking Daddy for more gold coins with which to power up his namesake attack. It's the Golden Sun, sacrificing a gold token, of course, and maybe here is going to be that life total chunk that Pedro needs to take away from Caio. But the fact that there's a sink below on the combat chain is going to help Caio kind of like dismiss this damage.
We see the Golden Sun paired with Visit the Goldman State doing a huge chunk of damage to Caio here. He's already at 10, and he hasn't been able to find his combo yet. That seems to be what he's looking for the entire game. Even though if he finds it, it's going to be hard to keep it, right, Bryce? Because Pedro is throwing disruption after disruption into him.
Right now, it's Entwined Lightning for 4 go again. Caio does not need to reveal that Lightning Press in hand because he's got that Embodiment of Lightning token, which he painstakingly generated 2 turns ago. Lightning Surge comes out, of course, to play, so we can convert the entirety of the hand, which means that Pedro is going to accept 7 unless, of course, he has the Sink Below in hand. Covers up 4 of that damage, which means 3 is conferred to the life total. 10 plays 17 as we pass back over to Victor. This is where Victor is in a commanding seat here. Excuse me, Starfall is going to follow up there because we have the Tunic resource, so 2 go again is also going to connect, which means that the life deficit is only 5 in the favor of Victor, but he's got a full grip and something to say about it.
And here we see how Tunic is so good into Aurora, right? Being able to convert that, be able to convert those points of Tunic into 2 attack with Starfall every 3 turns is such a powerful ability to have in this deck. But here we see yet again another Golden Sun coming from Pedro.
The attack that puts the nepo and nepotism. I don't know where I'm going with that. Bottom line, Victor's rich. He's got rich dad, and he's using it here. But Caio is able to dismiss all of that damage except for 1. Yeah, 1 gets through, and the first block on his equipment suite has been done. So back over to Caio, who's got more cards than he's had in a very long time. 2 in the hand and 1 in the arsenal. 9 plays 15 as the first Skyward Serenade that Caio has been able to resolve comes on out. You better believe that the chosen modes are going to be Embodiment of Lightning and find himself a Skizzik. He's first checking his graveyard, making sure that he actually has one in deck. This is 2 of the really amazing cards that came out and of the Armory deck Aurora, and has taken her to even new heights.
It fits so seamlessly into the deck that was already built before the Armory deck, right? Because it's a powerful card on its own. Serenade, searching for Skizzik, it's a 4 go again lightning card that blocks for 2, and that can also be much more powerful if you pair it up with Arc Lightning and the other lightning cards that we already run in the Aurora deck.
4 go again, exactly what Aurora wants to keep saying. Looks like a Clash of Might is devoted to blocks. Neither player has found an attack on top. This is what I'm talking about. It's not a foregone conclusion that Victor wins clashes, and it's not because his attacks are less powerful than Aurora's. It's simply because he has to run non-attack cards, and he's constantly going to be revealing them as the game goes longer. The follow-up here is Lightning Surge for 4, no-go again there because it came from hand, and Pedro has taken that damage. Life totals are looking a little more even. 10 plays 9 on the side of Victor as a Spinal Crush comes on down.
Interestingly, the last Clash revealed Channel the Lightning Valley on top of Caio's deck, which is the first time he sees this powerful card. It's a little bit unfortunate for him that it took a while, and the first time he sees it on turn 9, and while he's facing a Spinal Crush for 9. Another piece of powerful disruption, probably the best disruption Victor can throw at Caio's
Speaking of seeing it for the first time, I think he saw it twice before, Filipe. There are 2 in the hand, which is exactly what you don't want to see when you really want to be throwing 2 cards in front of a Spinal Crush. Channel Lightning Valley, even though it's super powerful, it blocks for 0. And in this case, it's a bit of a brick.
Not only that, he also has Electrostatic Discharge, another instant in his deck that also can't blocks for 0. Facing 9, it's lethal. He needs to find a way to survive this turn. He only has 1 card that can block in his hand, and if he blocks with this card, he doesn't have any attacks in his hand to throw back at Pedro the next turn.
It's a scary moment for Caio. on his turn, he will be able to just resolve a Channel Lightning Valley, swing a Starfall, and then create an embodiment for next turn. But that is definitely going to feel a little bit too late when he's going to take 6 and descend down to 3 against Guardians, who just love to throw Dominate and Overpower.
Yeah, we've seen Pedro do that already this game a few times. And what he has here, he has a block card, he had another Command and Conquer, a Chokeslam, and a blue.
And that blue is a source of Dominate, but it's a Terra Sunder. You really need extra blues in order to maximize the value there. Looks like, Pedro has found a blue on top from that clash, and it's an important one. It's Test of Strength, which is going to generate a gold token and have him draw that blue, which means that now he has the source of Dominate that he needs in order to probably close out this game.
I don't know if he has enough resources to play the Terra Sunder and throw an attack, but even if not, he has enough resources to keep pressing and at least throw that Chokeslam that's already threatening enough.
It all depends on what it
has to be a Guardian attack.
Yeah, yes. So maybe that is not quite going to be the death knell here. That being said, Caio is going ahead and pitching 2 Lightning cards, create an embodiment of Lightning, and keep that Channel Lightning Valley around for one more turn. But is he going to be able to use it at this point? I mean, 3 life points is not a lot facing down a Guardian.
Oh, interestingly, he generated that Vigor token with that Wallop being revealed from the Clash. So if it is a 2 casting cost Guardian attack in the arsenal, he could go for
even
the play you
a 4
mentioned.
because he's got that
he got
Fiendal Spring Tunic.
The Tunic as well, the Tunic counters.
He popped the gold token to draw. One of the functions of gold is, of course, to kind of fix your hands. So he's got 2 floating, and he found himself yet another blue. So I think this Terra Sunder is going to come out to play, folks. Yes, indeed, it's been resolved. Next Guardian attack this turn is going to get +1 Dominate, and if this hits a hero, they discard 2 cards, and it's the Chokeslam, and the fist bump is extended. Victor, Goldmane Estate, the man himself, the son of somebody rich, has taken this one down.
Indeed he has, and we see Pedro winning the game here, and we see him winning convincingly, Bryce. He was throwing attack after attack, disruption after disruption every single turn, and even though Caio tried to summon up a combo turn, he never found the space and never found the cards to align correctly in his deck to be able to throw the Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp combo in order to suppress Victor's defenses with arcane damage, but he never found them. And Pedro was just throwing Chokeslam after the Spinal Crush, after Command and Conquer, and finally reaching out to the win after Caio couldn't ignore his attacks anymore.
It's an important thing to understand if you're going to play aggro into Guardian. Oftentimes, you don't have the luxury of setting up super big turns. Instead, what you have to do is capitalize on the fact that the numbers on your cards generally exceed what they can put out, at least in terms of offense, not in terms of disruption. So instead of I wonder how that game would have gone if Caio, instead of trying to set up a big Arc Lightning turn, simply just said 4 as many times as he possibly could and blocked out efficiently when he was forced to by the on-hit effects of those Guardian attacks.
For example, in that turn that he decided to arsenal the Flicker Wisp instead of the Lightning Surge, the next turn he would be able to throw 7 with Electrostatic Discharge plus the Surge instead of just being able to swing with Starfall. That would have been a big difference in the game.
Yeah, especially when the life totals, even though Victor was kind of in a dominating position, the life totals were really close. I mean, the fact that the Aurora player was playing 1 card hand, 2 card hand maybe, and then, of course, that massive brick when he found 2 Channel Lightning Valleys in the same hand, it makes you wonder if he had just been able to send 1 more instance of 4 or 7, how much different the context of that game would have looked.
Definitely, Bryce, definitely. We saw the game going down on life totals pretty equally, even though Victor was on the leading position, until that turn where he was able to create mighty tokens with Visit the Goldmane Estate and then throw a Spinal Crush after that. After that, we saw Victor cruising and making a big gap between life totals and cruising to victory after that.
My friend, we've got you in the booth here, and that is a very exciting thing. But let's talk about an event that you will be playing. You're going to be right back at it, my friend, at the World Tour in London. It's going to be the Pro Tour, a Calling, a Battle Hardened, and a Super Armory. That's all coming up just next month, April 10th to 13th. Pack your bags, Filipe. You excited?
I'm very excited. My bags are already packed, man. I'm ready to go. It's such a nice thing to be able to play in a World Tour that features a Pro Tour. And not only a Pro Tour, a Calling, a Battle Hardened, and a lot of side events going on, so there is games for everybody to play. It's such a amazing event to be a part of. There is artists, there is a lot of players from all around the world. You can make new friends, you can find people that you've met in other events and see them again. It's such a very big celebration of the game, and I'm always eager to participate in those events. Bryce.
Well, I'm really glad that you've already packed your bags, but have you bought your souvenir package, my friend? There's a really beautiful package on offer. It's the Comandario Conquistare playmat and sleeves that are at the ready. We've got a Hunted deck box, 3 already of those brand new Sink Below Rainbow Foil promos. You don't even have to play in the side events if you don't want. You can just purchase one of these souvenir packages to get all 3. And then, of course, a Part the Mist Veil Legacy Pack, I think is what we're calling those. But the thing is, Filipe, these are almost gone. You better get over to Fab TCG right now and order them up because they're getting snatched away from you, buddy. You got to get on it.
Really? They've been almost sold out already, right?
Already.
Oh man, that's I gotta go guarantee mine because I haven't purchased it yet.
Okay, well, if you don't get your hands on a souvenir package, or heck, if you want to also tack on a Fabled package, you better do so as well. You're going to need those Fabled Silver and Bronze event vouchers in order to play all weekend long in London, Big Bensville, and you can also pick up, for those Jarl fans, for those Ice fans like yourself, sir, you can get a beautiful Crumble to Eternity playmat, some Jarl sleeves, and of course, 2 separate packs of promos, but it's your choice to take the path of the ninja or the path of the warrior. Which one are you choosing here, my friend?
Oh, I'm choosing the path of the ninja. This Art of Dragon Blood art, to me, is one of the best in the last few sets released so far. And we also get all the art of dragons, the claw, the fire, and the silver. It looks amazing to me. And I'm like more of a ninja player than a warrior player myself, so I'm definitely going with the ninja pack.
If you are not interested in participating in the calling, there's of course a Go Again package. But hey, if you are participating in the calling, there are some really beautiful promo cards on offer. One from each of the classes of the Hunted. We got a Tarantula Toxin for you assassin aficionados, Blood runs deep for the ninja fans, and then Long Whisker Loyalty for the warrior boys. Which one of these are you choosing? Does it change your answer? Are you still all in on ninja?
Oh, those 3 are amazing, but I really like Tarantula Toxin. Being able to pair it with Keys of Death, it's such an amazing combo, and I think I'll go with the assassin card here.
Excellent choice, my friend. Battle Hardened participation is also going to feature some really beautiful cards from the Hunted for the Drakai, for the Emperor, and for the Realm. Whatever you are for, there's a beautiful card at the ready for you. That's right, folks. It's World Tour London. There's Sink Below events running all weekend long on Friday at 10 a.m., Saturday 6 p.m., and Sunday at 5 p.m. Classic Constructed, the Hunted Sealed, whatever your flavor is, whether you put the jam on the scone first or the cream first, you can get your hands on these beautiful Sink Below promos. Oh, my goodness, there are some really beautiful faces that are going to be there, Filipe. Samo Byrne, the preeminent caster for Flesh and Blood, he's going to be there, along with his partner in crime, Pankaj Bajwani. And speaking of partners in crime, Hayden Dale from the Arsenal Pass podcast, co-hosted, of course, by Pankaj Bajwani, will be there, along with Brian Gottlieb, the man who has such a big voice and heart for this game. So if you're not going to be at London itself, your eyeballs can be affixed to your screen, and you can see some gorgeous faces and really smart analysis all weekend long. That's right, folks. It is April 10th to the 13th. That's World Tour London, which is going to be coming up just next month. Felipe's got his bags packed. Do you? Get your bags packed, get your souvenir package, and just wait for a little bit because we got a 5-minute break, and then we got more Flesh and Blood, more lightning strikes twice, and more nepotism from atop the horse after this. If lightning has got you down, maybe you can just go to your dad and buy a win, like Victor Goldmane, high and mighty last turn. I'm harping on him a little bit as a nepotistic fool, but you know, I have died many times at the hands of Guardians, so maybe I've just got a chip on my shoulder.
I've also done, but I guess Guardians are a good match for Wizards, so I think I inflicted more damage than received from Guardians. But yeah, I've had my fair share of Golden Suns thrown at me for lethal, so yeah, I feel your pain, Bryce.
Well, folks, we are back here at the World Tour in São Paulo. We are giving you coverage of the calling all weekend long. This is just day one, and we have got 268 players here. Is that a 264? Is that about the turnout you expected here?
Yes, I'm really excited with this turnout. We're pretty much, I think, very similar to what Kobe did last week. And
very similar.
Yes,
almost
so
identical.
It's pretty cool to see the Brazilian community, and not only the Brazilian community, the Latin America community, because we have a lot of players from Chile, Argentina, Colombia, I think, Venezuela. So everybody appearing en masse to join us in this celebration here in South America. So I'm pretty pumped about the turnout. I think it's a very, very good turnout. 264 players. And yes, I'm really happy about it. I think we are putting up a good show, and I hope the folks at LSS look at it and see, maybe give us another calling soon. Who knows?
You heard it here, folks. We're asking for more, even though this one isn't even done. And more is what we will bring you. But instead of lightning and gold, we're going to bring you a little bit of Dawnblade and Soil. Oh boy, it's one of our Dorinthea Iron songs that we were talking about being in this room in mass. It's Lucas Bortolucci versus Verdance, Thorn of the Rose on the right side of your screen by Airton dos Santos Jr. Both of these players are 2-0, and looks like we're getting into the game just a little bit late because Airton has gained 3 life and Lucas has taken 3. So I would have to imagine a little bit of arcane damage came their way at the hands of that Overflow the Aether Well, and Airton was also able to maybe resolve a Sigil or a Heartbeat of Candlehold, something like that. But bottom line, it's back over to the Dorinthea player who has a counter on Tunic and a Warrior's Valor on the combat chain, which means that this Dawnblade is going to have +3 and go again on hit. He's also got a blue in the pitch zone, which means that he is telegraphing to Airton that he is going to be able to pay for that second Dawnblade if he's able to get it go again.
It will be interesting to see how Airton decides to block his Verdance here. Verdance plays a lot of defense reactions, but at the beginning of the game, those defense reactions, the carapaces are not fully powered by the Decompose. So it will be interesting to see how he reacts against this first attack.
It's especially good that Airton was able to do something on the first turn of the game because he's already got a little bit of graveyard fill. At least 2 cards are what I can see in that graveyard thus far. It, like you mentioned, it has been a pivotal point for these, not just Verdance, also Florian, any Earth hero. It's been so important for them to fill up that graveyard so that decomposes can start happening post-haste, and they can finally turn on their hero ability and have text. And right now, it's 3 block down onto the combat chain, which means that 3 is leaking through. Airton is choosing to disrespect this very scary Dawnblade.
It will be interesting to see how Airton decides to play around the Dawnblade hits and the attack reactions, because the gameplay for Verdance is to try and build up the banished Earth cards, slowly decomposing and moving through the game, but it can get out of hand pretty quickly if that Dawnblade gets a few counters on it. So it will be interesting to see how Airton will try and stop that from happening.
Lucas showcasing the power of just being a warrior. Airton chooses to respect the fact that there might be a reaction in the hand. Alas, looks like there is. It's a puncture, which means that this Dawnblade is going to sneak through that root-bound carapace and probably get a counter. Yes, indeed. 3 damage goes Airton's way. 37 plays 37 after we've updated the life totals. And he's gotten a Courage token because he activated Iron Song Versus previously. And also that first +1 counter on Dawnblade. This is an effect that can steamroll players completely out of the game. Dawnblade is so scary.
So scary, Bryce, and especially for Verdance, because Verdance wants to be able to develop her game slowly and steadily, decomposing cards, activating the hero abilities, throwing some arcane damage afterwards. Facing a Downblade with a lot of counters very early will be very hard for Verdance in this situation.
But Airton does have a bit of a scary retort. It's Nourishing Emptiness with, of course, no attacks in the graveyard, so it had Dominate. That being said, Lucas was able to dismiss it with one card from hand, and then his Iron Song Verses and the Refraction Bolters, which he would rather block with early, so might as well do it on this Nourishing Emptiness. Now he has that extra source of Go Again at his disposal for the rest of the game. For now, it's an Unsheath that's going to start this turn, which is fantastic for this Dawnblade because its power happens to be greater than twice its base thanks to that 1+1/+1 counter that he generated last turn. Dawnblade just gets infinitely scarier once you are able to put 1+1 counter on it, and it looks like it's gotten the full respect from Airton.
Airton is blocking for 7 with the power of Stonewall Gauntlets, reducing the power of a buffed attack by 1, so blocking the full 7. But we see the Iron Song response here as a reaction, bumping it up to 10.
And because 10 is well above the 3 power base of Dawnblade, it's also going to get Go Again because of Dorinthea Iron Song's text. Lucas is going to be able to swing with that Dawnblade again and threaten yet another +1/+1 counter on that Dawnblade.
And having already hit, he already guarantees that this counter is staying for the next turn if it doesn't hit again. So this next 4 attack is threatening to put yet another counter on the Downblade, but this one is already going to be here for next turn.
Folks, if you haven't seen Dorinthea in her original power, then here she is. This is exactly what you face down from Dorinthea time and time again if Dawnblade is what you're used to, and it is a frightening thing to behold. I am very lucky to have had a couple Dorinthea players in my local scene, so I learned to play against this super early.
Dorinthea is such an interesting hero because it can be played in so many different forms. You can play Downblade Dorinthea. At Pro Tour Los Angeles, a lot of players bought Hammer Dorinthea, Hatches Dorinthea, and here we can see it coming back to its roots and packing Downblade again. And it's very interesting to see Dorinthea play all these attack reactions and trying to lure its opponents into blocking and making it very, very hard to block. And we see here the powerful Chase Verdance attack and falling off the crown.
And because 2 decomposes have happened this turn, we've got 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone, which means that this felling of the crown is not only going to provide a little bit of disruption, Lucas is going to have to put a card from his hand on the bottom of his deck. It's also going to be coming in for the full 8 power that this card can offer. So life totals are definitely going in the favor of our Verdance player, who is popping their Ponder token and doesn't really seem to like what they see. It must be a card that cannot go into the arsenal. Oh, but alas, he decides to put it there anyway. Right now it is 34 plays 29 as we pass back onto our Dorinthea player who's got 3 cards in hand.
Interestingly, Verdance was able to already decompose 4 Earth Cuts into the Banish Zone in the first 2 turns of the game. He's decomposing pretty fast here, and that's going to be a key to the game. Is he able to decompose and activate Verdance very quickly?
It's another Unsheathed from Dorinthea, and Dawnblade comes out with the Tunic counter, which might indicate that Lucas is a little bit red-locked on this turn. Also means that Airton could potentially use this as an opportunity to get rid of that counter on the Dawnblade. Yes, indeed, there's a Stroke of Foresight and a Blade Flurry in hand, which means that Lucas is really hoping that Airton disrespects this first Dawnblade swing, because it's going to be really hard for him to get over the top and also get that second swing in. Okay, blocking exactly 7 is Airton. Does he have the defense reaction? He's got a Shelter from the Storm at the ready. Yep, Blade Flurry is going to confer +2 on this Dawnblade and the next, but we're not going to get there, Filipe, because Shelter from the Storm is going to cover up the rest of that damage. And Lucas has nothing to do but pass here and lose that first counter, which he really, really fought hard to get.
Here we see Verdance being able to reset Dawnblade for the first time, getting a little bit of space to decompose and play her game of slowly grinding the matchup and throwing arcane damage. So we are back to Lucas, who will have a reset Downblade to start his turn again.
29 plays 34. There's a 5 life deficit on the side of our Dorinthea player, but wow, he's got his third copy of Unsheathed, plus Iron Song Determination, plus Steelblade Supremacy. This is a whole host of Dorinthea specializations at the ready for this Dawnblade. He's also got a blue in the pitch, which means that this turn is going to hit like a truck, Filipe.
Yeah, who needs the counter when we can throw all the specializations together, right? I mean, it's coming for 9, dominate with go again already.
And also an on-hit, draw a card for every single Dawnblade for the rest of this game. This is bread and butter power Dorinthea. He's playing face up, which is not usually what Warriors want to do. But when you got that dominate keyword, who really cares?
You don't really need to. Like, you can play face up when you're throwing. This is like the turn every Dorinthea player wants to be on the side on, right?
The question becomes, has Airton found himself with a defense reaction in the arsenal? Based on the face he made when he was drawing off that Ponder token, I kind of don't think it's a defense reaction. I think it's a card that he really did not want to plunk in that arsenal. So right now, it's just one card, block, Autumn's Touch on that 9, which means that 6 damage comes through. All of a sudden, the life totals are in the favor of our Dorinthea player, and he's been able to draw a card. He's got 1 in arsenal and 1 in the pitch. Activating Iron Song versus, okay, he did find a blue off of the draw of that Steelblade Supremacy, which is a little bit of a bummer, but he's able to tack on a little bit of extra value thanks to that Iron Song versus, which means that this Dawnblade is still coming in for a big whopping 6. 2 on hits here, draw a card, create a Courage token, and then it's all going to depend on what Lucas has lying in wait in the arsenal.
And like you mentioned, Bryce, it really doesn't seem like he has the defense reaction on the arsenal to be able to cover this Downblade completely, which means that this Downblade is going to hit for the second time this turn, adding a counter at the end of the turn.
Folks, we just want to thank all 2,000 of you who have got your eyes on São Paulo, Brazil. We are very happy to be here and also happy that you are joining us. Thank you for making this first calling in Brazil so very special, and thank you for turning your eyes this way. 3 damage comes through on Airton dos Santos Jr. He descends on down to 25, and Lucas draws a card which is probably not going to be utilized here. It looks like I kind of tend to think that he's got a defense reaction in the arsenal there. If it was any sort of attack reaction, you better believe that he would have deployed it in order to make that card drawn somewhat useful by being able to put it in the arsenal.
Yeah, by not playing it this turn, he probably signals that this is indeed not an attack reaction. He also should notice that it's probably not a defense reaction in Airton's side of the table in the arsenal, so he can try to sculpt his next turn around that, knowing that it's not a defense reaction.
So even though that was probably one of the best turns that Dawnblade Dorinthea can put together, save for the fact that he didn't have a good attack reaction in his arsenal, the life totals are still pretty even. 25 plays 29 in the favor of our Dorinthea player, but not for long because that Pulsing Aether has connected, and the Waning Moon follow-up means that life totals are going to be in the favor of Airton once again. 25 plays 23, and we're passing on over to Dorinthea.
And we see here the Waning Moon being activated, and we always see 2 types of Verdance weapons being either playing Waning Moon or Sergeant of Aethertide.
Excuse me? What's that in the pitch zone? This is Count Your Blessings, Dorinthea, Filipe?
Count Your Blessings, Dory. Oh my god, what were you seeing here?
That's an interesting take. I have yet to see a Count Your Blessings, Dorinthea. For now, it kind of seemed like he was 100% into like aggro Dory. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen a Count Your Blessings yet.
The bread and butter Downblade Dory with attack reactions and pumps and everything, right? But then all of a sudden we see a counter blessing being pitched. What's going on here, Bryce?
Incredible. And we finally see the arsenal deployed. It was a stroke of foresight, which makes me very curious as to why Lucas decided not to deploy it on that turn with the Steelblade Supremacy. He had plenty in the pitch, and he could have snuck in a little bit more damage. I wonder if he just wanted to save it for a time where he can really punish Airton for his blocks. Right now, looks like this Dawnblade is for 9. On hit, it will get go again, but Airton has really covered it up nicely with 2 cards and a Rootbound Carapace. Ooh, but Lucas still has something to say about it. It's the Iron Song response, which has a reprise trigger. It will gain +3 if the defending hero has defended with a card from their hand this chain link. And things are coming up, Lucas, as this Dawnblade is going to connect, but probably not going to be able to make use of that second swing. Tunic counter is not up at the moment, and he's got a yellow and a red in the pitch. So he's going to keep his counter, but not get an additional one on that Dawnblade.
It's very interesting to see that Lucas is prioritizing being able to hit with downblade, keeping that attack reaction on the arsenal. He could have prioritized doing more damage that turn and being able to utilize his hand more efficiently, but instead he decided to save it to be able to deploy it in a specific moment.
The second Steel Blade Supremacy is coming out to play along with a Warrior's Valor, which means that this Dawnblade is going to be big and nasty and, of course, threaten an on-hit of draw a card. You better believe that Airton is going to respect this. That being said, Lucas does not have any in the pitch. He's finally gotten his Tunic online, which means that even if he doesn't want to pitch that last card in his hand, he's going to be able to use it to swing the Dawnblade a second time. Airton is looking at him. You don't have it, do you? He says no blocks in this situation. 9 damage is connecting with our Verdance player's life total, and he's descending on down to 14 life. All of a sudden, Lucas is way ahead in this game, and he's drawn a card. I believe it was an Emboldened Blade. Yes, indeed. It was an Emboldened Blade off the draw, which could very well punish a defense reaction in the arsenal of Airton dos Santos Jr., but based on the way he's been playing, I really don't think there's a defense reaction there.
What is he possibly holding in Ayrton's side here to just take the 9 damage all of a sudden? I think
it's curious. I mean, hey, you're the Verdance player, not me.
Let's take a look at his hand and see what he's holding on.
It's another Nourishing Emptiness, which he is feeling much more confident about hitting at this point because the equipment blocks have been utilized on the side of the Dorinthea player. He's also got a Sigil of Solids, which is just not a good blocking card. In this case, this Dawnblade for 6 is going to get shored up by these 2 cards unless Lucas has found another attack reaction. He's got 1 floating. He's got the Tunic resource. Oh, he finds Glint the Quicksilver, so he's going to try to draw into something to push over the top. Will he find it? It's an Iron Song Determination. It's played at action speed. There's no attack reaction with which to get over. So he is simply going to just keep that 1+1/+1 counter on the Dawnblade, which is not bad. He's not in a losing situation here, but he much rather would have found an attack reaction there off the draw from Glint the Quicksilver and get himself a second counter. In this case, Airton still has a little bit of space before this Dawnblade gets out of control.
Keeping it up at 1 counter was really, really punishing for Lucas here because he really wanted to have drawn that attack reaction in that spot. And we see Airton just playing Sigil and keeping one card hand and passing the turn back to Lucas. So he's giving Lucas all the leading in this game.
So after taking that first Dawnblade for 9, he passes with a card in hand. That 3 life could be so instrumental for the rest of this game, especially when Iron Song Determination hits the board and these Dawnblades are going to have Dominate. So this is 6 Dominate on hit go again for our Dorinthea player. 2 blues in the hand, which is a little less than ideal, but one of them is Overpower, which is one of those blues that are fantastic when you have doubled up blues. Overpower is going to give a hefty bit of power to one of these Dawnblades if an opponent blocks with a card from hand. But will Airtos, he's still holding on to that Nourishing Emptiness. He really wants to resolve it. He's got a mental block. Was that a blue Rootbound Carapace? I think it was, which is not going to be.
Blue, yeah.
It's not going to be blocking super well, but it will give him the final decompose that he needs in order to get online and start generating massive amounts of value off of any life gain during his turn.
He does have the mental block that could help in not letting this Downblade hit now, if he discarded it to prevent the 2 damage. But I guess the Rootbound Carapace is indeed a blue, so he's only blocking for 2 here.
He's gone straight to reactions here, folks, which means that no block cards have been devoted to the combat chain, and also based on the context of his hand means that he simply can't block out this Dawnblade. But that being said, Verdance is online at this point. Barkskin of the Millennium Tree going into the Banish Zone, which is notable because Airton blocked very, very early with that chess piece. That's usually something you save for late game so that you can get extra value off of those Embodiment of Earth tokens. But in this case, sacrificing what could be like a non-negligible amount of life just in order to get it into the graveyard and help with his decomposes. So that first Dawnblade connects, gains go again from the Warrior's Valor, and then comes in for a 5 Dominate on the second swing. And Airton blocks with that Nourishing Emptiness that he held on with Iron Grit.
Yeah, and interestingly, this turn he drew the powerful new Verdance specialization in Heart of Roses. he decides to keep up. Maybe it's a little bit late to deploy it, but by his blocking decisions, I think he's going to be deploying it his next turn and trying to squeeze some value out of it.
Okay, Dawnblade is up to 9 after that Overpower is resolved, showing its stripes as the premium blue attack reaction from Dorinthea Iresong, which means that Lucas has snuck over the top, not once, but twice this turn, which means another +1/+1 counter is going to go on that Dawnblade. And this is where, I mean, like, even one counter on Dawnblade is scary, but this is where you are under threat of simply losing the game based on the value that is generated by that one resource cost, 5 power weapon swing. And
2 counters is where it starts to getting out of control, right, Bryce? You really, if possible, want to try and stop Dawnblade reaching 2 counters, because after that it's really, really hard to stop the train.
Airton has popped one of the really important combo pieces in Healing Potion. He gained 2 up to 11. Just seems like he needs breathing room at this point. He dealt 1 arcane damage over to Lucas and passed back after resolving the Ring of Roses that you were talking about that was in his hand. Lucas is coming out swinging once again. It's a red Warrior's Valor on the combat chain plus a yellow Warrior's Valor. It looks like this Warrior turn is going to be action speed. So we've got 5 plus 5 is 10 plus 1 from the Courage token. This Dawnblade is coming in for 11 power on hit go again.
It's a really warrior valuable turn, no pun intended.
Oh, and 2 Channel the Millennium Trees coming out to play on the blocks. Rootbound Carapace in the blue once again, out to decompose, but that is not much block value on this 11 power Dawnblade.
Not enough to stop that Dawnblade. And you know what I'm curious about here, Bryce?
Tell me.
I want to see where are the other copies of Counter Blessings in Lucas' deck. Is it possible that he's running only one to just juke out his opponents?
That would be the most absurd thing I have ever heard. But I also would love it if that was the case. Because you're right. I mean,
where are the other ones, right?
You would think that he...
okay,
there
it is.
All right.
There it is, yeah.
You ask and he gives. Okay, so red Count Your Blessings goes into the pitch zone. Lucas says, I don't need to be doing any life gaining here. Instead, I'm just going to start swinging Dawnblades. And if you can pitch a red card and swing for 5, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's probably the best use of Counter Blessings you can find in this matchup.
So a third counter goes on Dawnblade, and it's seeming all but conclusive here. Once you get to this point in Dorinthea Ironsong, there's just no way to overcome the constant value on Dawnblade. Okay, Airton says, Sigil of Solace, I'm going to gain 3. You're going to take 1. I'm going to gain 1 from Ring of Roses, and then you will take an additional 1. So Lucas down to 20 here to Airton 7. And Dawnblade is 1 power away from swinging for lethal on its own.
Yeah, it's coming for 6 now before reactions.
Has Airton found what he needs to shore this up? I think it's a Rampant Growth Life and a Seeds of Tomorrow, which could help. The Seeds could be absolutely great in finally blocking this Dawnblade. Looks like it's 9 with Glint, the Quicksilver. Airton is, I'm sorry, 6. The die is upside down, so it's confusing me. So Seeds of Tomorrow is going to put that card in Airton's arsenal on the bottom of the deck, floating 5 prevention. 6 go again. Rootbound Carapace in the red. Does Lucas have the attack reaction to get over? I see a Blade Flurry, but I think Airton is overblocking pretty handsomely here. We also have an Ironsong response.
Yeah, he can come up with the 2 attack reactions here.
Does Airton have the 2 defense reactions? It's entirely possible that if he has just 1 more, he's going to be able to block this entirely out. Okay, Ironsong response is first. We're up to 9, which is perfectly blocked out by the Seeds of Tomorrow and the Rootbound Carapace, which means that this Blade Flurry is going to confer 11. We're getting over by 2 right now on this Dawnblade. Airton's lining something up. It's another Rootbound Carapace, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to stop this Dawnblade. And from 3 counters to 0 once again because no weapons have hit this turn. And all of a sudden, Airton has bought himself the space he needs to get back into this game. He's got his head in his hands, and he is trying with every last brain cell to figure out a way to get there.
Oh my god, it even looks like Airton doesn't believe what's happened here in this turn, because he was able to reset this Downblade down to 0. That's exactly the break he needed to try come back into this game.
A card into Arsenal and pass, says Airton dos Santos Jr. And now Lucas Bortolucci is swinging a Dawnblade for 3 once again. after being completely reset on that last turn. And now you wonder if those count your blessings are going to start being bricks in his deck at this point. We got 2 Jagged Edges in hand. He would have loved to see that on the Seas of Tomorrow turn, but
Those would be great last turn. I don't know about it this turn.
looks like Airton says, I will take 3. The Refraction Bolters are coming out to play. Refraction Bolters say, when a weapon attack hits, you may destroy Refraction Bolters. If you do, the attack gains go again. It's one of those very strange priority windows in the game that kind of don't really have a place. It's kind of in the same realm as like the mark being consumed. There's not actually like a priority window where it happens. It just kind of happens. So that Dawnblade is going to get go again. Airton Dos Santos Jr. blocked the first Dawnblade, but the second one is going to get juiced up quite a bit, folks. It's up to 9. And a yellow Rootbound Carapace is coming out of the hand of Airton Dos Santos Jr. Does he have another defense reaction to block the second Dawnblade? Or are we going to start that +1/+1 counter train again?
I think I saw a Mano block in Ayrton's hand, so I think these Jagged Edges are actually going to be impactful in this turn.
It connects, folks. Airton is down to 1. 1 plays 20 as we pass back over to Verdance. Is there much left of this game, Filipe? Okay. Airton is starting off with a Heartbeat of Candlehold, which is an amazing card at this point now that the Verdance hero ability is turned on. Gain 1 life, gain 1 life, gain 1 life, go again, which every single time Airton says gain 1 life, he's also going to say deal 1 arcane damage. And then because of Ring of Roses, he's going to gain an additional life and say deal 1 arcane damage once again. Chipping away at the massive life lead that Lucas Bortolucci has over him.
Even though Lucas has a huge life lead in this game, we start seeing Verdance hero power and Ring of Roses making a difference turn by turn, chip by chip, damage by damage, accumulating and starting to make an impact in this game. In this turn, Ring of Roses will ping again, gain another life, and giving Airton another little bit of air to breathe and space to try and come back again next turn.
Does it give him the space to set up that Verdance combo, the multiple healing potions with a Sigil, with a Rampant Growth life? Or at this point, is this the game that Airton has to play, the value game?
He has to play the value game. In order to deploy other healing pots, he would probably need space to not block and in order to do the combo. So I think he's not going for the combo. He has to play for value and try to finish off with a small combo of not healing pots, but trying to finish off with a combo, maybe with Sigil plus Rampant Growth plus Damage Spell. And given that Lucas is already down at 15, he doesn't really need a big combo to finish off the game. He needs like a small or medium combo to do that.
The posture of these players is tense. They're both shrinking down into their chairs, putting their chins on their hands. Oh, Airton says it's time to deploy a mini combo, just what my co-caster was talking about. Life, Rampant Growth, which means that 1 more life is gained here, and that's going to confer 1 more amp on that Rampant Growth, which, let me see, we've had 4 from the Ring of Roses, plus the Heartbeat, plus 1 from the Rampant Growth life itself, so currently we are amping up for 5.
And here we see how these pings can accumulate very quickly, right? We see Heartbeat pinging for 3, gaining 3 life. Ring of Roses gaining 1 life, pinging for 1. Life again, gaining 1 life, pinging for 1. Rampant Growth, harvesting all of these life gain into ramp 5. So the last ping of Verdance is coming up for 6.
And just like that, the gap is being ever closed. 6 plays 8. Airton was at 1 at the beginning of this turn, Filipe.
Lucas was at, what, 20?
Something like that, yeah.
It was like a 120 game, and now we're looking at a 6-8. And do you know who really, really likes to 6 single digits on the opponent's side of the life totals?
Tell me.
Wizards. You know why?
Because we got Stormstriders at the ready for that mini combo, maybe to close out the game. All Airton really needs is an Emeritus Scolding plus Waning Moon in order to get the job done if Lucas goes with enough cards out of hand. He's only got AB1, which means that the math is pretty face up in the favor of our Wizard player.
Yes.
Right now, it's a 7 damage Dawnblade with a Jagged Edge on the combat chain. No go again as of yet, and the refraction bolters are gone. Looks like 1 damage is going to come through.
Suddenly, this game has flipped up on on itself, right? It was 120. It looked like Lucas was winning like very easily this game, but Airton came back with a huge turn, and now we see the first counter blessings being deployed by Lucas. What we thought might be a juke, no. Now he at single-digit life total, he starts to think, oh, maybe I should, instead of start pitching, maybe I should stop pitching those counter blessings and start casting it instead.
When was the last time you've seen the first Count Your Blessings in somebody's deck resolved on turn 10 of a game, Filipe?
I think that's the first time I see it, honestly, Bryce.
Okay, so life gain is going to be the name of the game for the rest of the game for both of these players here. A healing potion is resolved on the side of Airton dos Santos Jr., and he draws back up, giving it all back to the Dorinthea player. Dawnblade for 4 comes out. First attack on the combat chain. We found another copy of Count Your Blessings. It's time to start gaining some life, Lucas. Verdance is not the only one that can do this.
And it's so interesting to see how Lucas shifted his game plan by pitching those counter blessings at the beginning of the game into actually casting it now that he sees himself with single-digit life totals and facing a Storm Striders. But again, we see that downblade attacks are really hard to play against. We see Airton put his hands on his head yet again, trying to figure out how to block. Oh my God, Bryce, this game is amazing.
I am so not envious of either of these players. This is such a tough spot. I talked about because there's only one arcane barrier source on the side of Lucas Bortolucci, that like the math for the wizard player is pretty easy. But when you throw Count Your Blessings into that mix, you've always got to be thinking not only about the arcane barrier potential of your opponent, but also the life gain potential. We saw this be really instrumental in Rosetta Limited, but never here in Classic Constructed. I mean, this is absolutely insane right here.
Exactly, and now we see Route being deployed, bouncing a defensive card back to Ayrton's hands, and pumping Downblade to up to 7.
And he's got that red Count Your Blessings in hand, ready to go. So even if Airton doesn't decide to go for the combo here, which he probably won't because Lucas is a little bit outside of the range that's comfortable, Lucas is going to be able to gain a heck of a lot of life.
The problem is that the 7 is being blocked by only 2 now because of Route, and Airton is at 5.
Does he have the defense reaction? Neither of those cards are defense reactions. You better hope he plunked one into Arsenal. Airton is clearly doing some mental math with the cards he has in hand.
And you never like when a wizard player starts to do that, right?
Yeah, that's always a scary moment when you're sitting across from a wizard. He finds a Seeds of Tomorrow, a defensive piece at the ready to make it so he doesn't die on this turn. Plume of Evergrowth showing its stripes not only as a Felling of the Crown repeater, not only as a combo extender with Rampant Growth Life, but also a game extender. Finds exactly what he needs in order to shore up the damage from this Dawnblade. Right now, being blocked out perfectly.
Oh, and I love this play by Airton, Bryce. It showcases how versatile Plume is in this Verdance deck. Most often you want to use that offensively to grab maybe a Felling of the Crown or a piece of the combo like Rampant Growth, but you can also use it defensively, returning a Seeds of Tomorrow that will stop lethal from your opponent at the right moment.
And he knew that he was safe to do this because every single one of the Jagged Edges in Lucas's deck has already been deployed. They were all played within the last 2 turns. So Airton had 100% safety in making that play. He's activating a healing potion on his turn. He's going to gain 2 life and ping 1 arcane damage, which will gain another life off of that Ring of Roses. Should be at 9 after all of this resolves. And 2 Count Your Blessings have now been resolved on the side of our Dorinthea player. That's right, folks. We have Count Your Blessings Dorinthea here in Brazil, and it is becoming one heck of a game.
And it's so interesting to see this game being played, and we see yet another Rampant Growth life being played, one of the combo cards, but this is already the second Rampant Growth Airton plays, and he doesn't have Plume anymore, so that's interesting to see how this game is going to develop.
In this case, it might not be the biggest numbers, but it is destructive Aether Tide for 4. And there's one thing that Count Your Blessings can't get around. It's that surge effect with only 1 arcane barrier on the side of Lucas. It's a foregone conclusion that this arsenal is going to be destroyed. Unless, of course, he found another Count Your Blessings and put it in Arsenal, but I don't think that was the case. Nope, it's a Blade Flurry, folks.
I think by dealing damage, should be activating Ring of Roses here, I think. I'm not sure if he already had activated it the turn beforehand.
Yeah, hope he didn't miss a little bit of value there. But we're going to let our players maintain the game state. Dawnblade coming out of the hand of Lucas Bertolucci. What is he working with? There's a Puncture and then an Out for Blood, so there are reactions at the ready to pump it up a little bit more. Dawnblade's up to 6. Dawnblade's up to 9.
And we see once more Downblade for lethal here. Is Airton gonna put his hands on his head again?
Oh, it's not lethal though, folks, because a Sigil of Solace has been found in the hand. That being said, Airton would much rather be playing this on his turn to combo with that Rampant Growth life, but it's better than dying. 9 damage. What's Airton gonna do with this hand? No blocking cards here except for the Overflow the Aetherwell, but it's too late. He's already passed on blocks.
He can gain life with Sigil to remain alive and maybe try to muster a little bit of damage during his turn, but is that going to be enough?
9 damage still sitting there. The pressure is getting to our Verdance player. The soil presses down on the roots ever further.
And I love how this game is developing. It seemed like a foregone conclusion that our Dorinthea player is going to turn out to be victorious a few turns ago, but now we're like, it's anybody's game. The game became so tense out of a sudden, Bryce.
Dawnblade got 1 counter on early, lost that counter. Then the Dawnblade got 1 counter, then 2 counters, then 3 counters. At one point, this Dawnblade was coming in for 6 on its own, Filipe. But through some masterful defensive play, Airton has completely stuffed the damage potential of this Dawnblade and crawled himself back into this game. Can he close it out, though?
Here's what we need to see. He definitely needs to deploy the Sigil here to remain alive for the next turn.
Okay, yeah, the Sigil of Solace is all that's going to keep Airton from the grave here. 9 damage comes through. So after life gain, Airton is going to be down to 2 once again. This is a place he has been so many times in this game, but he seems comfortable right there. We're passing back to Verdance, Thorn of the Rose. 2 plays 10 here.
And he has a couple of arcane damage-dealing cards in his hand and a Rampant Growth life, which notably is the last Rampant Growth he can cast in this game because he already cast 2 of them and already used his Plume. So he has to be very careful how to deploy this powerful combo piece from the Verdance's deck.
Will he pitch it to the Pulsing Aether? Or will he hold it in reserve in the arsenal? Does he have the space to set up one more Verdance combo? This could have been it. Like, if Sigil was in his hand here still, that could have been huge. He could have even popped Stormstriders on his turn if he wanted to at that point, because Overflow the Aetherwell would have definitely hit with its Surge, and then he could have deployed that Pulsing Aether if he thought he could get there. But as it stands, Sigil of Solace had to be used essentially as a block card last turn because there was just too many attack reactions. And right now, here we go, folks. It's Rampant Growth life. Gain 1 life. Probably just amp 2 because he'll also get 1 life gain off of Ring of Roses. Another Arcane Ping. Lucas descends on down to 8, it should be, unless it looks like he's just floating that last source of Arcane.
Yeah. It should be 2 pings from 10 to 8, and
I think he's responding, perhaps.
Yeah, they were talking about how much life Airton should gain, because he should gain 2 life, 1 from Rampant Growth life and 1 from Ring of Roses. And now Rampant Growth resolves for amp 2, given that he gained 2 life, 1 with life and 1 with Ring of Roses.
So it's Overflow the Aetherwell here, which is such an amazing card. It's going to come in for 5 on Surge, which means if it deals arcane damage greater than its base, which in this case is 3, Airton is going to gain 2 resources. And that is so important, of course, because of his choice of weapon here. Waning Moon happens to cost exactly 2.
And we know that he has a arcane damage dealing spell, so he will be able to throw 5 plus 2 from Waning Moon, and Arsenal, an arcane spell that can be used with Stormstriders during Lucas' next turn.
Here we go. The 2 resources is generated from the overflow of the Aether Well, and Waning Moon is going to come in for 2 at instant speed. So Lucas is not dead yet, but 1 is such a scary number against a wizard. But he's not going there, folks. It's another Count Your Blessings. Going to be gaining 6 life here, and Lucas continues to stave off the pressure from Verdance.
And we have seen so many back and forths in this game. Lucas and Airton refusing to die and refusing to let go of this game. Count Your Blessings coming out to put Lucas back up to 6 when if he went to 2. Oh, and another Count Your Blessings. What's going on here? Look.
Dorinthea Ironsong saying, anything you can do, I can do better. I may have a blade, but I can gain some life as well. And just like that, he's back up to 11. Verdance is passing with a card in Arsenal. 4 plays 11, but Dorinthea's only got 1 card, so I don't think there's going to be another threat of lethal here.
Yeah, and before those Count Your Blessings were played, I was ready here, Bryce, to say, oh, this looks like very favored to Verdance now because they will Arsenal or an arcane damage card and that they will be able to play with Storm Striders. And with Lucas being at 2, that would be for lethal during Lucas' turn. But no, he just jumped back to 11 and now it's anybody's game again.
And even though the tempo is passed right back to Verdance, he's found himself a clunker. It's a 4 red card hand. He has the best outlet for it, though. It's Felling of the Crown, pitching 3 red cards, which means that there's going to be a little bit of disruption coming Dorinthea's way, and probably means that Airton is going to be able to buy himself back the tempo 1 more turn. One thing we have to mention here is that because so many Count Your Blessings was pitched early on in the Dorinthea deck, it's going to be a little bit before he sees them once again. So even though we're sitting at a very threatening 4 Count Your Blessings in the graveyard, it's going to be some time before they're going to be able to get max value off of those last remaining 2.
Yeah, given that we are on turn 13, it's still a little bit more, at least 2 turns before we reach second cycle, and he pitched those Count Your Blessings not at the very early beginning of the game, because we mentioned when the first Count Your Blessings was pitched, and it was not the first few turns of the game.
It was really late.
It was really late, so it might be a while until you see those Count Your Blessings coming back. So if Verdance wants to finish off this game, it probably has to be before those Count Your Blessings come back up, because if not, that could be really going to fatigue, man. Like, Verdance's deck doesn't look that big if we look into it.
Dawnblade into out for blood. If the defending hero has defended with a card from their hand that's Chain Link, the next attack this turn gets +1, but there's no source of go again on this Dawnblade, so 3 is going to leak through. And for the, I think, second or third time this game, Airton dos Santos Jr. is down to 1 life with his opponent above 10.
And now we'll see him go back up to 10 like we have seen so many times during this game.
Push and pull. Oh, looks like we've found our way to the pitch stack, though, Filipe. I think I saw... Oh, show me the last card, Lucas.
Oh,
yes,
it is the Count Your Blessings. He's already there.
The life gain train is coming up Dorinthea and setting up another combo piece, which is going to be a little bit ineffectual now that all of the Rampant Growth lives are gone, is Airton dos Santos Jr. Healing Potion into Waning Moon, a pretty lackluster turn for our Verdance player who sits at 1. No life gain this turn.
Yeah, he will remain at 1 for once.
Waning Moon for 2. Folks, the tension in this room is reaching a fever pitch. You could cut it with a sponge. I swear, this is so intense. Thank you to all 2,500 of you for joining us for one of the most exciting matches of Flesh and Blood I have ever seen.
Yeah, this has been amazing, Bryce. I gotta tell you, I'm a Wizard player, but I've never seen a Wizard game like this. And yes, Airton didn't come back up to 10, but he did gain a little bit of life, right? He couldn't pass the turn without gaining life, right? He's doing that every single turn of the game. And now he's back to 2, and it's back to Lucas.
2 is way better than 1. Airton looks like he's thinking about one more thing before he passes this turn. Nope, pitch card goes to the bottom. That deck is looking very thin, Filipe.
That's looking very thin indeed. And Airton is probably thinking about trying to finish off the game with Storm Striders, but we know what Lucas is holding. He's holding that Count Your Blessings we were talking about before.
Steelblade Supremacy, the last copy, the third that has been resolved this game, mind you, comes out to play. It's Dawnblade for 5 on hit, draw a card. Seeds of Tomorrow comes out of the hand of Airton dos Santos Jr., saves that card in Arsenal for a later day, and threatens 5 damage prevention on this Dawnblade. Can Lucas get over the top? He's probably just going to resolve that Count Your Blessings that's in hand. No, he decides to wait. I think he's trying to bait Airton Dos Santos Jr. into trying to combo off with those Storm Striders, and he's just saving that Count Your Blessings for the death knell.
That's a very interesting play by Lucas. He's trying to bait that Storm Striders out.
Cracking a healing potion, drinking on the job is Airton. Gains 2 life, pings 1 arcane, and then also gains an additional life from Ring of Roses. Up to 4 here. 4 plays 8. Fruits of the Forest comes down as an attack, mind you, for 5 physical.
We not often see Fruits of the Forest being thrown as an attack, right? Usually it's deployed to gain life and ping the opponent. But here we see it being deployed as an attack. And here we see Count Your Blessings number 5.
Lucas blocks with 2 cards and then decides that he has the room with which to play this Count Your Blessings with only 1 card in hand. He knows that Airton can't simply combo off in response.
Back to 14, Lucas goes, and Airton looks at it and stares at his cards and thinks, oh my god, when am I able to combo off with Storm Striders, man?
Folks, the life totals may look very similar to how they were maybe like 20 minutes ago, but this game has been anything but. It's twists and turns this way and that way. And right now, it's another Dawnblade for 3. No lethal threatened on this turn from Dorinthea.
And reaching turn 16,
and
fatigue starts being like a huge concern, especially for Verdance, because Dorinthea can keep throwing Dawnblade forever, right?
The majority of the cards left in Airton's deck are defense reactions. There was a blue Rootbound Carapace in the arsenal. He's got 3 defense reactions in hand, which just means that eventually there's the Dawnblade in the hands of Lucas Bortolucci might as well say, you have to close this game or inevitably I will kill you.
We also saw the 3 Rampant Growths already being played by Airton, so I'm really not sure how he's going to be able to close this game. The Count Your Blessings turn up to be really, really clutch for Downblade Dory here.
Yeah, the late stage Count Your Blessings, mind you. We didn't see the first one resolved until turn 10, folks, and now he's sitting on 5 in the grave. Maybe pitch stack and Count Your Blessings is the way.
Yeah, even for Dory, right?
Precision Press comes down from Dorinthea, which means that this Dawnblade is going to have 3 go again. The piercing one is not going to be in effect here because Airton does not have any blocking equipment. Airton is saying, thank goodness to you for letting me get value off of all of these defense reactions in my hand. Oh, and Lucas says, no, I don't have any attack reactions. I don't really care about that. I'm going to just play another Count Your Blessings. And every single one has been resolved at this point as he ascends all the way up to 22 life, an insurmountable gap for the damage left in our Verdance player's deck.
Yeah, 3 turns ago, he was going down to 2, and now he's back to 22. That's the power of Count Your Blessings, especially against Verdance. Verdance is trying to like chip you every single turn of the game, and then Count Your Blessings comes up and just puts Lucas back up to 22.
Lucas doesn't know about you, but he's feeling 22. And speaking of 2, Airton Dos Santos Jr. only has 2 cards left in deck, and he's still got plenty of defense reactions in the hand. No blocks here on this Warrior's Valor into Dawnblade for 4. Rootbound Carapace in the red deployed from the arsenal for Airton Dos Santos Jr. Decomposing, of course, to shore up all of that damage. It's really feeling like a foregone conclusion here, though, folks. There are just so many more cards left in the Dorinthea player's deck, and there is nothing to stop them from saying Dawnblade, Dawnblade, Dawnblade until the end of time.
Especially now that being back up to such a healthy 22 life, he doesn't really have to worry about Storm Strider's combo anymore that much. He can just throw his attacks and fatigue the rest of Verdance's cards and just win the game by fatigue.
There are wizards in this game that can handsomely kill you from 22 life, but Verdance simply is not one of them. Here comes Channel the Millennium Tree, a little too late because he had to block with 2 of them earlier in the game, which means this Waning Moon is for 5. Lucas is going to shore up 1 of that damage with his 1 remaining equipment piece, No Rune Hood, and descend on down to 18. Gaining 1 is Airton from Ring of Roses, and then pinging for an additional 1.
And this Channel Millennium Tree is the last hoorah that Verdance can achieve in this game. All the Rampant Growth already gone. His last hope in this game is to try and keep that Channel Millennium Tree as much as possible and do as much as possible arcane damage as he can.
Can he pitch an additional 2 Earth cards next turn in order to keep it around? But first and foremost, can he even survive the onslaught of Dawnblade? 5, threatening go again on hit. Is this Dawnblade?
He doesn't have the luxury to just take the damage because he's on 3, so he has to block. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if he blocks, he's already out of cards in his deck. So things are not looking good for Airton in this point.
He's still holding on to a pulsing Aether life, so if he can hold on to just enough cards with which to deploy that, it will be one more arcane swan song for our Verdance Thorn of the Rose, but there's just simply not enough damage there, Filipe.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Airton is trying to come up with a strategy here with his last 4 cards of his deck, but I don't think there's anything he can do here to stop Dory from getting the win by fatigue. He doesn't have the resources, the cards to do it.
You guys, Airton dos Santos Jr., the first time he descended down to 1, I'm pretty sure was when we had 30 minutes left on the clock. We're now 6 minutes away from this round being over one way or another. We're not going to get there. There's no question about it. But the fact that this game has gone 17 turns is mind-boggling to me.
For me as well, Bryce. For me as well.
Blocking with 1 card is Airton dos Santos Jr., shoring up the rest of it with a mental block. But there's a nip at the heels in the hand. Currently, we are leaking in by 1 with this Dawnblade, which would mean that he gets to swing with it an additional time. Airton has no choice but to take it. Nip at the heels. Draft chaff? I think not.
No. CC staple.
And Airton dos Santos Jr. extends the handshake, and Dorinthea Iresong takes down the previously thought of as the life gain champion. But no, indeed, it's one of our first heroes from Welcome to Wraith who can gain life better than anybody else.
Oh my God, what a game, Bryce. What a game. That was such a roller coaster of emotions.
You're putting your head in your hands just like
I'm
both of
doing
our
like
players were doing
Airton,
over
yeah.
and over and over again.
Yeah,
do the Airton. Do the Airton.
Yeah, we gotta do the Airton here too as well, man. This is such a crazy game. What was going on? Like first, we saw Dory playing its normal game plan of attack reactions, putting counters on Downblade, and Verdance doing her original like standard gameplay, decomposing defense reactions, and then all of a sudden, what comes into the pitch of Dory? Count your blessings.
And I have to, like, honestly, I have to think that that was a massive advantage for the Dorinthea player. The fact that no Count Your Blessings showed up until very, very late in the game, because I'm sure that Airton would have thought twice about, for example, throwing 2 Channel the Millennium Trees in front of a Dawnblade if he knew that his opponent had that much life gain in their deck.
Exactly. And he would be more careful about his combo pieces. If he knows his opponent is on counter blessings, he knows that his path to victory is to try to achieve a big combo to end the game. Because to combat the life gain of all these counter blessings, you kind of have, as the Verdance player, you have to try and assemble a big combo turn to kind of go over all the life gain that counter blessings will be able to give your opponent. But by not seeing those counter blessings up until so late in the game, he started playing his rampant growths more aggressively, playing more of a mid-range style Verdance, which is, to be honest, it's the way you play against aggro decks, against fast decks. But when you're playing against counter blessings, you gotta play it more slowly and more careful with your combo pieces, which he didn't do because he didn't see the counter blessings. And when he saw the counter blessings, it was a little bit too late already.
Information is just so important in this game of Flesh and Blood, any TCG for that matter, but especially there. The fact that first Count Your Blessings was not pitched until I think turn 7. The first one was not resolved until turn 10. I mean, this is a new face for like Dorinthea's poker face. Usually it's just like, do they have the attack reaction? Do they not? But in this case, it was, do they have 40 life gain in their deck just at the ready to stuff my combo?
And also, I think it's interesting to point out that I'm not sure. We need to talk to the players to know for sure. But from watching the game, it seemed like Lucas shifted his game plan as well, because he started by pitching those counter blessings because he was so far ahead in the game. He was almost killing. He was almost getting the win simply by doing damage. At a point, the game was like 20-3 or something like that. So when we saw that pivotal moment in the game where Airton even now the game and the first counter blessings was played, it was played because Lucas was almost at the end of the game, because he was going down to 2 life, facing a Storm Striders and an arcane damage possible arcane damage spell in the arsenal. So he didn't have any other options but to try and climb back up into the game by gaining life with the counter blessings. So I wonder if he started up by with one strategy of just playing the normal Dory downblade game plan, and then all of a sudden, given the situation that presented itself for him in the game, he shifted plans and started going for the long game of casting all the counter blessings and trying to fatigue his opponent.
Brazil continues to be an incredible pantheon of flesh and blood glory here in Sao Paulo. My co-caster and I are reeling at how amazing that game was, but if that was a little bit too much thinking for you, we've got something on deck for you. If you want to just swing some hammers, join our friend Max Nitro, because he's got an armory deck coming out on April 17th, 2025, and it's going to be a very different Max than we have seen in the past. Mechanologists rise up, because we have got Wrench Tribal in the chamber. You excited about this deck or what, Felipe?
Look at that Bank Breaker card, man. It looks amazing to play with. Getting overpower
and go again.
And go again. This is like plus everything that Max really wanted. Like Max was really hurt when High Octane was banned from CC play, because he was a deck that used it so well with Nitro Mechanoid, and so after the ban he got a little bit less played in tournaments, but now with these new cards and this new armory deck, he has everything set up to be a force in the meta once again, or for the first time. Let's see. I'm really hoping Max can see the light of meta play with these new cards, and I'm really hopeful we can see a lot of Max into tournaments.
Move over, Voltaire. There's a new weapon that can strike twice, and it's a wrench, not a bow, baby. If you would like to join this gentleman, our resident edge runner here in Flesh and Blood with the crazy tongue, you better get your Max Nitro Armory deck on April 17th, 2025. I know I'm going to be looking out, and I know plenty of other mechanologist sympathizers that are going to be excited about it as well. And speaking of mechanologists, Felipe, I think we've got a mechanologist game coming up next. There's been a lot lurking around, as we said, below the top four represented decks. We've got Dash.io, and one seems to be doing awfully well. So we are going to see one next. But before that, it's going to be a very short break. And when we come back, more Calling Sao Paulo, more of the Flesh and Blood World Tour, and more incredible card games after this. There's a brand new dance in Brazil, and it's called the Airton, and we're doing it. We're doing the Airton, trying to figure out how to kill late-stage CYB Dorinthea, if you can believe it. Yeah,
without combo.
Welcome back to World Tour Sao Paulo. My name is Bryce Platz. I am with Filipe Lima Cardoso, and I just watched one of the most insane games of Flesh and Blood in my entire life.
Mine too, Bryce. Mine too. That was incredible to watch. It started out kind of like we know what's going to happen. Dory is just aggroing the wizard player. But then, all of a sudden, the game went to a roller coaster of emotions, and the Verdance player got downblade Dory down to 2, and then downblade Dory was back to 20 again, and then the Verdance player went down to 1 or 2, and then back to 10, 15 again. That was a crazy game to watch.
I guess I should have known it was going to be an insane ride out here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
You guys are really delivering the sauce. Speaking of which, we have an incredible match up for you once again. If you, if that plug was not enough for you to go ahead and rewind 1 hour, then then stick with us, because I think we've got another one locked and loaded. For all of you Mechanologist fans, she's here and she is ready to play. It's Dash.io in the hands of Vacilotto Gustavo. Am I nailing that or not?
Gustavo Vacilotto, yes.
Gustavo Vacilotto. And then Jefferson Samoes on the left side of your screen. Dash.io is going first, trying to develop a little bit of an item board before going into boost. But Ira Scarlet Revenger is going to try to value her out of the game. Who do you like in this?
This is a tough one because Dash.io wants to pressure as much as possible, and Ira, we can look at Ira's equipment to see what kind of game plan they are going to try and assemble here. Usually Iras can play more defensively, like Ira has played throughout their history in the game, and with Tiger Stripe Shuko, or they can play more offensively with the new Retrieve cards and playing Flick Knives. Jefferson here is playing Tiger Stripe Shuko, which probably means they're gonna go for a more mid-rangey, blocky type of game plan, which probably sounds better against Dash.io, who just wanna throw damages and grenades and go as fast as possible. Fast and furious, right?
And because of those grenades that you've been talking about, I tend to think that this Ira is going to go for that more mid-rangey plan. Generally speaking, if you are not blocking Dash.io, you are playing into her game plan. Those boom grenades can just be absolute powerhouses, especially if they come off the top of the deck, which she is liable to look at any time she would like. Right now, Vacilotto is playing a throttle out of hand and boosting away a blue 0 to 60. This is 6 go again on the combat chain for the first attack. Rotten Remains comes out of the hand of Jefferson Samoes, blocking only 3 of this damage, and I think we are right about his strategy because there's a Fate Foreseen in hand. I would have to imagine that there are going to be plenty more defense reactions at his disposal throughout the rest of this game. He's still tanking on blocks. Looks like it's just 3 right now. Taking 3 on the first turn of the game is kind of a curious choice here out of our Ira player.
Very interesting choice. We do see a dual threat, a very, very powerful new addition to this Ira deck, but it seems strange to be able to, in order to save cards that are indeed very powerful, he will take damage on turn 0.
And this might be the decision point. He really wanted to hold on to those 2 other cards, the Dual Threat and the Erase Face. And so maybe by only blocking with 1 card, he has encouraged Gustavo to go 1 chain link wider, which means that because that chain link was a 4-power attack, he got the maximum value on the block of that Fate Foreseen.
Yeah, and he was able to keep up the 2 cards that he wanted to keep for this next turn, which are indeed very powerful cards to throw at first turn against Dash.io, right? He can go Kodachi, and Erase Face, and either save the dual threat, or if his hand permits, deploy the dual threat for 6 more damage between swords and attack actions this turn.
Looks like he will not be permitted to do it here. He's a little bit resource deficient. He much rather would have found a 0-cost go again attack, or a 1-cost for that matter, rather than the sensor that was on top of the deck. So dual threat probably not going to be deployed here, but that being said, Erase Face is still a very scary card for the Dash.io. Imagine boosting in a deck full of Mechanologist attacks and still not getting go again.
Exactly. Erase Face, as we've seen in past metas, is one of the premium cards to play into Dash.io because it punishes it so much by not allowing the boost cards to give go again, by removing the Mechanologist type from all the cards for the turn. So it's a really powerful card to play against Dash.io.
This second Harmonized Kodachi comes in for 2, one of the first installments of the value train that Ira Scarlet Revenger offers with her hero power. Every second attack on her turn is going to have +1, and if that second attack happens to be like a CNC or an erase face, that's where Ira really earns her stripes.
I guess this is a very good prelude for what's going to happen in the game. Jefferson, as the Ira player, will try to play this mid-range style of game where he's going to swing with Kodachis and try to finish off his turns with a disruption piece. Probably there is an erase phase coming after this Kodachi, while Gustavo will try to sneak in and do as much damage as possible between these disruptions being thrown in his face.
He's going for the dual threat here. It's not bad, right? It is still a 0 for 3 pump ultimately on his next attack action card, and when it's a race phase, that can be just backbreaking for our mechanologist. So 9 on hit, turn off boost, essentially.
Yeah, erase phase for 9 means that your opponent is not going to have a good turn either way, because either he blocks or he loses go again on the boosts, on his boosts next turn. So it's a pretty powerful way of stopping Dio's next turn.
It's kind of the red in the ledger effect in the hands of Azalea, right? Like either you block this out entirely and you don't have a turn, or you let it hit and you don't have a turn. And usually the Azalea player is happy either way. So Jefferson not ending with an arsenal. He had to pitch that sensor in order to send the erase face, but he's probably going to have 4 cards and all of the tempo he wants.
And it will be interesting to see how Jefferson can utilize his tempo with his Ira deck, because nowadays Iras with the new cards are more able to utilize the tempo properly with cards like dual threats and with the retrieve cards. But I'm not sure if he's using those cards, given that he's using Tiger Stripe Shuko and defense reaction. So it will be interesting to see how Jefferson will utilize the tempo he just gained in this turn.
Tempo he has gained because Gustavo threw 3 cards in front of that attack and just said, I will draw back up and pass over to you. So all of the tempo is on the side of the Scarlet Revenger. And unfortunately, she's found a fistful of reds, a little less than ideal for our Ninja fans.
Not the hand you want to see when you have all the tempo in the world. He's going to have to pitch reds in order to play out his turn. And Gustavo will be pretty happy about that.
Jefferson probably making one of the best plays in Flesh and Blood, remembering to tick up your tunic before you make an action. Excellent choice there, Jefferson. Very proud to see that. But pitching a red and playing a Bittering Thorns is Ira Scarlet Revenger, a card that is so valuable, but not if you have to pitch a red to do it. So this is currently a 2-card 4, which could be more than that, but it's going to require Jefferson to end without an arsenal once again, or just swing a Kodachi with one of those reds.
Yeah, either way, not the scenario Jefferson would like to be in, given he had full tempo of the game, given his last turn with a raised face for 9. And Gustavo will just accept the damage and try to come back with a 5-card hand.
Raw damage is usually okay for our Dash.io players. If they can close out the game as fast as possible, that is just so much value that Ira would rather be getting by making the game go long, right? Because she just has like a natural buff on every second attack, the more turns that the game goes generally favor the Ira player.
Exactly. Jefferson will look to extend his game as much as possible to be able to utilize Ira's hero ability as much as possible. That's how Ira usually wins the game, outvaluing his opponent on the long game by utilizing the hero ability of +1 power every single turn.
Jefferson has decided to send a Harmonized Kodachi rather than that sound the alarm in the hand, which means that he's pocketing a Sink Below for later, which could come in handy here because Gustavo took all of that damage to send it on down to 26. We're back on the side of Dash.io, who is starting off with a BIOS update. 26 plays 37 in this round 4 of Calling Sao Paulo.
Yeah. Here we see the first item deployed of the game, Backup Protocol Red, which can be very versatile and reach out to red attacks from the graveyard. And we see another Throttle coming in for 6, for 9 because of the BIOS update, and finding a Teclocore on the top. That's the perfect scenario for the BIOS update here. Very powerful attack by Gustavo.
Which, folks, you might say, wow, he got so lucky that the item was on top. But the Dash IO hero ability allows Gustavo to look at the top card of his deck anytime he wants. So he had all the information in the world to make that decision, which, yeah, is going to be incredibly powerful here. Pouncing Paws devoted to the combat chain, 4 block, plus a Flick Flack, plus the Sink Below from Arsenal means that all of this damage is shored up and doesn't give Gustavo the opportunity to cheat out a Boom Grenade off the top and add another on hit to this throttle, if indeed it is there. For now, he's posturing like it is not. Gustavo is in the tank about something here, perhaps how to continue this turn. It's an important point to mention the fact that his chosen weapon is still Symbiosis Shot, the namesake weapon for Dash IO since her inception in Bright Lights. More often than not, now that she has lost High Octane, I tend to see folks piloting Dash IO with Hanabi Blaster instead, opting for the efficiency and free damage that comes from 5 overpower if you can boost enough times. But in this case, Gustavo says, I don't need High Octane in order to make use of Symbiosis Shot. I'm probably just going to use it as my chain ender every single turn if I can.
Yeah, if the players that opt to keep Symbiosis Shot as the weapon of choice for Dash IO really are leaning more into this utilizing Symbiosis Shot as the last attack in the turn, as the chain ender of every single turn of the game, which can be really powerful if you're able to use it every single turn. So, but in the other hand, what that means is that they are bound to use all of their boost cards, so it's a little bit more susceptible to fatigue.
It's back over to Iris Scarlet Revenger here. 35 plays 26. There is a bit of a gap in terms of the life totals here, but if there's one hero that can overcome it, it's Dash IO. Right now, Jefferson is staring down a handful of reds once again. He needs to deploy this defense reaction, or pocket this defense reaction in Arsenal, which is why Fandel Spring Tunic is such a valuable chess piece, because it basically just made this turn less of a brick here. Instead of having to pitch 2 red cards to play that erase phase, it's 1 red weakest link in the pitch zone and the Fandel Spring Tunic counter. Free resource there, which means that Gustavo has another difficult block decision, which he decides to respect. Passing back over to Gustavo on Dash IO. 2 cards in hand, 1 card in Arsenal.
Yeah, and here we see why Tunic is such a good card in Flesh and Blood, because it helps you in those moments where you need it the most to shore up 4 head card hands or awkwardly drawn hands, so it helps you smooth out your draws during the game. And yes, of course, you need to remember to put your counters there, so Jefferson is doing a good job at that.
Throttle boosted, of course, with Go Again is the first attack on this combat chain, and it's essentially free thanks to that Tekla core that was kind of cheated out thanks to the BIOS update on the previous turn. Right now, the blocks are just 3 on the side of Ira, which means that 3 damage is taken on down to 32. The follow-up for Gustavo looks like he's got a backup protocol red in hand. And was that another blue? We're deploying the backup protocol red. No crank here, wants to save it for another day, and he'll get another counter on Symbiosis Shot for his troubles and draw right on back up. Jefferson is back on the front foot.
And here we finally see a blue drawn by Jefferson, so he can use his hand fully again after 2 bricks of 4 red hands in a row. Let's see how he can utilize this hand this time.
Here's a good way to start. Harmonize Kadachi into Bittering Thorns. That means Bittering Thorns is going to get +1 from the Ira hero ability, coming in for a very nasty 5 and threatening an extra point of value on whatever comes next. Looking at the hand of Gustavo, we found our first copy of Spark of Genius and a plethora of blues, which makes me think that they're either going to be deployed or blocked with on this turn, because he's still got 2 free resources at the start of his turn thanks to the Teklo core. Gustavo is really tanking about these blocks. Looks like we got a Pro Tour champion in the chat. It's Shoma Yamamura. If you're just watching idly on YouTube, jump in chat. Say what's up to Shoma. He's here to hang out. We were in his neck of the woods last weekend, and now we're halfway across the world. So say what's up to quite a legend in this community. The follow-up here after Bittering Thorns is Torrent of Tempo, coming in for a nasty 6, threatening a Mask of Momentum trigger, the first time that has happened this game, and also on hit go again.
And shout out to Shoma, who is a masterful Ira player. He has been playing Ira for the last few events. I watched him play it during the King of Games event in Japan.
Where he was using Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Yeah, he was using Tiger Stripe Shuko.
It's important to mention.
Yeah. And just a personal anecdote, I played Shoma twice in Battle Hardened Hiroshima, and he beat me twice. So yeah. I hope to change that in the future, Shoma.
So go figure. Shoma's good at this game.
Yeah,
but you know who else is good? Is these Brazilians, man. There are a lot of them at the top tables. They seem to be, honestly, kind of the premier region down here in South America. They are ascending past their Venezuelan, Chilean, and Colombian counterparts, honestly, based on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and it's an honor for me to be able to get invited here to be able to showcase our community. So I'm really thankful for the opportunity. I hope I can give everybody in the world a little glimpse of what our community is built on and how passionate and good at Flesh and Blood we really are. So it's a very, very good place to be, and I thank you guys for the opportunity.
You've got me, Filipe. I am 100% sold between the Super Armory I played yesterday and the insane matches we have seen on coverage all day long. I never want to leave, at least when it comes to Flesh and Blood. Gustavo Vacilotto is still really in the tank about this torrent of tempo because it's not just the on-hit go again that he's worried about. That would be just fine. It's the on-hit draw a card off of Mask of Momentum. That being said, Jefferson has been rather redlocked for the majority of this game, so that tends to make me think whatever he draws could be a blue or like a useless yellow. You would think that because Jefferson is sitting on is in our X and O bracket, he's probably calculated that. He is ready with whatever. Wait, no. What's in Arsenal is a wax on. So never mind. It could be a total dead draw, but nevertheless, Gustavo is respecting it. It's a Tekla Foundry Heart, a 3-block, and Crown of Providence that are devoted to the combat chain to shore up all of that damage.
Yeah, but given that his opponent doesn't know that he has the defense reaction in Arsenal, that's what makes Torrent of Tempo such a powerful card to combine with the Mask of Momentum draw, because he's not only threatening the Mask of Momentum, he's also threatening the go again.
He's been red-locked all game, folks. Now he's blue-locked, and I love that Jefferson took a moment to draw the top card of the deck and show us what it would have been off of that Mask of Momentum trigger. It would have been Rushing River. It would have been absolutely useless.
Yeah, it would just convert into one more damage with Kodachi.
Which, honestly, the more important aspect of that card is it would have been out of his hand, and he would have had one more chance to find a red with which to use on the next turn.
Exactly.
But as it is, he's blue-locked. No massive value train is going to be generated by too many blues, so it looks like Jefferson is going to find himself blocking quite a bit, which is pretty fortuitous because Gustavo Vacilotto has just played his first item card off the top of the deck, and it's Yellow Boom Grenade, which could have been really nasty if Jefferson had chosen to let some of this damage through.
And it's the perfect moment to find an item from the top to get this additional action point in order to cast this next card, Spark of Genius.
And Spark of Genius is, of course, going to find any item out of Gustavo's deck as long as it costs 0, and he's choosing Cerebellum Processor. What an excellent choice here. Looks like another counter on Symbiosis Shot, and indeed a Crank. So at the end of this, Gustavo is going to be able to draw a card and still be sitting on 2 action points, which means that he can sync one of those activations of Cerebellum Processor to draw an additional card.
Yes, and continue his turn. And the fact that he had 2 blues to start his turn is actually pretty good because he can use those resources to sync the red protocol into another threat from the graveyard, with what he's doing right now, and picking up the biggest threat of them all in Trarlo. It's the most expensive one, but given that he has a lot of blues, he can pay for it this turn. Oh, and he finds the Fast and Furious from the top to make the Cerebellum Processor get another counter to last one more turn.
Fast and Furious, because it was boosted, you get to put a Steam counter on any item you control with Crank and Cerebellum Processor. One of those cards that came out of the Dash.io Armory deck is the exact one you want to be pumping up and forcing to stick around even longer. Looks like 1 card is devoted to the block here on this throttle, which means Boom Grenade is going to connect and go boom. So 3 extra damage converted on that throttle, which means that Jefferson descends down to 26 life. There was a bit of a life gap for the majority of this game, but this is exactly how Dash.io closes it out.
Yeah, he's really seizing this opportunity to come back into the game, doing a very big turn, especially in a turn that Jefferson drew a 4 blue hand, which means he's not going to be able to come back with a lot. So this could be the turning point of the game here, Bryce. We see the Cerebellum processor activation, and I think the players were talking about how Cerebellum still has 2 counters because of the Fast and Furious, and now the T-Bone is coming up and eating up the pouncing paws that already used to block. And here we gotta mention how important this card is in this matchup, because exactly because of the T-Bone blocks he can do and save his other very important pieces of equipment in Tunic, Mask of Momentum, and the Tiger Stripe Shuko.
So if you are interested in that crouching tiger that could be generated off the pouncing paws, the much more important text here, according to my co-caster, who I think is absolutely right, is Battle Worn. You definitely need to be bringing Battle Worn pieces of equipment into Dash.io because of the high density of T-Bones that she runs in her deck. So finally, the onslaught is concluded from Gustavo after an immense turn out of Dash.io. And it's back over to Jefferson, who is starting, of course, with a Harmonized Kodachi for 1 go again.
He was able to put the life totals back in at almost parity and strip 3 cards out of Jefferson's hand. Jefferson will only be able to come back with Kodachi, Kodachi, and pass. So Gustavo has the full tempo of the game now.
He sure does, and Dash.io is a deck that can use it. It's curious that Jefferson decided not to try to block out that turn because, I mean, unbeknownst to him, he could have done it because he had that wax on in Arsenal, so he could have thrown the Rowdy Locals in front of that throttle, block the boom grenade, and then just wait for the T-Bone, which would have been the only other thing threatening that boom grenade for the rest of the turn. But you just don't know. Dash.io is drawing so many cards, and it's a pivotal moment when you have to decide whether or not to block out a boom grenade or not, because if you go for it and it still connects, that can spell doom for you.
That's the power of being able to look at the top card of your deck, right? You have more information than your opponent, and you can put this information inequality to good use and make your opponent make awkward plays because of that.
The top of the deck is going to be coming ever more into Gustavo Vacilotto's hand because he's resolved another Cerebellum processor off the top, and he's activating one here. He has drawn, looks like a Pulse Wave Harpoon. He's got 2 resources in the pitch and another blue, and there's a Twin Drive in Arsenal. Has he found the Max V? I don't think I saw it in the hand, but he is boosting twice, folks. It's 5 go again, threatening a maximum velocity. Is it there? Is it there?
You sitting against an opposing Dash.io, you never want to see Twin Drive boost twice, right? Because you know what that means.
It's not in the hand, folks. Is he trying to dig for it here with that double boost? Fate Foreseen covers up the majority of that damage on Twin Drive, which means that Jefferson takes 1 down to 21. I'm sorry, 20, if the life totals can be trusted here.
Yeah, and that's such an interesting play to boost twice. He's probably digging for that maximum velocity because he could draw that maximum velocity with his second Cerebellum that was not activated this turn and get the action point back with the leg piece, Achilles Accelerator,
which is always standing and lying in wait to get an extra action point when you most need it, as long as you have boosted that turn. So even though he is action point deficient, he certainly can find that maximum velocity and resolve it if he's able to dig far enough. For now, it's Pulse Wave Harpoon, which is going to muck up these blocks for Jefferson a little bit. Gustavo gets to look at the entirety of the hand, and based on the number of times he's boosted, he gets to take one of the cards, which is Dual Threat, one of the power cards from Ira Scarlet Revenger, and force it out onto the combat chain. Perhaps that might also inform the reason that he boosted twice on that Twin Drive.
Exactly, Bryce. That's the second reason why you would boost twice with Twin Drive, is to enable a Pulse Wave Harpoon right after.
Another Cerebellum processor in the hand of Gustavo Vacilotto. Could he use this as an additional setup? Or perhaps can he just boost his way to the maximum velocity and get that resolved on this combat chain? That could spell death for our Scarlet Revenger.
Without the advent of High Octane now, it's very hard to utilize multiple Cerebellums in the arena at the same time. So I would think that Gustavo wants to save that last one in Arsenal to deploy after his first ones are gone.
This Fast and Furious had +1 because there's been plenty of cranking going on this turn. Technically only 1, but that is plenty when it comes to Fast and Furious. Wax On is going to dismiss all of that damage, lose 1 block value, but I think Jefferson is A-okay with that. And looks like Gustavo is proceeding to Arsenal, putting the last Cerebellum processor in his deck, in his arsenal. It's back over to our Scarlet Revenger. Jefferson pitches a blue. Tell me if you've heard this one before. Harmonized Kodachi for 1. Go again.
Oh, no, that's new. Which hero does that?
Have you been around? Have you been awake for the rest of this game, Filipe?
Oh, yeah, that's Ira. Kodachi for 1, Kodachi for 2. Let's go.
And since you mentioned it, here comes Kodachi for 2, 1 in the pitch. And this could be even more bread and butter, Ira, if that last card in hand is a 1 for 5. Looks like Gustavo is accepting all of this damage on down to 14 life.
With the Tunic counter, it could even be a 2 for 6 or another piece of disruption, but it's Rowdy Locals, which is indeed a piece of disruption. It's a very interesting blue to play in Ira decks because you offer an interesting piece of disruption that could discard a card from your opponent's hand if he had another card in hand to discard to, but he doesn't. He doesn't have right now, but he's able to draw with Mask of Momentum. So it's a very interesting combo that Ira players can get and use against their opponents.
Man, and Rowdy Locals is just such a difficult card to block because of that little bit of text on it. If it is blocked by an action card, which is usually the only way that Dash.io is blocking anything, it gets +2. So it can get itself up to 4 and basically force not only its damage through, but also that on-hit through. The other place I really like to see this employed is in Phi, because you can always finish up a combat chain with Rowdy Locals as the last attack, and then just sit and wait to activate Phi, draw a Phoenix Flame, and then discard it to the Rowdy Locals effect.
Yes, that's a very interesting point. Yeah, it's such a nasty card to play against, especially in Phi and Ira, because you never know what is coming in your way, and you know you're gonna discard a card, but you can't block with just one single card from your hand if it's not a defense reaction. So it's a very nasty card to play against.
Okay, folks, that was a judge call, but we're already ready to get back to the match. So you're welcome for a very quick and cute look at my handsome co-caster. For now, looks like everything has been cleared up. The convection amplifier threatening to give Dominate to attack action cards on the side of our Dash.io player is out on the board. Looks like doesn't look like Rowdy Locals connected. Yeah, it was blocked out by the Dash.io player with pieces of equipment. And a Teklo Pounder goes into the pitch to start off this Dash.io turn, finding a Boom Grenade off the top, which is the first red one that we have seen resolved this game. Looks like it is cranked, extra action point generated, and sunk directly into that Cerebellum processor. So card rich is Gustavo Vacilotto. Let's see what he has found for his troubles. Ooh, we've got a Spark of Genius, folks, which is going to draw a card and get another piece of equipment out. But looks like it's not being deployed as of yet. Outpace comes out first. Can't be defended by equipment because it's written on the card, but you don't need to block with equipment when you got a Wax Off. It looks like Jefferson pulls back that block. Maybe not going that way yet.
Yeah, I think Jefferson thought that he could fully block Outpace with the Wax On, but Outpace costs 1, so Wax On is blocking just for 3, which means 1 damage is going through and activating that Boom Grenade.
Oh, no. Yeah, so he probably passed blocks a little bit earlier than he wanted to. Wax On is a very powerful defense reaction that normally blocks 5, but the attack that it blocks must be for 0 if you're going to get that extra 2 value. So in this case, another Boom Grenade goes off, and it's a big one, folks. And for the first time in a while, Gustavo has a life lead in this game. 14 plays 13 as a Spark of Genius, hits the combat chain, and goes searching for another item.
We see yet another big turn by our Dash.io player. Gustavo is really finding those items on the top while his Cerebellum is on the field. So that's a very important thing. Like for Dash.io, it's always important to have items on the top to fully utilize the hero's ability. But especially when you have such a powerful item like this Cerebellum processor on the field, you really want to find those items on the top to crank them and get this extra action point in order to draw cards with the Cerebellum processor.
Here comes 5 Go again, short up by a card, plus Tiger Stripe Shuko. Not a whole lot of, I think not even a single trigger of Tiger Stripe Shuko has been utilized this entire game. So essentially it is just a 2 Blade Break at the moment. Ira finding it difficult to ride that value train to victory right now, especially because you've just been facing down an onslaught of boosting and boom grenading.
And here we see yet again the backup protocol red being able to shore up the Dash.io's hands when they draw too many blues, because with that item you are able to just convert those blues into more powerful red attacks from the graveyard. So Gustavo even used the powerful Spark of Genius to go grab the backup protocol red in order to fully utilize his hands, which was composed by 2 blue cards this turn.
Yeah, and it's not just red cards that you're getting. It's the specific one that you need at the current time. I mean, normally Gustavo would love for it to be a red throttle, but because of the way his resources worked out, he's able to grab the 1 cost instead and just make sure that he has a super efficient turn, keeps cards in deck, because you better believe that Ira is trying to take this long and burn the Dash.io out of cards. But that being said, the deck of Gustavo is still very rich, got plenty of damage in there, and life totals are already sub 20.
The game has been played very, very fast by both players. We are on turn 6 and they are already on single digits life totals. So I think that favors our Dash.io player, because fatigue is probably not going to be a factor into this game.
Single digits is Ira Scarlet Revenger. Jefferson descends on down to 8 life. And a Symbiosis shot is going to finish up this chain. Another 2 is accepted. He's down to 6, folks. He's got an 8 life deficit to Dash.io, and there are plenty of cards left in deck. Let's see what Jefferson thinks is so important to take all that damage.
He took a lot of damage this turn in order to keep this 2-card hand. It's just a blue and a cut through.
Which is curious. I mean, maybe he's just thinking that cut through is going to come in at a break point and probably force through a Mask of Momentum trigger, which could spell doom for what is left on the combat chain, really hoping to draw into a 1-for-5 that Gustavo cares about. But it's a risky play, honestly.
It's a very risky play. He's trying to pressure Gustavo into having to block as soon as possible, it seems. And this cut through coming in for 4 and threatening a mask draw is a really powerful effect. He had to go to single-digit life totals in order to do that, but this is indeed a powerful play by Jefferson here.
There are 2 non-blocks in the hand of our Dash.io player, so it's going to be hard for him to respect this on-hand effect and also have a good turn. Sometimes you got to just wonder, like, how bad can it possibly be to give them a Mask of Momentum draw? Looks like he's going to get it. He flashed it so fast. I feel like it might have been a pick up the point.
I gotta talk to these Brazilian players. They are purposefully doing that to not let us casters do our job the best way possible, man.
That's okay. Sometimes it is better for us to live in the dark, same as the players. Looks like the draw was another ineffectual blue here. Pouncing Chi is just going to be for 1. Would have, of course, been for 2 off the Tiger Stripe. No. It has to be 2 action cards, right? Yeah. So never mind. Disregard me on that. Tiger Stripe Shuko just serving as a Blade Break 2. But both the life totals of these players are at parity. 6 plays 6, but Dash.io has 5 cards and a Cerebellum Processor from the arsenal at the ready. And hey, we've still got 2 activations of that Confection Amplifier. So 2 of these attacks are probably going to have Dominate, especially because he's playing out a Yellow Boom Grenade from hand.
Especially at 6, those 2 counters on Convection Amplifier begins to be very, very threatening.
Yeah, this one's going to have Dominate here, Filipe, which is going to buy the Mask of Momentum because the Boom Grenade on hit is just too threatening at this point. To forego again, getting maximum value here.
Convection Amplifier showing off why it's such a good card for Dash.io to close out games with. Right now, it's making it so Jefferson has to give his powerful equipment in order to stop these on hits and stopping the boom grenades for being activated.
Achilles Accelerator activation here, which means that there is going to be an extra action point with which Gustavo can work. It's a blue T-Bone coming out with boost, of course. Even though it's not the most powerful attack, it is threatening an on-hit from Boom Grenade, which means that it's going to buy the Fandel Spring Tunic from Jefferson.
At 6 life, Jefferson, seeing a T-Bone even for 1, needs to think carefully about that, given the Boom Grenade on the arena.
And 0 to 60 4-go again with Dominate thanks to the Convection Amplifier. There's no defense reactions in the hand of Jefferson, so that means this Boom Grenade is going to connect.
And that's such an awkward attack to block, especially because Jefferson had to give his equipment before.
He blocks 3, and the Boom Grenade goes off. He descends down to 2. That's the 3rd Boom Grenade that has hit this game. This is exactly what Dash.io needs to do against the value train of Ira.
And at 2 life, he's activating his Teclo Foundry Heart in order to generate a few resources and attacking with Symbiosis Shot for lethal, demanding a card from Jefferson's hand. He really wanted to keep those 2 cards in order to mount an offensive with Kodachi, and an attack, but he will not be able to do that. He needs to use a card for defense here.
Which means that no matter what, he is not going to be able to threaten the life of Gustavo Vacilotto. Oh, and that means he's going to get the 2nd card as well because there was a Boom Grenade on top. Dash.io activated, generating an action point to swing that Symbiosis Shot once again. So even though that Boom Grenade is not going to be threatening any value on any extra turn, it still bought the last card from Jefferson, which means that he's not going to be able to threaten any damage, let alone lethal.
Exactly, and now we see why Gustavo decided to activate that Teclo Foundry Heart in the last turn. He wanted to fish for a iron on the top of his deck in order to get this additional action point to attack with the Symbiosis Shot.
0 to 60.
And he got there.
0 to 60 in the blue, normally non-threatening, but when lethal is on the stack, it buys a card from your opponent. CNC blocks that out there.
Especially at 2 life now, every single extra action point from the Dash.io player means another attack from Symbiosis Shot for lethal.
And it also means a card draw off of Cerebellum Processor, a card draw that Gustavo had complete information about thanks to his hero ability. Zipper Hit is the next attack on this combat chain. 5-go again. This could be it, folks. Jefferson has found a defense reaction in Sync below, but it might just be too late.
Might be too little too late, Bryce. Gustavo is coming up hot and steady. Jefferson needs to block with all his cards here. He needs to block with 2 cards in Zipper Hit, and there's more coming on this turn.
Gustavo is hot with the chutzpah. Outpaces the next attack here. Sync below covers it up entirely, but the Zipper Hit out of hand is going to shore this one up. And if it didn't, that Symbiosis Shot on the back of it surely would have followed.
Yeah, we saw Gustavo being able to pressure and non-stop pressure after a few turns of disruption from the Ira player. He came back, threw some damage in, did a pivot turn to be able to take the lead of the game, and from there he never let it go, and he rode it to victory until the last turn.
Gustavo took a huge look to the sky in relief as he took that game because Dash.io is super powerful, but I have to imagine it's very stressful to pilot as well because you've got a lot of stuff to manage. You're constantly burning cards in deck to go again, go again, go again. You've also got to connect with those Boom Grenades, otherwise you're just not going to get there in the end. But in this case, once again, we got a Brazilian player ascending to X and O further on in this, the Calling São Paulo, as part of one of 120 destinations in the Flesh and Blood World Tour 2025. Folks, we've got a pro tour next month, but there's another one to qualify for shortly thereafter. Check out Valda Seismic Impact, folks. We're going to get an adult version of this beloved hero, and it is all in preparation for Pro Quest Singapore. That's going to run from April 19th to May 18th, 2025, and there are some illustrious prizes on the docket. Do you love Guardians?
I love to play against Guardians as a wizard. But no, yeah, Valda seems very nice. I've played a little bit on Blitz with her, so I'm stoked to see how she will make her transition into CC.
I've heard a lot of people a little chuffed at the fact that she's not starting with 42 life. LSS was too scared to give her those extra 2 points of life. I can think of the 2023 U.S. National Champion, Charles Dunn, the fatigue fat cat himself. He's a little bummed about that, but nevertheless, I think her impact will be seismic, Filipe.
Exactly. I mean, given that LSS was conservative into giving her a little bit of life, it makes me think that she's getting a lot of powerful cards instead to compensate for that, right?
Some of those powerful cards are on display here as participation prizes and top 8 prizes, along with some really beautiful playmats featuring other Guardian equipment and also heroes. We've got top 2 playmats as Jarl Vitriti, and then the judge playmat is, of course, going to be that hammer. So, folks, get out to ProQuest, the ProQuest season that'll lead up to the Pro Tour in Singapore. Again, that's April 19th to May 18th, 2025. Whew! It keeps on going, Filipe.
Yes,
the games are just nonstop.
It was another banger, yeah. Seeing Dash.io just power through her opponent, it's really nice. I really like playing Dash.io as well. As you said, it's a really hard deck to play because you have to be getting those boom grenades off and get the items off the top of your deck. But it's also a really, really nice when it does pan out and you're able to power through your opponent with all the extra action points and the extra activations and the extra damage from the grenades. It's a really, really fun deck to play. I really, really like it, Dash.io. And it seems like Brazilians like too, because Dash.io is very well represented in the field today.
If you like Brazilians, we've got more of them. Up next, folks, we've got Jarl versus Florian. So it's going to be an earth/ice showdown. We're going back to Aria, and we're going to be in the arena with 2 heavy hitters. Not from heavy hitters, of course, but instead the elemental champions themselves. So sit tight. We will be back after a short break.
And more Airton dance.
Oh, do the Airton, right after this. South America has continued to be a powerhouse of flesh and blood action, and we have something very special because we only have one Latin American player besides Brazilians that are currently in contention for top 64, and it's an Argentinian. So we will see if our Argentine friends are going to be the bulwark against the outward invaders, some of my countrymen in the top 8. So let's proceed on down to the match floor, folks. As promised, it is 2 elemental heroes, both of which can have earth cards in their decks, but one of which can have ice as well. That's right, it's Florian Rotwood Harbinger on the left side of your screen going first. That's Darcy Camargo being the pilot there. And then on the right side of your screen, Ignacio Villasuso on Jarl Vitriti, the last bastion of Argentinian glory, here for all to see.
And I don't know if you know, Bryce, but there's a big rivalry here in South America between Brazil and Argentina, especially when it's related to soccer games. So we have a huge rivalry with Argentina. So this is a very, very good matchup to see Brazilians against Argentinians facing up against each other.
Do South Americans like soccer?
Just a little bit. not that much. And it's interesting because Ignacio, the Argentinian player, is playing Jarl Vitriti, which is kind of like a bluish hero, while the Brazilian is playing Florian, which is kind of like a greenish hero with all these earth cards.
Those are the respective colors of the flags,
exactly.
Right?
So it's like the green Brazil, like flavored hero against the bluish Argentinian flavored hero. So it's a very flavorful match here we get in our hands.
It's not just an elemental grudge that these two players have. It's also a nationality grudge.
Exactly. They are playing for their nation's pride here. Brazil against Argentina in the best soccer fashion we could possibly have.
There was an amazing start for our Florian player. He was able to play a Germinate and generate 2 Runechant tokens plus an embodiment of Earth token. Ignacio, however, just forced to follow up with a Sledge of Anvilheim on his first turn of the game. So this big old warrior hammer is coming in for 6, going to be blocked for 3 by another Germinate, and Darcy is going to descend on down to 41.
And apart from all the rivalry, here I really want to give a shout out to our Argentinian fellow Fab players because it's a community that's starting to develop and starting to thrive. Ignacio made top 8 at the Tampa Calling in the world premiere of Rosetta. So it's really nice to see South America, not only Brazil, but Argentina and the other countries we have around, really shine in the world stage.
Darcy with an absolute uppercut of a response here. It's Bramble Spark fused, combined with a Command and Conquer. So 3 Arcane shored up by a blue in Ignacio's hand, and then 3/3 blocks to cover up the Command and Conquer, which is coming in for far more than it should be. Comandario y Conquista.
Comandare, conquistar.
Conquistar. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it by the end of the day, I swear, Filipe. So forced to just draw back up and pass is our Argentinian. Back over to Darcy. 41 plays 42. This is going to be a long game, folks, because both of these heroes want the game to go long.
Yes, both Florian and Jarl want to get the long game going, and they want to extract value and maybe possibly get close to fatigue situations. So I think we'll see a long one here, Bryce.
The one way in which Florian doesn't want to play slow is in terms of their decomposes. And the first one comes out here with this Felling of the Crown, which unfortunately was paid for with 3 reds. Could be an amazing pitch stack, which will definitely be relevant in this game. But for now, the first Decompose is online. 2 Earth cards in the bin, ready to power up that Florian ability.
I think this will be one of the important things to watch out for in this game, especially on the early turns of the game, because Florian is really a very different hero when his hero ability is turned on. So it will be very important to see how fast Darcy, the Florian player, is able to decompose and turn on the Florian's ability. And once he's done that, he will be able to extract so much more value. So if he's able to do that at an early stage, at the early stages of the game, he will be able to extract more value more quickly. So he will be able to deploy his game plans faster and be able to put Ignacio's Jarl deck more against the wall.
It'll be a tug of war, a value tug of war between a giant hammer and some gloves plus a blade. ultimately, both of these players are going to try to get a lot of value out of their weapons, which are normally kind of pieces of inevitability against aggressive decks. But in this case, it'll be much more of like a chip away at each other as we go. Jarl is going to want to pitch 1 blue with the Tunic resource to send Sledge of Anvilheim for 6. Meanwhile, Darcy is going to want to pitch 1 blue once his hero ability is online to generate 2 Rune Chant tokens and send Reaping Blade. In general, I tend to want to give, if the game divulges into that back and forth, I tend to give the advantage to the Florian player simply because he's sending split damage rather than just physical. But do you feel the same?
I think it's very interesting situation is about how they get to the end game. Because if life totals are high, I tend to agree with you. But if the life totals are low enough that both players need to start giving cards to each other, I would give the advantage to Jarl because Jarl would demand 2 cards to be blocked with against his weapon, while Florian will demand 1 card to be blocking against Reaping Blade, while the other card will have to be pitched to stop the arcane damage. So in fatigue situations, that can make a difference.
If you're having a little bit of PTSD, folks, that's because an Oaken just hit the combat chain and it was fused with 1 card. Yes, the armory deck that Jarl Vitriti got gave him a plethora of Ice Earth cards, which means that you no longer have to jump through as many hoops to fuse these Oaken. But right now, it looks like Darcy is going to cover it up. Yeah, it's no, not completely, right? No, it was it was 7 plus 3. Yeah. So covered up completely is this Oaken, which means that Darcy is not going to have to put any cards to the bottom of his deck, and that super powerful card is looking a little bit less as it goes into the graveyard without an on-hit.
And here again, I just want to point out that we see yet another deck that's powered up by armory decks that puts a few very powerful cards into the heroes, like Jarl. Jarl was he was non-existent before, but not only that, like when you look at Dash.io, getting Fast and Furious and Cerebellum Processor and these kinds of cards, Armory decks has been very good to infuse life into some of heroes from the past and give life to some new heroes like Jarl.
Darcy responding to that fused Oaken with a very efficient Enlightened Strike for 7. But Ignacio is able to respond with a Rootbound Carapace plus a card from hand in order to shore up all of that damage and get his first Decompose online. It's always curious in these Jarl decks to see how much they actually care about decomposing, because Jarl has a bunch of different options. You can really lean into the Earth side of the hero ability, run Plow Unders and Felling of the Crowns, or you can kind of just say, you know what, I'm just going to do Guardian good stuff and present good damage. Also, just try to send a Frostbite my opponent's way every now and then. Mangle a piece of equipment while they're at it.
Yeah, and given Jarl is a pretty new hero that was added to the game, we see lists fluctuating from one side or the other a lot. We see some lists more focused on Earth cards and some lists more focused on Ice cards. So I'm really interested to see what Ignacio is leaning more on, the Ice cards or the Earth cards.
A little bit of damage comes through from that big hammer. 36 plays 34. We're back on the Florian side of the board, who is pitching a yellow to play out a So Tomorrow. This is one of those cards that could be really useful, especially in a fatigue state that usually Guardians want to get to. The chosen target for this So Tomorrow is a Felling of the Crown, which means that there is just one more of those in the deck with which to use. A side benefit of So Tomorrow is that it goes directly to the Banished Zone. Normally, that's kind of a debuff, so you can't constantly just keep refreshing cards from your graveyard into your deck. But in this case, it also serves to power up that Florian hero ability even faster, and the follow-up is a Command and Conquer.
Yeah, we see that Darcy already has, with the help of that So Tomorrow, we already see 6 Earth cards on his Banished Zone, so it's turn 5 and he's almost turned on already. One more Decompose card and he will have his hero ability turned on.
Looks like he's found defense reactions, but no Decompose ones, and also kind of an awkward hand besides. So it's a little bit of a detriment to our Florian player that this Sledge is only coming in for 6 this turn. But because all of the cards in your deck matter so much, you have to extract maximum value out of them if you're going to go the distance.
Exactly, and here it's interesting to see how Darcy will approach this turn exactly because of what you pointed out, Darcy. He could, for example, simply throw 2 defense reactions in front of this weapon attack, but he would not be utilizing his cards to the maximum potential. So here he's opting to block with only one defense reaction and take 2 damage in order to preserve cards on his deck. Thinking of the long game, he has to play against Jarl.
That's an excellent point because he's going to see these cards time and time again, which is why, for example, Enlightened Strike is just such a mainstay in this game. The fact that you can send essentially, like, it's a 2-card 7 when you choose buff power, but what it does is it puts all of that power on 1 card, which means that you can still have value in your deck for later on with that other card that was put to the bottom.
Exactly. It's what some players like to call deck damage. Enlightened Strike is a very good card to do deck damage because you're essentially trading. If you think about value, you're trading 2 cards for 2 cards from the opponent, give or take, because you're sending 1 card into the attack and putting another card on the bottom of your deck for a total of 7 damage, which will probably take 2 cards out of your opponent's hand, value-wise. But if you think about cards exchanged, you're only exchanging 1 card in the form of Enlightened Strike for 2 cards from your opponent.
Wow, folks, we got a Frozen to Death resolved here and fused with another Frozen to Death, which means that Ignacio Villasuso has taken away the most important piece of equipment from Darcy Camargo because Grasp of the Arknight was used to block that fused Oaken-Old. All of a sudden, his value train of generate 2 Rune Chants and swing the Reaping Blade, which is what he wants to do over and over again for the rest of the game once he's turned on, is just null and void. There's no more Grasp of the Arknight to do it. So all of a sudden, that advantage that we were assigning to Florian if the game goes longer and if the life totals are high in the endgame, it's just gone.
Yeah, that value engine is no more. So this is a very important part of the game that it's kind of like one of the first quests Jarl has to do in order to win the game, especially against Florian. He has to get rid of the important equipment, and he did this already on turn 7. So things are going pretty well for Ignacio here.
Ignacio is so happy to see the Frozen to the Deaths so early and so happy to have forced his opponent to block with that Grasp of the Arknight. Because, like you said, mini quest has been accomplished already, and it has been done to devastating effect, given the way that Florian Rotwood Harbinger wants to play these endgames. So Ignacio is totally fine to sit back and let his sledge do the talking.
Exactly, and it was really important that Darcy decided to use that Grasp of the Arknight as a blocking piece earlier on, because usually what happens is you want to save your important equipment against Jarl, so you kind of make them have to cast Crumble to Eternity first to put the -1 counter on your important piece of equipment, and then cast the Frozen to Death to destroy the equipment. But since he blocked with it, Ignacio only really had to do half of these actions in order to destroy the Grasp of the Arknight.
But he's going to do Crumble to Eternity anyway because he's got his eyes set on that Fiendal Spring Tunic in the chest slot of Darcy Camargo. Also, a very important piece for going the distance, generating constant value throughout the game. The advantage there is, of course, that even though the Grasp of the Arknight is gone, Fiendal Spring Tunic can always be cashed in for a Reaping Blade. In this case, a lot of overpitching going on the side of our Brazilian as he sends 2 cards to send that Reaping Blade thanks to the Frostbite token generated by Crumble to Eternity. And if you think that's it for Crumble to Eternity, no, indeed. It's going to pop at the start of Ignacio's turn and confer Dominate to whatever attack he wants to throw next. Oh, but he's got more Dominate because it's going to be a Terra Sunder into Sledge of Anvilheim. So if it was going to have Dominate before, it's got Super Dominate now. And on hit, destroy 2 cards in the hand of Darcy Camargo. And it doesn't look like he's going to be able to shore it up here. He does have defense reactions, but both of them are in hand. Perhaps one of the Shelter from the Storms, yes, made its way into the arsenal previously in this game. So no Terra Sunder on hit effect here. And even though Ignacio has committed so many cards to that play, he's bought a couple from his opponent's deck, proceeding back over to the Florian player.
Yeah, and importantly here we see that Darcy doesn't have a very strong offensive hand going on. He drew a couple hands full of defense reactions and blues, and that when you don't have your grasp of the Arcanite anymore means you're only swinging with Ripping Blade for an entire turn, which is not the position you want to be in as the Florian player.
Not when your opponent is sending like a 1-ton hammer every single turn.
Exactly. Because you give your opponent the space to throw in a hammer that is worth 2 attacks of your Ripping Blade. And here you see Felling of the Crown coming out from the other side of the game. I think we're going to see a lot of Felling of the Crowns flying over the board this game.
I think the crown will be properly felled by the time
Yes.
by the time this game is over. I think for the rest of the day, no Earth heroes will be able to fell any more crowns because there won't be any left to
Yes.
fell. We'll consult the judge on that and see if we can get that card absolutely removed from everybody's deck after this game.
And it's such a powerful card, right? I mean, Earth heroes, they really shine when they are throwing Felling after Felling because it's such a powerful card to have. And here we see Darcy finally finding another source of decompose in order to be able to activate Florian's hero power, and from now on Florian will be generating a lot of value.
But with 2 Germinates gone from the deck and also the Grasp of the Arcanite already destroyed by the imposing Jarl Vitriti, I don't know how much value Florian is going to be able to extract here, because these decks, Florian is built to utilize Grasp of the Arcanite. Right?
Yes.
There's not a ton of cards in his deck that are just going to generate rune chance besides Germinate.
Exactly. He has, I think, Arcane Seeds, maybe Oath of Arcanites in blue, but that's true. That's not that much. He's really relying on the Grasp of the Arcanite to do the biggest part of the rune chant generation after Florian is turned on.
And case in point here, this is the first instance in which Grasp of the Arcanite should have been activated here if it still existed, and then go into the swing of this Reaping Blade. So already Ignacio's early frozen to death play has saved him 2 Arcane with which he had to deal. So, I mean, if we can put a counter on the screen, we would, but right now Ignacio is +2 life, and it's only going to get worse from here.
Yeah, every single turn is going to mount up because the Florian bread and butter play would be to activate this Grasp of Arcanite every single turn he can once he's activated. So every turn the game that passes in the game, it's 2 more damage that Ignacio is saving by having had destroyed already the Grasp of the Arcanite.
I don't know, man. In terms of the Argentinian-Brazilian rivalry, it's looking like it's going blue.
Man, wait. There is still a lot of game to go on. Let's not get ourselves into that. I'm still positive that the Brazilian will find a way here because, I mean, it's a rivalry, man. I cannot say anything else.
Well, if the life totals are any indication, there is still a lot of flesh and blood to play here, folks. 34 plays 34 with 36 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. I kind of think that this game is going to go the distance. Do you agree?
I agree. I think we're going on like, I mean, it's already turn 10, and the life totals is 34 to 34. Last round, turn 10, I think was already over. The other round, turn 10, people had already gone down to 2 life and back to 20 life and down to 1 life again. And here we see our players still at 34 life. So yeah, I would say this game is going the distance.
Perhaps instead of an emotional roller coaster, it'll be like an emotional, I don't know, what's like a slow ride. I guess waiting in line for a ride.
For a ride, yeah.
Instead of an emotional roller coaster, we're in
Yeah.
an emotional queue
Yeah.
at this point to the end game state of this game before us. For now, we are proceeding ever closer, and our Florian player is trying to extract whatever value they can by fusing a Bramble Spark into Plow Under. So that card in Ignacio's arsenal is going to go to the bottom of the deck, and he's going to face down 9 physical damage here.
So let's put that counter up to 4 because with the help of the Tunic counters, the Grasp could have been activated again this turn.
That's an excellent point, Filipe. So we're at 4, I think. 4 rune chants stuffed
4
by
now.
Frozen to Death. Blocks are 2 defense reactions from hand, Shelter from the Storm, and Rootbound Carapace, which means that Ignacio is on his 3rd decompose of the game. At this point, it's important to mention that Jarl has kind of already gotten all of the value he needs off of Decompose, save for the extra block value on his Rootbound Carapace. I mean, there's no 8 Earth cards in the Banished Zone goal for Jarl to reach.
Yeah, for Jarl, it's just a matter of activating his Felling of the Crowns and being able to throw as much damage as possible with them. For Florian, though, it's more important, but Florian already achieved that. So I think Both heroes already are on full power mode, and we're going to see them battle from now on until the end of the game, who promises to be a long one.
And we see something that we're probably going to see quite a few more times in this game. It's a blue in the pitch, and with Fiendal Spring Tunic, Sledge of Anvilheim for 6. And this is the real value proposition of this card. I mean, Jarl has access to a lot of really powerful offhand equipment. He's got Rampart of the Ram's Head and Stalagmite, Bastion of Eisenloft. But in this case, you've got to go for the two-handed weapon because it is just too powerful. Essentially, whenever you have Tunic online, you get to send a 1-card 6 that doesn't do any of that deck damage that we were talking about earlier.
Exactly, and since the whole game plan of Ignacio's Jarl deck here is to go the distance in these games, the Tunic will be on 3 counters for a lot of turns. So he will be able to maximize his usage of the Tunic counters, throwing 1-for-6s every 3 turns of the game, who promises to go long. And have a lot of turns to do that.
And now that the gloves are off of his opponent, of course, Ignacio has the green light to just say, I want this game to go as many turns as humanly possible. There's a little bit of extra value generation on the side of our Florian player, because this is Arcane Seed's life, generating 1 life and now 4 Runechant tokens, thanks to the fact that his hero now has text.
Yes, and here we see one of the cards that can still generate Runechants and use Florian's hero power. And we see a Fruits of the Forest being pitched to gain 2 life. A little bit stronger in Verdance than in Florian, but still very good in Florian, right?
And Darcy is forced to use the Tunic counter to send Reaping Blade. I think we can add another 2 value to the Frozen to Death play, because Darcy would have much rather used that blue Fruits of the Forest to pitch into Grasp of the Arknight at the beginning of the turn and then send the Reaping Blade. Instead, he's forced to just gain life off of it. Ignacio, our Argentinian player, discards a Shelter from the Storm to block 3 Runechants, takes 1, and then blocks out the rest of the Reaping Blade with a card from hand. So passing back over to Jarl, it's 31, plays 34.
Yes, I think you are 100% correct, Bryce. He would much rather use Fruits of the Forest in that sense, pitching for grass, because as we were talking about it, in card economy terms, these fruits only traded for 2 value, which is not what you want to be trading your cards for in this matchup. The cards should be... We should be looking to trade our cards for like more value out of the opponent. So, for example, this Fruits of the Forest could be deployed as an attack in the late game when your deck is full of blues in order to demand 5 value out of your opponent instead of the 2 value it got by being utilized as a gain 2 ability.
A Bread and Butter Ice card hits the combat chain. It's Winter's Bite, which not only forced Darcy to lose a card from hand after pitching to Winter's Bite's effect, but because there's an exposed equipment slot, Jarl is got the go-ahead to give his opponent Frostbite. Those digits are getting quite cold, especially now that they're exposed, wouldn't you say, Filipe? So there's a Frostbite token on the side of our Rotwood Harbinger, and Sledge of Anvilheim connects for its full value. Darcy down to 28 life versus Ignacio's 31.
Yes, and here we start to see how the end game is going to play out, because these weapon attacks, especially the Sledge of Anvilheim's attacks, are going to be considered to be blocked by Darcy while he still have the life to give, so he will ponder blocks and thinking about value. So he decides to take this damage this turn in order to get value out of his hand. But in a few turns, it's not going to be possible anymore. He's going to have to use his cards to block because he will not have the life to give anymore. And that's how the fatigue strategies of both Jarl and Florian, to be honest, start to shine when you start to demanding cards from your opponent's hands every single turn.
And we see the way in which this endgame state is making our players play. Because after this fused Bramble Spark into E-Strike, Darcy chooses Buff Power, even though he had an exposed Arsenal slot. So usually your normal play with Enlightened Strike in that situation is draw a card and put one in Arsenal. But in this case, the deck damage is more important than just generating value off of drawing cards, right? You want to maximize the value that each card is getting out of your deck rather than out of each turn cycle.
Exactly. And that's how we see the different play patterns emerge in this specific type of game where you feel like it's going to fatigue.
Oh my goodness, Felipe. I think I see a Felling of the Crown pummel play in the hand of Ignacio Villasuso. The difficult part about it is that the Felling of the Crown effect is reciprocal when you decompose with it. So Ignacio would have to put one of those cards in his hand at the bottom. So it's a little bit awkward, which is probably why he decides to block here. This Reaping Blade has go again thanks to Trot Along, which is another one of those 3-block blues that are normally draft chaff from the hunted, but are making their way into CC decks
CC
right and left.
staple as well. Trot along.
In this case, that pummel is not long for this world. It's just going to block 2 of the damage from this plow under, which means that 1 goes the way of Ignacio's face, and he's got himself a 1-life deficit against his opponent, but he's doing the thing that Jarl wants to do. Tunic counter, blue, Sledge of Anvilheim, 1 card 6.
Yeah, even though he had both pummel and Felling in hand, Tunic was on 2 counters, meaning that on his turn he would tick up to 3 counters, sounding like this especially good spot to just swing Sledge. So he blocked with 3 cards, kept the blue in his hand in order to do the Sledge play, which he wants to be doing every 3 turns.
If it seems crazy to you folks, you have to remember that Florian is packing plenty of defense reactions. So in reality, that pummel might just be shored up, and Ignacio would be playing into giving his opponent value on those defense reactions that are really going to clump up a lot of his turns. In this case, Ignacio, once again, because he's destroyed that Grasp of the Arknight, says, I want this game to go as many turns as possible. If I can do that, eventually the cards in my deck are going to get more value than the cards in my opponent's deck because I've got a 1-ton hammer.
Yes, and then you will put your opponent in the impossible position of deciding if he's gonna trade value or cards with you. He can't save both, and that's where Jarl shines and is able to fatigue his opponents.
So the life totals are still at parity here. We're back over to Florian Rotwood Harbinger, 27 plays 27, Brazil versus Argentina in this round 5 of Calling Sao Paulo. There's a weakest link on the combat chain coming in for 6. Let's see if Ignacio cares about it. Yeah, looks like it gets full respect. Blocking 6 is Ignacio, and we pass over to his turn, which I would have to imagine, yes indeed, 2 cards in the pitch, sending a Sledge of Anvilheim.
I think we already see Ignacio moving on towards that game state and the game plan of just blocking and swinging with Sledge every single turn and start demanding cards every single turn from his opponent.
Canopy Shelter devoted to the blocks on this Sledge of Anvilheim, which is not going to shore up all of the damage, but it's going to extract a little bit more value from the Florian hero ability, generating 2 Might tokens instead of 1, thanks to 8 Earth cards in the Banished Zone. And then it's a Felling of the Crown. I think this is the 3rd one this game, which means we're going to see 1 more, because remember that So Tomorrow found itself another Felling of the Crown to recycle back into the deck. So this is going to be coming in for 10 thanks to those 2 Might tokens and bottoming a card from Ignacio's hand.
Yeah, this is the 3rd from Darcy, right? Because we saw already 1 from Ignacio as well. And I think Ignacio blocked with 1 in the turn where you mentioned that was a pummel and a Felling in Ignacio's hand, so I think we're going to see 1 more from each player in this game.
Unforgetting, Unforgiving is devoted to the block. This is another one of those cards that came out with Jarl Vitriti. It allows our Jarl player to search tutor for a Mangle, which just went to the bottom of the deck. It's the last one in his deck, so he finds it there, and yeah, and he's allowed to do that because there is an equipment in his opponent's suite that has a -1 defense counter on it, which means that those Gauntlets of Boreal Domain, which also came out in the Armory deck, the first ever legendary in any Armory deck in our game, are going to be activated for a little bit of extra value. Looks like there's an Earth card in the pitch, which means that this Mangle comes in for 10 instead of 8. Also, by the way, on crush, which is 4 or more damage to the opposing hero, he will be able to destroy that Fiendel Spring Tunic.
And it's a very powerful effect. The same effect as Frozen to Death, but on a crush on hit by Mango. It's the most powerful line that your all decks can throw. Block with Unforgetting, Unforgiving, finding the Mango, activating Gauntlets, and swinging a dominated Mango for 10.
Looks like Darcy does have a good way to shore up this damage because he has a 4 defense block in hand. Haunting Rendition will block for 4 on this Mangle, but if he's planning on just doing that plus Canopy Shelter, he's going to need a little bit of help from his equipment because one of the things I love about Gauntlets of Boreal Domain is if you're pitching into it, like maybe it seems like sending another blue card into your pitch is not enough value, but with the way the math of Crush works, it basically makes it so that 9 times out of 10, you're not going to be able to just put 2 cards in front of it and not get crushed. Really, what Guardian wants to do is force more cards out of your opponent's deck, devote it to the block to avoid these crush effects, so that the Sledge of Anvilheim can just swing for one more turn.
Exactly. And here we see Ignacio wonderfully performing this strategy. He's been able to swing the Sledge and then swing with Mango and then destroying the Grasp early enough in the game to make a big difference. And it's even though he is below in life totals, I would say strategy-wise, he's been able to develop his strategy to win this game more precisely than Darcy is doing.
And I have to say, I just love that Ignacio is running Mangle, because Mangle is like kind of the namesake card of Jarl. He's the first card where he was ever depicted in the art.
Before Jarl, he was the Mango guy, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's the Mangle guy. And now he finally has a name, probably, what, 2 years after Mangle was printed? 3 years, maybe?
Something like that.
Bottom line, we've been waiting to see what Jarl really is for a very long time, and it's on full display here in the hands of our Argentinian competitor. Sledge of Anvilheim, once again for 6. 21 plays 26. There's a little bit of a life lead on the side of our Brazilian, but I have to think that the advantage is in the hands of our frozen Elemental Guardian.
Yes, and you asked me the last game, Bryce, what's coming out this Ira player? It's a Kodachi. And then I ask you, what is coming out of a Jarl player?
Eeny, meeny, miny, Sledge of Anvilheim. And this is the normal part of the game where we would be reaching pitch stack, but it's important to note that both of these players, or no, I think only one of these players has shuffled their deck. Ignacio Villasuso played the Unforgetting Unforgiving, which allowed him to tutor for the Mangle, which meant he had to shuffle. I think Darcy's Plow Under just put that Felling on the bottom of the deck, so I don't think he was forced to shuffle. So we're going to have a pitch stack starting on the side of Darcy, but not on the side of our Guardian player.
Yes, we are reaching the second cycle here, which means we're going to see all those cards that were pitched early in the game by our players come back again at the top of their decks, and they're going to draw them again.
And this is a good little bit of tech for our Florian player. This is why you can't quite count him out of this game. He's certainly down, but Channel the Millennium Tree can sneak a lot of damage into Jarl. Even though he is the defense master, in this case, he's only brought Null Rune Boots with which to block arcane damage, which means that the amp off of Channel the Millennium Tree, which is usually going to be donated to a Rune Chant token, is going to always sneak in 3 damage there. The follow-up on Ignacio's side of the board is Plow Under, which is going to clear that arsenal from Darcy and come in for 6 physical damage.
Yes, the Channel the Millennium Trees are such important cards in fatigue scenarios because you can push damage with them. It will be challenging for Darcy, though, because his main way of generating arcane damage was the Grasp of the Arcanite that he doesn't have anymore. So it will be interesting to see how he is going to be able to generate those rune chants that are so important to pair up with the Channel the Millennium Trees.
Oh, folks, it's the first pummel of the game. One of potentially one more that we can see, at least in the red, if Ignacio is running it. So this Plow Under is going to connect not just for 3, but 7 and force a discard from Darcy. And that card discarded is going to be much more important for the long game here rather than just the short-term disruption that it will cause.
Yeah, and we see a Trot Along being discarded. Darcy played with discarding the Felling. I think he's not going to be able to generate a rune chant to use the Channel the Millennium Tree this turn. He will gonna have to just throw the Felling there. Yes, that's what he's doing, which is a powerful play because Felling is one of the best Earth cards there is, but we are not utilizing the Channel the Millennium Tree to its fullest potential, which could be a path to victory from our Florian player here.
Yeah, so Channel the Millennium Tree is just going to go right back to the soil from which it came at the end of this turn. Only 3 sneaky arcane damage able to be generated off of it. And in this case, with the Jarl hero having so many more cards in deck, in theory, he's probably going to be just fine. Yep, throwing out a Pulse of Eisenloft, blocking 6 of that damage, taking 2, and by the way, pitching a Remembrance to boot. So if you thought that this game was going to be over anytime soon, you are absolutely wrong. Our Jarl player is ready to go the distance.
Even though the life totals are getting down, especially with this Remembrance pitch, I think it's going to be down to cards, right? Because we are going to run out of cards eventually faster than we're going to run out of life totals for both our players here.
Life totals are currently sitting at 15 plays 16. We're on the side of Florian Rotwood Harbinger, who has a 1 life deficit currently and is sending a Runic Reclamation, one of those cards that helps in the long game because it's just got 1 extra value printed on it. A 2-card 7 is always better than a 2-card 6 because you're technically trading up. Your opponent gives you 2 cards out of their deck to block the maximum amount of damage that they can, but they still take 1. So Ignacio should be descending down to 15 with his opponent. We just got to update these life totals here as a Sledge of Anvilham comes across once again.
Yeah, and we're going to see this over and over from now on. Ignacio deploying this ledge every single turn to start taxating Darcy's cards. And we see the 3rd and last channel, the Millennium Tree, in Darcy's hands, which could be a path to do some unpreventable damage with the Rune Chants, but he can't really build a lot of Rune Chants now without the Grasp, so we saw him already blocking with 1 channel the Millennium Tree. Maybe he will go the same way. No, he decided not to block with the channel the Millennium Tree this time. Blocked with Condemn to Swarming, Gloomveil, and a Canopy Shelter. Canopy, that's a very good card after Florian is turned on because it not only generates 2 value out of blocking, but it also generates 1 extra mighty token. So it generates 4 value out of 1 card, which is pretty good.
Looks like these Might tokens are going to be buffing up the Reaping Blade that is on the combat chain currently. Pitching a channel to the Millennium Tree is our Brazilian Runeblade player, trying to save it for later, seeing if he can sneak in a little bit more value. But Ignacio has taken 5 here, something that I kind of never thought our Guardian player would do, but that must mean he's got some heat coming out, and it's an Oakenold fused the old-fashioned way with 2 cards, a Channel Lake Frigid and a Felling of the Crown, so there's plenty of damage left in this Jarl deck, as well as some evasive damage in Dominate. Have we found a defense reaction? I didn't think I saw it before Darcy put his hand on the table.
Yeah, I think he pitched first cycle a few when he drew like 4 red card hands, but I'm not sure if he already got back to them this time. So maybe he'll have to use equipment to try and stop this Oakenold, but even then, I don't know if he'll be able to stop it completely.
And right now, Darcy is taking a little bit of mental damage. Why? Because there are 2 cards in the hand, and even though he has seen those, there's a blind card in the arsenal. And at this point, Darcy should know that there is 1 more pummel left in the deck. We saw him checking the Banish Zone and the graveyard of our Argentinian Jarl player, which means that he smells pummel in the air, and he's very scared at this moment, as I would be in his situation.
Is there a more soul-crushing play in Flesh and Blood than pummeling an Oakenold?
You know, Blazing Aether comes to mind.
Oh no, yeah, that's a very good one. Come on.
Oh, that's fair and balanced. Huh?
That's fair and balanced. I mean, Blazing for 30, that's fine. Come on, Bryce.
Looks like there was indeed a defense reaction in the arsenal of our Brazilian. So 8 damage is covered up. Doesn't want to pop the well-grounded here. Just takes 1 damage down to 13. And 2 of these cards are going to be randomly put to the bottom. Darcy only left with 1 with which to work on this next turn. Oakenold putting in work.
Yeah, interesting decision to not pop up the well-grounded to save those 2 cards in hand. So he's really valuing not giving more extra open slots for Jarl to create Frostbites on. So his turn is just going to be a Reaping Blade with out-of-tunic counters and Arsenal.
3 is all we're seeing here, and if that card was a blue that went to the arsenal, we can chalk up 2 more value to that frozen to death play that Ignacio made very early on in this game. Hey, so nice, we'll do it twice. It's an Oakenhold fused with the exact same cards as last turn. Ignacio is totally fine not converting all of his hand here because he gets to send 2 fused Oakenholds, and that's exactly how Guardians like to close out the game. And with the defense reactions used in the arsenal and the hand of our Florian player just last turn, he's got the green light to do so. Also, there's going to be a little bit more mental damage done because there is a card that Darcy hasn't seen in the hand and still a pummel left to play.
Yes, and it gotta be so crushing here for Darcy to see yet another Oakenhold so late in the game. He can't keep cards in hand. He is just playing into Ignacio's game right now.
That being said, there is a 6 life surplus on the side of the Florian player, which means that that 3 elusive arcane damage that could come down later. Oh, and it is the pummel, ladies and gentlemen. It was the last card drawn in that hand of Ignacio Villasuso, which means that not only is this Oakenhold hitting with a soul-crushing on-hit, it also means that the mental damage can finally be done, but Darcy is going to have to take a heck of a lot of damage and discard a card before that is done.
So yeah, so discarding a card with pummel and putting 2 back down with Oakenhold is gonna have all his hands stripped, right?
So yep, 1 card is discarded. It's Oath of the Arknight, and the other 2, thanks to Oakenhold, are going to go right to the bottom of the deck, which means that all of a sudden that life surplus that our Florian player had goes the way of the birds, and Ignacio has bought himself a 2 life surplus. All Florian is able to do is draw back up and pass back over to Jarl. 7 plays 5 in this round 5 of the calling in Sao Paulo. This is some really good flesh and blood that we have seen.
Yeah, it's been a really, really good calling so far, and it's gotta be hard for Darcy because you know your opponent now has a Felling of the Crown ready to come your way, given that he was fusing Oakenhold last turn.
And he's got a way to convert the rest of his hand. This is Winter's Bite coming out, conferring a Frostbite and also a card out of Darcy's hand. He pitches a Fruits of the Forest just to avoid discarding a card here. And Ignacio then is just going to send that Felling of the Crown. He is A-OK bottoming one of these cards in his hand because, of course, that Decompose effect is reciprocal. But he's doing just fine because the deck damage has been done. He's reached the point where he is swinging for lethal every single turn against our Florian player. So I think he's still feeling really good.
Yeah, and it's very interesting play from Ignacio here. He decided to deploy the Winter's Bite to strip Darcy out of 1 card, and he knows that attacking with Felling, he will take 1 card for sure by Felling's effect, and by being at 5 life, Darcy has to commit at least 1 more card, so he's effectively leaving Darcy with only at most 1 card in hand for next turn.
Face Purgatory finally blocked with, along with an attack action and a non-attack action, which means that Ignacio is not able to save 1 card for Arsenal, but it was a blue Fruits of the Forest, which probably means it's not all that detrimental that it goes to the graveyard instead of the Arsenal. At this point, he is facing down yet another Reaping Blade from our Florian player. Because of the Frostbite, we can't attribute more value to the Frozen to Death play.
Okay.
That would have been stumped no matter what, but...
So it's only, what, 200?
Yeah, it's only like 16,000 or something at this point. Not to mention how bone-chilling and rattling it must have been for Florian to lose the Grasp of the Arknight so early in the game. Exactly. I would have to imagine that has changed the way he has approached this game in general.
Oh, for sure, because it's a centerpiece of his late-game strategy to be activating that Grasp every single turn. So by losing it so early, he had to adapt and try to change and come up with a new plan for the late game.
It's a Sledge of Anfolheim with the Tunic counter for 6. Once again, there are 2 cards remaining in Ignacio's hand, however. I do believe that the pummels are gone out of the deck, so it's curious that he decides not to. Maybe I miscounted, and he's continuing to do mental damage to his opponent.
He had a Remembrance in hand, though. I think he's going to deploy here. Yes, exactly.
This all makes sense.
And guess who's coming back for another round?
Oh, boy.
All the Oakenholds.
It honestly gives me physical pain to see 3 Oakenholds shuffled into a Jarl player's deck. Like, I don't know. I think you just have natural aversions to certain heroes because of what they've done to you over your Flesh and Blood career.
PTSD to Jarl.
Exactly. I mean, like me being a Lexi player, Oldhim was one of the scariest things I could sit across from. And seeing the fact that Darcy is going to have to face down 3 more Oakenholds the rest of this game, my heart bleeds for him.
Speaking of Oldhim, that's his Ignacio's shield, right? So he's not only playing Jarl, he's having Odin as his companion in his shields there. So he really likes the icy earth heroes, right?
Seems like he might have been an Oldham sympathizer back when he was in the meta, which makes me think he's a dirty, rotten scoundrel, Filipe. No, I'm just kidding. We absolutely love all of our Guardian players that are representing themselves here at Calling Some Paulo, even if they do some dirty, rotten things.
Especially when they don't run a lot of AB, I would add.
Yep. There are some Kano players out here.
There are a few, yes. I think 3, if I remember correctly, from our metagame breakdown. Not a lot, but...
But he's out here, baby.
Yeah.
Okay, there's some anti-fatigue tech coming out of Rites of Replenishment. This is one of those cards that Briar was playing back in the day when they were worried about Oldham fatigue. When you attack with Rites of Replenishment, if you have dealt arcane damage this turn, you may put a non-attack action card from your graveyard on the bottom of your deck. And when you attack with it, if it was fused, you can put an attack action from your graveyard at the bottom of your deck. So Earth showing one of its other themes, which is, of course, replenishment, which is on full display with Rites of Replenishment and So Tomorrow, both 2 cards that we've seen resolved this game.
This turn, actually, because Darcy played a So Tomorrow before, so he has 2 more felling of the crowns back in his deck, so you can be sure there will be more crowns falling this game, Bryce.
He is making investments in his future, but how long is his future? It's at least only 9 minutes, but maybe we'll get there a little bit sooner on the side of our Jarl player because he has drawn yet another Oakenold, and there's still a Crumble to Eternity to fuse it with 1 card. Oh, baby, 9 dominate.
Yeah, that goes an Oakenold fused with only 1 card again. That's the most powerful turn Jarl can have.
And with that Channel Millennium Tree finally making its way back into the hand of Darcy with the Arcane Seed's Life, which he probably painstakingly, pitch-stacked earlier. I'm falling over my words because this is such a devastating Oakenold at this current juncture in the game. The inevitability is definitely on the side of our Elemental Guardian at this moment. Yes, and Darcy says, no longer, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to extend my hand with the handshake, and that means that the icy man of the eternal frost is going to take this one down. And also, our Argentinian player is still in the running for top 64.
Oh my god, it's such a nice game to see Florian play against Jarl and masterfully piloted by Ignacio. He's Argentinian, but he's a nice guy. I'll give you that. So shout out to our Argentinian friends and Fab players. We didn't win this one, but we gotta get you in the next soccer match we play. Wait and see.
Well,
and
folks,
Bryce, did you get a little bit of PTSD looking how Jarl was casting Oakenodes one after another?
I'm trembling in my boots, but I can live for another day because we didn't resolve all 3 of the ones that were put on the bottom of the deck with the Remembrance. So, that's the one saving grace of that game and the one reason that I am not running from my seat right now screaming bloody murder. Okay, folks, we have got more Flesh and Blood in the tank, but first we got to talk about something very, very cool. We've seen Flesh and Blood played at the highest level, but if you want to get out there and just have a little bit of fun, it's Skirmish Season 11 that's on deck at the end of this month, March 15th to 30th. It is ongoing at the moment, folks, and there are some really cool prizes on the line. There's an Iris Scarlet Revenger in cold foil, might I add, for our winner. We've also got some beautiful playmats featuring all of the young heroes from the Hunted. Also, the first opportunity to get your hands on a cold foil Channel Lake Frigid. Cold is the best foiling for an ice card like Channel Lake Frigid, and I better believe that our last competitor would like to get his hands on one, so I wonder if he is going to be playing either in Living Legend or our other skirmish format, Blitz. Who do you like in this? Who do you like in this pie chart of heroes from the Pantheon of Immortals, Filipe?
Oh, so many heroes here to like. Like, we have old school heroes like Chain and Prism and Briar, but you have like newcomers like Zen, Verdance, and Dash.io. So you have a little bit of everything. So
yeah, we got to linger on that because you're allowed to play any hero you'd like in the Living Legend format. You are not subject only to play the ones that have ascended to and attained Living Legend status. So the fact that Dash.io is taking up a good portion of this chart, a slightly bigger one even than Dromai Ash Artist, is kind of a surprise to me. Is High Octane that powerful of a card?
It is powerful. We saw what Sam Sutherland did at Worlds back in Osaka last round, if I remember correctly, right? So we can see how powerful Dash.io can be with some of the cards that are not available to her in CC, but are available to her in Living Legend. And if you look at the chart, the first 7 most victorious heroes, Dash.io is the only one that is not Living Legend.
Wow, so out of the ban list and on the boost train is Dash.io. How about Blitz, my friend? I see Aurora taking up a massive chunk of this chart, but also Caio, who was a newcomer at one point, but now he's a mainstay from the heavy hitters set. The fact that he is performing admirably is really interesting, especially because his more intimidating counterpart has ascended out of Blitz and into the Living Legend Pantheon halls there, so no more intimidating out of our brutes, but still plenty of damage to boot.
Yes, we see what brutes can do, especially in Blitz with the lower life totals. And getting a very powerful turn out of Blood Rush Bellows is especially threatening our friend Reiner, who already ascended to Living Legend, but is also very powerful in the other brutes. We see both Caio and Levia here as well.
I got to shout out Data Doll MK2, my girl with the ones and zeros, representing a little bit of the wins here in week 1 of season 11 of Skirmish. I've played probably like 2 or 3 Data Doll games in my entire life. I did it on stream some time ago, but it was some of the most fun Flesh and Blood I have ever had. Microprocessor with that Teklo pistol. I'm blanking on the Teklo Plasma pistol is like so freaking fun. Banishing the entirety of your deck just to have it come out onto the board and set up like an item board is really, really fun. So I hope she sticks around, and I hope that a lot of people out there are having fun with her as well.
If you like Dash.io, Daradol is like Dash.io on steroids. You're just putting all the items on the arena and having fun with all of them.
Folks, get out to your local game store. Play Flesh and Blood in a little bit different of a way than we're showing you here at the Calling. Different, but not any less fun. And that's what this game is ultimately all about. Yes, fierce competition, seeing the world, but also having just a great time. And having a great time will be a fat green man from the sewers. That's right. We got a Riptide match coming up. Filipe, are you ready? Are you well-versed in traps?
And it's Riptide against Vynnset, right? Oh, it's going to be a fun one. Fun one to see.
I can't wait, personally. I am definitely a lurker of the deep myself at heart. Even though I've got a bit of a pleasing visage, I still love to get down and dirty, especially in the pits. The Outsiders set has got a really special place in my heart.
And Riptide is a deck that's probably going to get some love from the new set High C, so it's good to see what he's going to be able to do already now with his cards, and he's probably going to be more powerful in the months to come.
He's not a pirate, but he is an Undertaker. So, folks, we're going to go on a short break. Filipe and I are going to consume some calories so that we can continue to bring you high-octane Flesh and Blood action. So we will be back after a short break with more Flesh and Blood after this. Dash IOs are burning bright, and Jarls are playing into the night. That's right, it's calling Sao Paulo. We're bringing you coverage all weekend long, but that is just the beginning of the fun that is happening here at World Tour Sao Paulo, one of the 120 destinations worldwide that the Flesh and Blood World Tour is going to in 2025. My name is Bryce Platz, and I am here, of course, with Filipe Lima Cardoso. How you doing, bud?
I'm very good, man. Enjoying some Flesh and Blood, seeing my country mates playing some high-level Flesh and Blood against people from all over the world. It's been fine, yes. I would say it's a nice weekend.
Okay, so we're several rounds into the day. Are you having a little bit of jealousy for the people that are at the table? Are you, how are you feeling? Do you wish you were playing right now?
Oh, man, I can't say I don't wish I was playing because I'm a player, so I really, really like to play, but I couldn't pass up this opportunity to be here on the booth with you guys casting and helping showcase my community. I just hope I'm doing like an honorable job and a good job at that, and it's a pleasure to be here. I would love to play, but I'm loving doing this as well. So,
what do you think, folks? Sound off in chat if you think that this guy is in the exact seat that he should be in, because I think he is rocking it personally.
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks,
Let's continue rocking it, shall we? Let's proceed on down to the feature match area. We've got, as promised, the big fat green man on the right side of your screen, the nasty, poison-breathing guy from the pits. It's a Riptide Lurker of the Deep, piloted by Rogelia Pasafaro, who is X1 at this time. He's going first against Lucas Oliveira on Vynnset Iron Maiden. This is definitely a matchup that I am worried about my fellow green man because rune chants are generally something that's really hard for him to deal with.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I want to see how the Riptide player will position himself against, because Vynnset was probably going to be able be looking to build those big rune gate 2-3 rune gate turns, and Riptide needs to try and pressure Vynnset as much as possible. But can he do that? Is he playing a more aggressive type of Riptide? Is he playing a more defensive type of Riptide? That's what we need to see at the first turns of the game.
And that is going to be the question that Lucas is going to be asking himself as well. He's got to figure out what type of Riptide this is going to be. I think he's honestly hoping for a more mid-rangey one, but the fact that we're seeing a new horizon come out of the hands of our Riptide player could be a little bit interesting. Speaking of interesting, we've got a Crown of Dichotomy at the disposal of our Vynnset player. Very curious here. What do you think that means?
Yeah, that means that he brings Arcane Barrier and ability to put a Runeblade attack action card and a non-attack action card from his graveyard on the top of his deck. So it seems to me that he wants to really lean into those setup turns and be able to... Oh, sorry?
Furthermore, we've got a Scepter of Pain being brought in the offhand, shall we say, of our Runeblade here. So two different interesting rune chant generating weapons being utilized by our Vynnset player. It makes me wonder if they're just going to be wanting the game to go long, but we saw Guardians doing it, Filipe. Yeah. How about Runeblades? There's a pummel in the hand of Lucas Oliveira.
Oh man, this is a very interesting build of Vynnset. We already saw Dory counter blessings. Now we're seeing Vynnset pummel. Yeah, Brazil can have a few surprises for the Fab community, right?
Seems like Brazil is really liking the fact that they are going into these games without their opponents knowing exactly what they're doing. And so Rogelio demonstrating that as well by simply loading an arrow with Dreadbore and then passing, getting that fabled double arsenal from New Horizon. At any point, if that face down card is kind of a brick, he can always trench it away and gain a resource.
Yeah, and that ability can really help Riptide out to get out of sticky situations. And we see the first activation of Scepter of Pain here. Lucas banished Deathly Whale to Vynnset's ability, created a rune chant, and then came in with Scepter of Pain, signaling he's leaning towards the setup, combo setup kind of gameplay here for the first turn at least. And we see the activation of the
Trench of Sunken Treasure.
Yes, I was trying to say the entire name. It's like Trench of Sunken Treasure, yes.
We're going to see this activated a lot here, folks. And not only does it have an ability that is kind of helpful to Riptide, like unbricking some of these hands, especially when he's got a bunch of traps in arsenal and is facing down a CNC, for example. It's also got AB1, which in this case was super valuable in shoring up that arcane damage coming from Scepter of Pain and preventing the generation of yet another rune chant. So we're off to a very slow start here, folks.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because it already has Arcane Barrier in a piece of equipment that Riptide already wants to be utilizing, so they don't have to give up another piece of equipment to pack up that very important Arcane Barrier one that it's needed to play against Vynnset.
And we do need to update our life totals here, folks, because, of course, Riptide does start on 38 life to Vynnset's 40. So we'll get that shored up in just a moment. Right now, 1 damage has been taken to pay for the blood debt of that yellow Deathly Whale on the side of Lucas Oliveira. And right now, we're seeing some pain coming from Riptide. Looks like a premeditate into Dreadbore load, into probably a Battering Bolt, which is going to come in for 10. And because of the static text on Dreadbore, which is probably going to be instrumental for the rest of this game, no D-Rex can be played from hand on this combat chain. And furthermore, the amazing pairing with Battering Bolt specifically is the fact that Battering Bolt is going to force Lucas on hit to discard any cards that are not actions. What cards are not actions? Defense reactions.
And blocks.
And blocks for that matter. So Battering Bolt coming in for a whopping 10, threatening a Ponder token, which is relevant here, that New Horizon is giving Rogelio access to an extra arsenal slot. So Ponder token is going to be able to park something right in the arsenal. And, Rogelio is always going to have a use for that card in arsenal, even if it is dead, because he's got Trench of Succored Treasure.
Yeah, and I mentioned blocks because I think I saw a Haunting Rendition in Lucas' hand, but of course he would block with it. Just and we see it being deployed here together with
Envelop in Darkness.
Yeah, it's another interesting choice. Here, Shadow non-attack action that powers up the next attack and makes a rune chant, but it's being utilized to block here.
Okay, looks like Riptide has been updated to his correct starting total of 38, and then 6 blocks 10, so 4 damage comes through, descending Lucas's life total down to 35. Rogelio gets to take a look at the hand of his Shadow Runeblade counterpart, but it's probably going to be a face-up play because it's a Shadow Puppetry plus a Runegate card, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, a Funeral Moon. So Rogelio is going to have perfect information about this this turn no matter what.
And we know Lucas' arsenal, that pummel we saw on the first turn, so it's right there on the arsenal waiting to be deployed.
And he should have 2 rune chants at the moment because he did banish that Funeral Moon. Let's make sure that, let's see if he notices that he's only sitting on 1 at the moment. But things are looking really good for Rogelio right here. Okay, cool. We're updating the Runechant tokens.
And I think he's playing the Funeral Moon now, which should bring him up to 3 instead of 2, because he forgot to tick it up at the beginning of the turn.
Oh, that's absolutely devastating for our Vynnset player, who is taking 1 more blood debt and passing back over to the green man from the depths.
Yeah, especially because Vynnset leans on having those rune chants to be able to deploy their attacks so much. So missing 1 rune chant can be the deciding factor between doing a very powerful turn or not doing anything at all.
Okay, first action for Rogelio is line it up, which normally would flip an arrow in your arsenal, if indeed you have it, and confer an aim counter to boot. But alas, there's only a face-up arrow in Rogelio's arsenal for the time being, and that's that Battering Bolt. So no aim counters, but the next arrow attack this turn will get +3. And it looks like Rogelio is loading up a Murky Water, the Riptide specialization that has changed so much for this hero with Dreadbore. So Murky Water coming in for 10 once again. And on hit, it's going to threaten the banishing of traps, which might go into the arsenal, but Rogelio simply doesn't have 3 traps with which to target. So really, this is just 10 vanilla damage.
Yeah, this is just value being thrown here by Rogelio, our Riptide player. And he wants to start slow, but still present damage and threat his opponent's life total. He doesn't want to give Lucas free range to just build up and set up as he wants to do. So we see Rogelio threatening up as much damage as he can, and Lucas blocking a little bit and trying to set up some good Runegate cards in banish.
But Lucas's life total has been chunked by that Murky Water. We're back over to Vynnset, and it's 27 plays 38. He's got 3 rune chants at the ready for that Deathly Whale. Will he finally deploy it here? He's got 2 sources of go again in the hand. You better believe he's going to do something here.
Yeah, and then I see a blue machinations in his hand that could be used to play that very important pummel we see on his arsenal. So he could go for it this turn with Deathly Whale and follow it up with Widespread Ruin if he wants to.
Looks like he is going for it, saving the Shadow Puppetry for another day. Instead, Lucas just shoves that yellow Deathly Whale onto the combat chain. So it's 3 Rune Chant tokens plus 5 damage plus the pummel that is inevitably going to come out from the arsenal. But will Rogelio smell it out? Normally, Riptide is pretty insulated from this because they run a lot of traps. And yeah, it's really looking like he's going to be able to shore up this pummel. Maybe not all of the damage, but at least cover some of it with all of these traps. Right now, he's got to decide about the Rune Chants, though.
Yeah, he could only say no blocks and still block it all completely because pummel would bring Deathly Whale up to 9 and he has 3 traps in hand. So even if with a no block call here from Rogelio, he would still be able to block it completely and deny pummel effect.
And because he's holding on to one of those Crucible traps, he's going to be able to sink the card in the face-down card in his arsenal with Trench of Sunken Treasure. And then once he resolves one of these traps, he'll be able to reload that Pitfall trap and then be able to play it from Arsenal. Normally, that is such a clunky card because you can only play it from Arsenal, and rightly so because it is such a powerful trap. It has the potential to get a 1-card 6 in terms of its value in Riptide. But this is going to be a really, really nasty play from our Riptide, all on defense.
And it's so hard to play against Riptide when they have all of these traps that could do many different things against you. So it's really, really hard match to navigate.
Okay.
And he's doing exactly what you mentioned, right?
So here we go. Tar Pit Trap is played from hand, which allows Rogelio to reload a card from his hand with Riptide's ability. And of course, that's going to be the Pitfall Trap. Also deployed here, currently shoring up all of this damage and also forcing Lucas to think about paying the 1, which he's going to because we know that he's got that 2-cost pummel in Arsenal. So this, both of these traps are only going to do 1 physical damage on the side of the Vynnset player, just off of Riptide's trigger. Tar Pit Trap will not trigger here because this attack does not have go again. Looks like will the pummel come out to play? No, it's an activation of the Spellbound Creepers instead. Here comes Shadow Puppetry.
Yeah, I think he wants to line up Shadow Puppetry and play the Widespread Ruin he has on his Banished Zone, and then he can threaten the pummel with the help of Tunic Counter here.
A very smart play here from Lucas Oliveira. Let's see if Rogelio smells out this pummel. It might still connect with the Riptide's face. I don't think we have enough Rune Chant tokens at the moment because only one hero has taken damage this turn.
He played with Creepers and then played the Shadow Puppetry and then took damage. So allowing him to create the 2 Rune Chants and throw this Widespread Ruin that we know will be able to be pummeled from the arsenal.
This is
so very cool. Interesting Vynnset play right here.
One of the many intricate plays you can make with Vynnset that just sets her apart from any other Rune Blade in the game.
Yes, and I want to see the reaction on Rogelio's face when he see the pummel, because it's not often we see pummel coming on from Vynnset's arsenal, right?
It's coming, Filipe. 2 Rune Chants have been taken by Rogelio Passafato, down to 34. Still has 7 go again to deal with an on-hit. Looks like Endless Arrow comes out to block, plus Sharpshooters. And so even if Lucas were to deploy the pummel here, Rogelio, because he's blocking with that last trap from hand, wouldn't have any cards in hand anyway. So pummel is just going to sit there in Arsenal waiting for a better opportunity. But because the resources are lined up here, will Lucas just devote right now to the pummel?
Yeah, he activated the Tunic already, but I agree with you, Bryce. I think he could save this pummel for another time, as Rogelio already got himself out of cards in hand, but he is valuing up, just generating more value and doing the 4 more damage with it in this specific turn.
Expert play from our Riptide player. It is so nice to see Riptide played at a high level because he can really do some impressive things. He suffers a little bit from bricky hands that are, flooded with traps and stuff like that. But in this case, Rogelio smells out that pummel absolutely perfectly, decides at a very early stage to completely block out this turn, and is rewarded to the 9s.
Yeah, and with the help of the Shadow Puppetry, he gave go again to the Widespread Ruin and is able to come up with still with the Flail as the last action of his turn.
Okay, and Widespread Ruin banishing a card from each of these players' decks because they both have been dealt damage this turn. Lucas finds a Widespread Ruin, which is going to confer 1 blood debt damage on this next turn, but he's A-okay with that because after a huge turn like that, you really want to be able to set up some Rune Chants for later and also some Rune Gate cards in the banish.
Yeah, and interestingly, we need to know that he hasn't set up any Rune Chant creators, so Lucas needs to try and find those Malefic Incantations and those other Rune Chant generators to be able to do some large turns with multiple Rune Gate cards.
Okay. 2 Rune Chant tokens for our Vynnset player and all the tempo in the world. Looks like it's a banish of the Deathly Delight to Vynnset's ability at the start of the turn. He's posthumously remembering his Spellbound Creepers, which do indeed stick around because he dealt more than one arcane damage or more on the previous turn. Looks like we're just explaining one of probably the most complicated equipment piece in the entire game in Spellbound Creepers.
Yes. It
It
has such a huge wall of text inside the card. It's hard to understand at first when we're starting at the game. But
yeah, Filipe, say this 5 times fast. 1 per turn instant pay, 1 pie to pie. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that.
Especially if English is not your first language, man. I can't even try to do that, man.
Okay, looks like an Envelop in Darkness is going to be put back in the hand of Lucas. Thinking about whether or not he actually wants to deploy it here. Instead, it's just going to be a Deathly Delight Rune Gated out from the Banish Zone.
Yeah.
2 Rune Chants plus 5 physical here.
Yeah, and he still has a Shadow Puppetry in hand. Let's look what Regilio has in hand. A few traps to be able to prevent.
He's got another Crucible trap as well, and what you always want to see if that Pitfall trap is not already in Arsenal is another trap that can be played from hand.
Mm-hmm. In order to put the Pitfall trap in Arsenal, to be able to utilize it to its full effect, right?
Exactly. Riptide does some cool things, but he's got a lot of hoops to jump through in order to do it. 2 Rune Chants plus 5 physical. On pain, Lucas will be able to gain 1 life. Looks like Rogelio is not taking the bait here. He blocks those 2 Rune Chants with a Bolt and Shot in the pitch zone, and then he blocks out with a Frailty Trap. Not going to trigger here because this attack doesn't have go again. What will trigger, however, is the Pitfall Trap that follows, automatically going to ping Lucas for 1 damage because of Riptide's ability, and also threaten an additional 2 if he refuses to pitch. But because Lucas is a little bit clumped up on this turn and just trying to do a little bit of setup, he does go ahead and pitch a Widespread Ruin from the hand. So only 1 damage conferred by this Pitfall Trap, and it looks like Rogelio is going to be able to take care of those Spellbound Creepers right now.
Exactly. And we see Lucas trying to utilize the Spellbound Creepers one more time before he goes this game by pitching to it and playing the Shadow Puppetry to give his next attack go again. I don't know if he's able to play another attack as he doesn't have Rune Chants. He might use his Vexing Quill hand in order to do that.
That's the only way to do it if he wants to make use of that action point.
Yeah.
Yep, here we go. Vexing Quill Hand is going to create 2 Rune Chants on activation. Looks like there's a little bit of confusion, just confirming how this all works. I think Rogelio is thinking... I think he's thinking that he should have gained... Lucas should have gained a life already, but because Spellbound Creepers allows you to activate a non-attack action at instant speed, it doesn't actually close the chain. That being said, Vexing Quill Hand sure does. So Lucas does go ahead and gain that 1 life and then sends Widespread Ruin from the Banished Zone. So even though these Spellbound Creepers are not long for this world, potentially, as long as Rogelio wants to block the 1 extra Rune Chant that is not the 2 extra Rune Chants that are not unpreventable, then Lucas will really have gotten a lot of value out of him.
Yeah. And now, even though Spellbound Creepers has 2 counters now, Rogelio would still have to devote another card in order to prevent those 2 Rune Chant damage. And value-wise, he goes and do that in order to get rid of the Spellbound Creepers this turn, even though he had to pitch another card in order to do that. And he still has to decide whether to block or not the Widespread Ruin. I think he decided not to block. It
looks like it.
Yeah.
And it should be, 7
Yeah.
damage has come across, and then the Flail of Agony is going to follow. Our Shadow Runeblade should descend on down to 21 in order to pay for that and bring the Lurker of the Deep down with him, down to 21 as well.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to me how Lucas uses those Shadow Puppetry after the Spellbound Creepers in order to be able to play a second Renegade attack and follow it up with a Flail that is really hard to block because it's your third chain link and you already depleted your opponents of cards in hand. So generating a Rune Chant to start of your next turn already a little bit set up.
It might look like the Riptide player is on the back foot, but honestly, taking out those Spellbound Creepers this early in the game is such a boon to Riptide because the Riptide or the Vynnset turns are just, it's so much easier to keep a lid on them and understand what is coming your way once that really powerful piece of equipment is gone. So Rogelio buying himself a lot more information in this game, also fetching his sharpshooters from the graveyard because he accidentally put them there earlier when he blocked with them.
And we see another interesting piece of tech from Lucas here, Remembrance on the Vynnset's player's hand.
It's been a long time since I've seen a Remembrance in a Vynnset player's deck. Certainly indicates that he thinks this game will go long. With that being said, we're at just about half of each of these players' life totals. Really seems like this game could go to penultimate death rather than fatigue.
Yeah, I would say this game is progressing very fast given how we thought the game would develop at the beginning. Both players are already at almost half life total and still turn 5, so things are going pretty fast. I would say Riptide would probably want to slow things down a little bit more, and we haven't seen Vynnset setting up too much, and not a lot of setup turns. They were able, especially because with the Spellbound Creeper's help, he had 2 very powerful turns, one after another. But right now, they don't have any Rune Chant generators, so to speak. So he's banishing a Widespread Annihilation, which he still can't fully cast for its Runegate ability right now. I wonder what is Lucas' play for this turn?
He's thinking perhaps about sending that Deathly Wail the old-fashioned way by paying for it. No, instead it's going to go into the pitch zone to activate that Scepter of Pain, I think. Just trying to get more and more Rune Chants on the docket so he can set up for perhaps that Widespread Annihilation or the Widespread Destruction that lurks beneath it. But for now, he is going to be taking a little bit more blood debt here and there, which is probably indicative of the fact that the Riptide player wants to let this game draw out a little bit and eventually let the Shadow player succumb to all of the chains that hold it back. Yeah, Rogelio just goes ahead and pitches a card to shore up the damage from this Scepter of Pain, denying that Rune Chant generation for Lucas Oliveira.
And Lucas setting up yet another Shadow Puppetry on the arsenal, getting ready to do another big turn as soon as possible.
It's back over to the Riptide player, who has cards for the first time in a little bit here. Let's see what he's working with. We got a Tar Pit Trap, a Murky Water, and a Remorseless. So he's definitely going to be able to send an arrow and also keep a second card in arsenal for later. Which ones will he choose to deploy here, though? And I think very astutely, Lucas has sideboarded all of his defense reactions, which I'm sure he's running in other matchups, because he was probably expecting this Dreadbore specifically in this game, because Dreadbore has kind of just become the de facto bow for Riptide Lurker of the Deep. So if you're packing defense reactions, you are going to feel the pain. In this case, Lucas says, I know this matchup at least well enough not to play into that strategy.
And even though reduced Rune Chants are very powerful in Vynnset, helping create those much-needed Rune Chants in order to play the Runegate cards, looks like Lucas decided to take them out, given Dreadbore's power against defense reactions.
We've got an on-hit from Murky Water, the first one this game. When this hits, you may banish face down 3 traps from your graveyard. If you do, choose one at random and put it into your arsenal. And because Rogelio has 2 arsenal slots from that New Horizon, he's going to be able to take full advantage of this effect. The chosen traps were 2 Pitfalls and 1 more, which I couldn't quite make out because I was reading that card. But bottom line, Rogelio generating extra value from the on-hit on that Murky Water.
Yeah, and I think the players are discussing if the banished cards should be revealed or not. So Lucas wanted to know if he could get that extra information in, but turns out no, those cards are banished face down. So Rogelio can keep up a little bit of the mystery of what is the trap card in my arsenal.
And luckily enough, we were able to spot that one of those banished cards was a tar pit trap. So we're positive that a pitfall trap is lurking in the arsenal, which is exactly the one that Rogelio wanted to hit on that murky water on hit. Shadow Puppetry coming out of the hands of our Vynnset player. Only 3 rune chance with which to work, which means that Widespread Annihilation is not going to play this turn. What will play, however, is a Deathly Whale, which I believe was paid, the Shadow Puppetry was paid for by the Vynnset ability, which means that one of these rune chants is going to be unpreventable, and also that our Vynnset player has taken damage this turn. So it's a foregone conclusion that this Deathly Whale, when the combat chain closes, is going to generate 2 rune chant tokens.
And generating 2 rune chant tokens may allow Lucas to play another rune gate card from his banished zone. I'm not sure if he has another rune gate card in his banished zone besides Widespread Annihilation, but he does have, I think I spotted, a Dreadwood Dirge in hand to be able to go up from 2 to 4 rune chant counters, rune chant tokens, and cast that Widespread Annihilation.
This is exactly the wide Vynnset turn that Lucas wants to do over and over again. That being said, because Widespread Annihilation is going to be the second attack on this combat chain, Rogelio will probably have full agency to just say, I'm going to block out with the entirety of my hand, and that on-pain effect, the really powerful one from Widespread Annihilation, banish a card from hand, of course, will probably not resolve here.
And notably, Lucas has 2 Dreadwood Dirges in hand. He will not be able to arsenal 1 for next turn. Because as he has taken damage from the Shadow Puppetry already, he would have to discard to the Widespread Annihilation, right? So the best use of that Dreadwood Dirge would be to
just play it out
to
right
just
now.
play it out and extract 2 more value out of it. Oh, no, he had another one.
Instead, he goes for the Widespread Destruction, which is an incredibly astute choice, thanks to exactly what my co-caster was talking about. Because all of these on-pain effects are reciprocal, if Lucas were to deploy the Widespread Annihilation here, he would have to banish that second Deadwood Dirge that he currently has in hand. Instead, he just says 6 from the Widespread Destruction and threatens only 1 arsenal, that of his opponent, because he, of course, does not have one at the moment.
And we were trying to come up with the best line possible to play Widespread Annihilation, thinking he didn't have another Rune Gate card banished, but he does have a pretty good one at that. The one that destroys the arsenal that's sitting there for quite a while for Rogelio's Riptide deck.
Okay, so it's a foregone conclusion that arsenal is going away, and so Rogelio says, you want to take it? I'll take it instead. I'm going to block with New Horizon, which blows up all cards in his arsenal once the combat chain closes. So, yeah, sure, it's going to get banished. That Battering Bolt is not long for this world, but Rogelio is taking it out on his own terms.
Very interestingly, he decided to deploy the New Horizons already, since he was already losing his arsenal anyway, to block and extract the 2 value, signaling to me that perhaps Rogelio thinks this game is not going to last too much longer to extract more value from New Horizons by having 2 arsenal slots. So he decided to cash in already with the 2 block value from the powerful Ranger equipment.
I like this play, honestly, because New Horizon, it's not as pivotal to the game plan in Riptide as it was once in Lexi Livewire. In this case, Riptides are A-okay, especially when the arsenal is already being threatened, to just throw it in, cash it in for 2 life, and just keep doing pretty standard, fair Riptide things. In this case, it's a premeditate, load an infecting shot with Dreadbore, and send it for 9. And no defense reactions can be played from hand on this chain link. That being said, Lucas is not holding any. Instead, he's got 2 block cards in Haunting Renditions. But is he willing to throw 3 cards in front of this to prevent the Blood Rot and the Ponder token? His turn really doesn't do much if he fully blocks this out.
It doesn't do indeed, so I think he's deciding to just block with the rendition, take 5, and give the Blood Rot, Pox, and Ponder tokens to his opponent in order to be able to mount up a comeback of his own.
Honestly, that Blood Rot token is going to play into Lucas's game plan because he's got a Deadwood Dirge in arsenal and a Deadwood Dirge in hand. So he's going to be able to choose Bloodrot Pox as the target for Deadwood Dirge and instead convert something that was going to deal 2 damage to him at the end of his turn, change it into 3 rune chance.
And that's such a powerful type of play that Vynnset players have against Rangers and token creators like Riptide, right? Being able to convert those 2 damage into some kind of like offensive power is such a great type of play to have available.
And if that's not enough, Malefic Incantation is going to come out and do a little bit of setup work. Oh my goodness, and there goes the Bloodrot Pox token. We, the Azalea players, were down so bad when that card was spoiled. It hurts my heart to see a Bloodrot Pox token just being destroyed and helping my opponent when that is usually the way that we're able to close out games. In this case, it's not just going to do a little bit of help, it's also going to allow Lucas to deploy that Widespread Annihilation. Normally a card that is so hard to actually rune gate out.
Yeah, and he decided to just cast the second Dreadwood Dirge as well for 2 more rune chants in order to present 6 arcane damage in the form of rune chants plus 6 power attacking Widespread Annihilation. Given the life totals is already on single digits, Lucas is just going full on the offensive here. He has a Malefic Incantation already to create another rune chat on the backside in order to set up his next turn. So he felt comfortable enough to not save this Dreadwood Dirge as a setup piece for a next turn. He's just going full on the damage here to try and make sure this Widespread Annihilation hits or sees rune chant damage going on in order to activate its ability.
Based on the fact that Rogelio is sitting on 4 reds in hand, it was kind of a foregone conclusion that some of this arcane damage was going to be leaking through. But I think the reason for Lucas's play is perhaps that 4 rune chance plus 6, given that Rogelio has access to Trench of Sunken Treasure and could generate that 4th resource to block 4 rune chants with his chess piece, was the fact that Rogelio has been more than willing to pitch to Arcane all this game made Lucas feel like he was at risk of not actually connecting and getting the powerful on-pain effect from Widespread Annihilation if he didn't cash in the Deadwood Dirge for more rune chance. That being said, it gives Rogelio the opportunity to get value from every single one of these cards because at this point, all of the damage that's coming his way is completely telegraphed.
Exactly. He knows everything that's going to happen in this turn already, and he can set up as best as he possibly can with full information.
He's weathering the storm here, but the life totals are withering here. It's 6 plays 9 in round 6 of calling Sao Paulo. Currently, there's a 3 life surplus in the hands of our Riptide player, but that is not long for this world because there's still 6 rune chants on this chain and 4 red cards in the hand.
And 4 red cards in hand is definitely not what you want to see when you have 6 rune chants coming your way, right, Bryce?
Absolutely not. Definitely not as a Ranger player. There could be a little bit of a saving grace in a trap in the arsenal, but we're not 100% sure. That card came in off of a Ponder token from Premeditate on the previous turn. But we're going to find out very quickly here, folks, as Rogelio decides exactly what to do here. He takes 6 rune chants on down to 3 and then blocks out the Widespread Annihilation, at least in terms of the physical. So Rogelio is going to have to banish one of those cards from hand. He chooses a Searing Shot, which means that I believe he's holding on to a Premeditate and hopefully a 0-cost arrow in the arsenal.
I think that's it, because he's going to play the Premed. Oh, yeah, and an Endless Arrow. So a very nice comeback, given that Lucas is on 6 life. So he's threatening lethal here. Lucas has to do something about it. And Rogelio is threatening getting this arrow back in order to be able to arsenal it and having a ponder if he finds something else like a trap that he could deploy into arsenal for better use against Lucas.
This is exactly the situation you want to be in a late game state as pretty much any Ranger. You always want to have an Endless Arrow in Arsenal because that is essentially our version of a Titan's Fist, right? Guardians in the late stages of the game are always willing to take a bunch of damage and then just send a blue with Titan's Fist for 4. In this case, Rangers can also do it as long as on hits are conferred. In this case, looks like 1 card from hand and a reduced to Rune Chant is going to shore up all of that damage and make it so this on hit will not matter at all.
But I think Rogelio pointed out that he cannot defend with the reduced to Rune Chant given the Dread board there.
Dreadbore doing work right here. So it looks like Lucas didn't side out all of those defense reactions.
Yeah.
Instead, looks like he's going to have to activate Tunic? What are we doing with that Tunic? I think the players are saying, well, you already passed the blocking step, so all of this damage is going to go through. Sorry, you went to reaction step a little bit too hastily because this Dreadbore is always online, which means that Rogelio is sitting probably on that Endless Arrow still, and he can block out with the entirety of his hand and just send 4 over and over again.
And I think Lucas was supposed to have just one rune chant because he already added another rune chant from the reduced to rune chant there. And he would be up to 2 now, but they forgot to remove one rune chant, and now he ticked it up to 3.
Looks like, I guess it technically wouldn't have mattered because Tunic Counter will confer another rune chant token here. But that being said, if this one extra rune chant generated off Envelop is the thing that changes this game, then ultimately, that's a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, the envelope makes sure that at least there are 3 rune chant tokens there, which makes it possible for the Deathly Whale to be cast from the banished zone. But yeah, I think they forgot to remove the counter. There is one more rune chant, but at least just one rune chant. It's not like not being able to cast Deathly Whale at all. Right?
Exactly. So 4 rune chants plus Deathly Whale, with 1 generated on the back end thanks to that Malefic Incantation, which now only has 1 counter left on it. Rogelio, however, does he have the blue? He has a Collapsing Trap in his hand and plenty of defense reactions to boot. Will he be able to shore up all of the damage here? I think taking 1 rune chant is going to be okay. Did the Vynnset player pay on that Envelop in Darkness? Did he take 1 damage? I honestly didn't see.
I didn't see as well.
Okay, so
I think he was at 2 before, right?
I thought so. So we'll have to see if this rune chant is unpreventable. Looks like it's not.
Yeah. He's paying 4. Yeah, he's not. It's not unpreventable. He's paying 4 to pay for the rune chants and then blocking 5.
Riptide doing his best wizard cosplay. He plays Inertia Trap, which means that choice not to pay into the Envelop in Darkness was all the more astute from Lucas, because if he had, that Inertia Trap would have killed him right here and now. As it stands, he remains with 1 life with which to work, and Rogelio is blocking out this Deathly this Deathly Whale in entirety, which means that no rune chants are going to be made after the combat chain closes.
And at 1 life, any trap Riptide activates from now on is lethal, right, Bryce?
Absolutely, and Riptide is ready to do just that. But Lucas has been able to park that reduced to rune chant in Arsenal, which means that the inertia. Bye-bye, reduced to rune chant. Ranger doing Ranger things. Excuse me, folks. So no reduced to rune chant still for our Vynnset player. Looks like he has generated 3 rune chant tokens, though. Is that what he's indicating at the bottom left there, or no?
Yeah, it should be, because it's 1 from the Malefic and 2 from the Deathly Whale.
But the Deathly Whale didn't hit. Nobody took damage, I thought. Oh,
no, he took 1 damage.
He took 1 damage. You're absolutely right.
But yeah, it should be 2, right?
Yeah, I don't believe Rogelio took any damage there.
Yeah, Rogelio didn't.
Yeah,
he paid for all the rune. Yeah. And there's a missing token over there, right? Because right now the dice is on top of the board of the Flesh and Blood mat. Yeah.
Okay, cool. We've got that figured out. It's only 2 rune chants for Lucas Oliveira here because Rogelio did not take any damage on that previous turn. Right now, it's Endless Arrow. He's trying to block with it from hand again, but Dreadbore is still on the chain, which means that Lucas has technically gone past blocks here.
Yeah. Lucas yet again
forgot
about the Dreadbore.
Fool me once, that's one thing, but I don't know, folks. This is a competitive event here.
Yeah,
if you've already passed blocks, that should be all she wrote. Looks like Rogelio is being very sweet and allowing him to go back here.
Yeah, the players figured it out and decided to go back to blocking phase. He blocked with Succumb.
So
and activated the instant ability from Haunting Rendition to prevent the next 2 damage, which prevented 1 because Succumb was already blocking 3 and generating another rune chant.
So this should only be Is it 3? I thought it was only 2. Okay, 3 is correct on the rune chance. Sorry, folks. A little bit of a messy spin of the dice at the top left of your screen, but we've got it all sorted out here.
Yeah, 3 is correct because he created one from the Malefic, one from the Deathly Whale, and now at Rogelio's turn, he created one more with the Haunting Rendition that was discarded to its own ability to prevent 1 damage.
But with no Runegate cards in the banish zone, all he is able to do here is activate Scepter of Pain and pass on back to the Riptide player. That all being said, has Rogelio found an arrow in retort? It looks like that. Yeah, we've got 1 more Endless Arrow and 2 laced with Blood Rots, locked and loaded, ready to go, which means that the pain is coming the Shadow Runeblade's way.
That's exactly what you want to see when you're a Riptide player in this type of game, right? 1, 2, 3, and you have 2 buffs and an Endless Arrow.
Rogelio says 1 damage is too much. I'm going to pitch an entire blue to block out that Scepter of Pain and deny the extra rune chant generation on the left side of your screen, which means that there's 4 rune chants, but Riptide is playing out 2 Lace with Blood Rots, which allows him to freely reload that Endless Arrow down into the arsenal, which means that this is coming in for 10. 2 Blood Rot Pox on hit, but that's not going to matter, Filipe, because on hit is also death at this point.
On hit death is the best on hit, right, Bryce?
Yeah, forget Blood Rots that your opponent can destroy with Deadwood Dirge. Instead, just kill him with the point of the arrow itself. So Lucas is forced to throw his entire hand in front of that arrow. Rogelio is passed back to with full tempo here.
And Lucas forgot to tick up his tunic again, which could be a little bit of trouble because he would have a tunic. Oh no, looks like he decided to tick up later. And now he's back. He's putting his rune chant token back on the board. Thank you, Lucas, for letting us know that those dice are rune chants. And back to Rogelio.
Does he have attacks? Oh, he found Enlightened Strike, which is the way to unbrick these Riptide hands. But he's also found a really amazing way to go wide. He can pitch that blue, load the Bolton Shot, which means Bolton Shot will get go again because its power is greater than its base, thanks to the text on Dreadbore. When you load an arrow with it, it gets +1. So this is 4 go again, threatening a reload on hit. But it doesn't matter whether or not it hits here, Filipe, because he's got an Enlightened Strike in hand at the ready to make use of that other card in hand.
So Lucas blocked for 4 here, but Enlightened Strike coming for 7 will be very hard to block with just a 2-card hand.
Oh, and the handshake is extended. The green man continues on. He's a lurker of the deep no more, folks. He is up at the top tables here at Calling Sao Paulo. If you think he's down bad, you have got something else coming. That guy's going to bring you down with him.
And Riptide doing what Riptide loves to do, such murky gameplay. Trap here, trap there, damage on your turn here, damage on your turn there. The best wizard cosplay there is, Riptide the Ranger.
And furthermore, the best Brazil cosplay. I don't think any other hero represents green quite as well, even our Earth heroes.
Now we have the Earth heroes too, but yeah, Riptide is the more greenish hero I think we have.
I like the desiccated, seeping green sewage that he represents. You know, a little bit better than like the verdant leaves and whatnot. Give me a down
Florian.
and dirty guy any day.
Okay, yeah. Who is gonna get more help with High Seas coming on soon? So I guess you as a Ranger enthusiast is pretty excited for that, right?
I'm very excited, and also being that he was spoiled at the time where we were like just getting the first inklings of like pirate themes and stuff in Outsiders with Trench of the Sunken Treasure. I kind of wonder if there are going to be some Riptide cards that are going to lean into that pirate theme as well, because he was the first one that made me think like Rangers had anything to do with piracy.
Oh yeah, would you say that Riptide is the original pirate of Flesh and Blood world?
You heard it here, folks. Riptide is the original pirate. Okay, folks, we are going to excite you about more to come. There's more Flesh and Blood to play here, but there's also the World Tour in Taipei. We've been talking about the high seas all weekend long, and you get your chance to get out there to our friends in the east, the Oriental Seaboard, and see for yourself what the high seas has in store. A lot of the cards that have been coming out are all well and good, giving us hints at what this set has in store for us, but a lot of them are going to be seen for the first time when people crack open physical packs at this event. The Fabled package is over 50% sold. So what are you waiting for? Get over to fabtcg.com/events and get yours today. That's the only way to secure the amazing treasure map. playmat that you see before you, a cold foil new gold token featuring a treasure chest, all of the extra extended art promos you see before you, and of course that fabled event voucher along with a silver and 2 bronze. If that is a little bit too steep for you, we've also got the Go Again event package, which has all you see from the fabled event package, minus, of course, the fabled event voucher. So if you'd like to be a side event warrior and not participate in that calling, we still want you there. Come and play some Flesh and Blood at the world premiere in Taipei. And of course, there's the world premiere event package, which is over 60% sold, folks. That includes a treasure pack, a world premiere entry voucher, and the Treasure Island Cold Foil Marvel promo, along with a playmat to go with it. What do you think, Filipe?
I don't know about you, Bryce, but I'm really excited to explore the Treasure Island. Looks amazing, and High Seas is shaping up to be such a hype set with Necromancers, Pirates, the return of Rangers as well. It's going to be fun.
So if you want to be super fly with your new High Seas macro and show it off to your opponents while playing at the world premiere, go ahead and grab yourself a world premiere event package. But do it quick because we're over 60% sold at this point. Don't be left holding the bag. Folks, the calling is going to feature a rainbow foil of one of the 3 brand new heroes featured in High Seas: Puffin Hightail, Marlin Treasure Hunter, and Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter. I tend to think that you're looking for that Gravy Bones card.
Oh, I'm looking for the Gravy Bones. Yeah, man, I'm hyped about Necromancer.
It's going to be a lot of fun, but folks, the only way to get your hands on these is to get out to the world premiere in Taipei. Furthermore, you can get your hands on some extended art rainbow foils. Board the ship, paddle faster, and hoist them up. Is this? Are these cards really hyping you for Necromancer even more, Filipe?
Oh, they are. I'm particularly interested to see what that symbol over there means. It seems like kind of a tap symbol, but
No. It's not tap, folks. It is a symbol that indicates that you should turn your card 90 degrees. We don't want to get sued, man.
Oh, okay. All right.
Since tap is a registered trademark, of course, of Wizards of the Coast,
I
names
don't know
that shall
about
not
that.
be mentioned here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't
I'm
know
sorry.
them either. We've also got a gravekeeping promo here, an alternate art that is feeling very necro-y indeed. There's going to be gravekeeping events scheduled all weekend long at that world premiere in Taipei. So, folks, also, you can get your hands on the Year of the Snake package, but you know, that Fabled package is 50% sold. The World Premiere event package is over 60% sold. This one is over 80% sold. There are only a few left, folks. Get your hands on an exclusive Flesh and Blood display case, a Slither extended art playmat, box of Part the Mistveil, I believe in Japanese if my eyes aren't deceiving me, and then, of course, a full play set of exclusive, very amazing Snatch promos. Get there to FabTCG/events and get yours now. That's all happening at the World Tour in Taipei, May 23rd to May 25th, 2025. Just one of the many stops we have here at the Flesh and Blood World Tour in 2025. It's shaping up to be probably the best year of Flesh and Blood yet, wouldn't you say?
Oh, I would say that Flesh and Blood is such a very good trajectory, year after year, banger after banger. Every set that has been released has been more hype than the last one. So yeah, High Seas is no different. I think everybody's looking forward to High Seas. I myself am looking forward so much to this set.
So you heard it here, folks at LSS. Keep it coming. Keep pumping Flesh and Blood cards into our veins because we are ready. And speaking of ready, calling Sao Paulo serves to not disappoint. We got another banger of a match coming up. Next, after a short break, folks, we'll take a quick sip of water, a quick refresh of the tongue, because clearly that's getting tired. And then we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood and more calling Sao Paulo after this. foregone conclusion, folks, that the green man from the depths will be seeing play in day 2 as one of our 4 Riptides ascends beyond the feature match table and into the pantheon of those competing at day 2. I am so happy to see Riptide playing. Folks, we're back at calling Sao Paulo, one of the many stops of the Flesh and Blood World Tour in 2025, and we're going into the last round of Swiss. My name is Bryce Platz, and with me, of course, is Filipe Lima Cardoso. Filipe, we've got another game with the meta-defining Aurora Shooting Star this next game. How many 4s do you think we're going to see on this game?
How many what?
How many 4s?
4s. I guess we can expect a little bit of surprises from this Aurora. I'm not sure how many 4s we're going to see. What do you think?
I have no idea what you're talking about,
Okay.
but let's go ahead and proceed on down to the match area and see if I can glean a little bit from my co-caster. Alas, we're going to take a quick stop on the meta breakdown on the way, of course, folks, because we got numbers and we know you like to see them. So pardon my my sloppy introduction there. We're going to take a look at the hero representation that we had here at Calling Sao Paulo. I'm looking down at the bottom left of my screen. Filipe, those 4 Riptide, at least 25% has converted to day 2.
That's a good start for a conversion for your favorite one here, Riptide. 25% at least. We don't know about the other 3, but one for sure is making it.
And that is all I need. One will get the job done for me. Of course, we should take a look at the top 4 represented decks once more. We got 44 Aurora, 24 Zen, 22 Syndra, and 19 New. I am going to keep my eye on the Syndras for tomorrow because at Calling Kobe just last weekend, a 20 Syndra pool converted 0%. Not a single Syndra made it to day 2.
I'm very curious to see how Syndra will perform in conversion as well here. Is it going to keep up with Kobe conversion rate, or is it going to change? Because Syndra is on a downward fall right now. I'm curious to see how it's going to be represented in day 2 here in Sao Paulo.
It seems that if you know how to block, Flick Knives becomes a little bit less scary. So it has fallen from grace quite a bit since its debut at Calling Tampa. But folks, I am no longer a liar because our feature match is ready. So let's get on down there and see what my co-caster was talking about. Not your regular Aurora, only time will tell. It's in the hands of Shea Roca, who is 5-1 currently, and I'm told he just came from taking down the outside interloper, Michael Fung.
Yeah, he just beat one of the masters of the game, Michael Fung. And I think Michael said he didn't saw a lot of force coming in his way in that game.
And of course, it's Dash.io making her second appearance today in the hands of Raphael Miller. He's got a bit of interesting equipment, but first we've got to talk about the Aurora here. There's a Reaping Blade. I've maybe seen that before, but not in the hands of Aurora. Typically, by the way, 3 Count Your Blessings already in the hand, and of course, Cash Out. This is a very different Aurora deck, Filipe. What are we looking at?
We are looking at the crazy combo Aurora deck. Have you heard about it, Bryce?
I actually lost to it in one of my final rounds at the Calling in the World Tour Osaka. Excuse me, the World Championships Osaka. So I've got a bit of a chip on my shoulder about this deck right here.
Okay, so you know there's not that many force coming in your way. There are coming a lot of arcane damage coming in your way, though, right?
A lot of 2/2s, which add up to 4. But we'll see if Shea is given enough space from this Dash.io deck in order to enact that game plan. An unfortunate bit here is that 2 of those Count Your Blessings in hand on on turn 1 are going to go to the bottom of the deck. So really this Aurora deck wants to go as long as humanly possible to set up as many, E-pots and random items to make the cash out turn that much bigger, and also to fuel up the Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp combo that is sure to follow. But in this case, those Count Your Blessings are potentially not even going to get any value because this Dash.io wants to go so fast.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the hardest matchups for this combo Aurora deck because this combo Aurora deck just wants time to set up the combo, put out some potions, go fast through the deck in order to find the pieces for the combo. But guess who doesn't give you that much time? Dash.io.
Yeah, Dash.io wants to go fast.
It's just coming with all the boom grenades and boosts and doing damage as fast as possible, so it will be tough for Che here, I would guess.
The first boost happens and confers a little bit of damage. Brothers in Arms is going to get buffed up a little bit by 1 in the pitch. You remember that card? That's a little bit of draft chaff as well. But I guess your favorite hero, Icelander, played it to some good effect. And then it's just going to be a Boom Grenade without a crank and Arsenal on the side of our Dash.io player. Just doing a little bit of setup and also sporting that Symbiosis shot once again. Is the one true weapon the one that continues to be the best?
Seems to be here, at least in calling São Paulo. Brazilian players are deciding to play that over the more so prominent now after the bans.
The Hanabi Blaster.
The Hanabi Blaster. So Symbiosis Shot gives you a little bit of a different gameplay experience because you just want to finish off your turns with it every single turn. It's a little bit less burst in a single turn like Hanabi can provide you, but it's a steady stream of 2 damage every single turn.
If you thought you knew Aurora, this is a very different story indeed, because Shayroka's entire turn was pitch a blue to create a rune chant off of Grasp of the Arknight and pass, which is something that we might see a few times here. I believe he also pocketed a Count Your Blessings in the arsenal, so hopefully he'll be able to deploy that here. Raphael says, I'm going to pressure you to the 9s, though, because a throttle, boosted, of course, comes out as the first attack here, threatening a red Boom Grenade on hit, which really is going to make it hard for Shay to get anywhere close to a combo.
Especially because he's threatening a Boom Grenade here on a turn that he starts with a throttle, and Raphael still has 3 cards in hand.
Ooh, and it looks like a Battlefront Bastion getting maximum value because it's blocking by itself, but basically assuring that Shay is going to take damage off of this Boom Grenade, and another one comes off the top, folks. This is 2 red Boom Grenades on hit if Shay does not have the defense reaction in hand.
That is a total of 11 damage. 3 from the throttle and 4 for each red Boom Grenade.
No, the connection happens. Both of these Boom Grenades go off and obliterate, disembowel our Aurora player that is trying to play on a different axis here.
Yeah, we talk about going fast, and hell, is Raphael going fast here? He already booms 2 Boom Grenades on Che's Russia's Aurora, and is now Spark of Genius after playing one of those grenades from the top, which netted him an additional action point in order to play the Spark of Genius that fetched the Cerebellum. Raphael is starting really, really well in this game.
On the second turn of the game, Shayroka is already down to 28 life, and it's not even over yet, Filipe. After this Spark of Genius resolves completely, Raphael is going to have 3 cards in hand and an extra action point with which to draw from Cerebellum Processor. The one thing going for Shay in this case is the fact that Dash.io has already been activated for that first Boom Grenade, which means that no more can be cheated out onto this combat chain. But Raphael has more than done his damage already.
Raphael has 4 cards in hand, and he has already dealt 11 damage this turn. This is how Dash.io can be scary, man.
Poor Shay was like, I just wanted to do something fun and different, and I just took down a Pro Tour champion last round, and I'm going to fall at the hands of the guy that just wants to say go again a million times? That's normally my thing.
And go again in the Twin Drive for 5, doing 2 more damage and require another card from Shay's hand. Raphael is... And a Pulse Wave Harpoon here after Twin Drive. Raphael really has this best start he could possibly ask for his Dash.io deck, I guess.
So Shay's going to have to reveal his hand here, and then Raphael is going to be able to choose a card with defensive value equal to 3 or less. Looks like Shay is responding with the Count Your Blessings instead and gaining 4 life here. Yep, that is indeed what's happening. So Pulse Wave Harpoon is not going to sneak any cards out of Shay's hand, but it will deal the maximum damage of 4, which means that Shay goes up a little bit and then descends back down to 26, following up with a Symbiosis Shot, leaving 2 counters on and 2 more damage to Shayroka.
Effectively, the first turn of Dash.io, and Shay is already down to 24. There was such a massive turn for Raphael here at the turn 2 of the game.
Looks like Shay's turn is simply going to be draw back up and pass, which is definitely not what you want to be doing most of the time. However, we've already covered how this Aurora deck operates on a completely different axis. All Shay wants is a lot of time with which to set up a couple items and then use cash out to generate a ton of gold tokens that say go again, go again, go again, go again, and close the game out that way. we've been saying it time and time again, this Dash player wants to go fast, and I just don't see how the Aurora player is going to have the time. Arcanite Skullcap, remember that card from Welcome to Wraith? The de facto best headpiece for a long period of time. That's coming out to play right here as a T-Bone, the first of the turn, followed up by yet another T-Bone, draws it out. Will Shea, yeah, he's got to block with that Grasp of the Arcanite, losing a little bit of value there, blocking 2 on 1. And then the follow-up is a Dash IO activation for what, though? It's a Teklo Core, which is A-OK with Raphael Miller, because those 2 free resources on the next turn are going to let him go super wide and super fast.
He still has a Fast and Furious in hand that he is intending to deploy, and a backup protocol red in order to fetch another attack from his graveyard.
Looks like Fast and Furious is deployed here. Only 3 go again because he has not cranked here. He did boost it, though, which means that a Symbiosis shot is sure to follow, and Raphael may very well just pocket that backup protocol red for later.
Seems like that's the way he's going to play this turn. Oh, no, he decided to play the backup protocol, pick up his Symbiosis shot. If he played the other way around, he could have attacked with Fast and Furious for 1 more damage, I guess.
Yeah, it is curious that he didn't lead with the backup protocol, because then this, not only this second Fast and Furious would have +1, but the first one would have as well. So missing 1 point of value there, but that being said, Raphael has done a significant amount of damage at this, our last feature match, round 7 of the Calling São Paulo.
And we have talked about before how intricate this Dash.io deck can be and how many different decision points you have and how many things you have to think about. So missing 1 point here or there is not the worst case scenario, because I would say it's pretty common in playing Dash.io. And Raphael plays it very well. He's a well-known Dash.io player here from Brazil. He has won an RTN playing Dash.io and going, I believe, 10-0 with Dash.io. So he knows how to play, how to pilot that deck. On the other hand, Shea is also a well-known player from playing the most egregious combo decks here in Brazil. You may have seen him online talking about his decks. He used to play Brainstorm Kano when Kano was available, and now he's playing, I don't even know how to call this, Aurora, Combo Aurora, I'd say.
Yeah. I would say Cash Out Aurora, personally, because that is the namesake card. So do you think that Raphael kind of knew the particular build of Aurora that Shea was on, simply because they're both Brazilian players?
It may as well be, because Che is well known for playing all these combo decks, so might be the case that Raphael knew that was what he was sporting on this tournament.
Armed with a Tekla Core, a Boom Grenade, and a Fast and Furious is our Dash.io player, and also some foreground knowledge of what his opponent is piloting, perhaps at least, because Shea is known for doing exactly the thing he's trying to accomplish here. But Raphael is making it a very tall order indeed. A Fast and Furious seems to have been put in the arsenal last turn by that Cerebellum processor. Raphael rewarded for not shooting a Symbiosis shot at the end of that chain and deciding instead to allow his Cerebellum processor to act as a Ponder token and refresh the arsenal. The follow-up here is a chain close for BIOS update. And then Symbiosis shot for 2?
Seems like Raphael is trying to build up a bigger turn. I think I spotted a max V on his hand, and a 0 to 60, so he's probably trying to build up into a 0 to 60 into 2 more boost attacks to be able to cast that max velocity he had in hand.
It's curious. I wonder if he really liked the card that he found on top. Otherwise, I see no reason to not lead with the BIOS update, because he sent a boosted card at the beginning of that chain. He must love whatever was on top of that deck, and because he is Dash.io, he's allowed to look at it at any time. So he decided, you know what? I know what this Aurora deck is trying to do. The only way I lose here is if I don't send efficient damage. I'm just going to pump the brakes here and put together a nasty turn on the next.
And starting the turn with a Pulse Wave Harpoon sounds to me that he will have a nasty turn here, because Pulse Wave Harpoon is usually the card you want to play the last in order to utilize its ability. But if you're starting with it, it sounds to me he has even more powerful cards to play afterwards.
And you have to be looking at that Goliath Gauntlet, which is sitting at the ready, probably for, either a maximum velocity or he hit it. There's a Heist in his hand, I promise.
I think I saw a Heist, and I don't know what else.
There's a heist in a couple blues, honestly. So Raphael might not have the power turn that he was hoping for, but he is going ahead and cracking that Goliath Gauntlet, conferring +2 to the next attack action card with cost 2 or greater that he plays this turn. For now, it's a 0 cost. It's T-Bone threatening to take a little bit more value out of Shay's equipment suite and also potentially his hand if he decides to block it. No, 2 damage comes across. 36 plays 25 here. Dash has not lost any life thus far this game, and Heist is the follow-up here. It's going to be coming in for 7 thanks to that Goliath Gauntlet and threaten to put an item from his Banish Zone onto the arena.
Important to notice here that T-Bone after Heist being played after the T-Bone denied the ability to use the Grasp as an equipment to cover this breakpoint. So Che needed to give the Fiando Spring Tunic, and there comes the max velocity.
Whoo boy, if this turn wasn't good enough, it just got a whole lot better because it's a maximum velocity. That's the card that every single Dash.io wants to be playing because it comes in for a big bad 10. It's got a lot of hoops to jump through though, folks. You can only play it if you boosted 3 or more times this turn, but that being said, it was not a problem for this man because he is drawing so many cards, and that might have been the card that he saw on top on the previous turn, which is why he didn't want to boost again. He wanted that card in his hand because he knew he could resolve it on this.
And that turns out perfectly for Raphael, who managed to set up perfectly the max V turn to do a lot of damage to Chase, reducing him to 15 life already on turn 6 of the game.
And
Things are going well for Raphael so far.
And Shay has resolved an Amulet of Echoes on his turn. And Raphael immediately went and looked at what the text is on this card. 9 times out of 10 with this particular Aurora deck, the text on these items do not matter whatsoever. But that being said, Amulet of Echoes is the least useless of the items that this Aurora deck runs. Because if Raphael plays 2 cards with the exact same name, at any point, Shay also, at that point, has access to an instant speed ability that will force his opponent to discard a card. 2 cards, excuse me, even better.
And Raphael started his turn resolving a BIOS update following by 0 to 60. The BIOS update hit a backup protocol red that cranked up and gave Dash.io another action point already, and still having the Dash.io hero ability ready to come down. We see another T-Bone here. But at this point, all the equipment has been depleted. It's just going to ask for another block from Grasp of the Arknight.
Grasp of the Arknight will have a lot of -1 defense counters by the time this game is over. At this point, every single block on it has been ripped by a T-Bone. And quick dodge flexors showing their stripes being used to shore up probably 6 damage on this turn. Maybe even more if Shay decides to pitch extra cards into it. Activating Teklo Foundry Heart is our Dash.io player, which means that 2 cards are going to go from the top of his deck into his Banish Zone. They are, of course, Mechanologists, so he's going to gain 1 resource here. Probably just digging for more and more items. He's found it, folks. It's a blue boom grenade, and he's got 3 action points with which to probably just fire that Symbiosis shot over and over again. He says, who needs high octane? I can shoot this pistol plenty of times without that card.
Exactly what I was going to mention. Who needs high octane when you have 3 action points already on the turn?
Go ahead.
Seems like he's going to use those action points to shoot Symbiosis shot a few times, and the resources he has floating to use backup protocol to fetch another red attack from his graveyard and keep pressuring Che.
Activating the backup protocol red, just as my co-caster mentioned, is Raphael. Looks like it's just going to be a 0 to 60 ripped from the graveyard and back onto the arena. So it's 4 go again here, boosting, of course. Away goes a blue T-Bone. Raphael, besides like the first couple boosts of the game, has really just been banishing blues. Honestly, he's been fairly lucky with the way these boosts are coming up, but also he was so patient about that max V that he probably saw on top of the deck and showed that you don't have to just keep boosting. You know, if you find a card that you care about, just pump the brakes and save it for a rainy day.
And that's what separates the good Dash.io players from the great Dash.io players. The great Dash.io players know how to set up those massive turns that can't really be completely blocked by the opponents. Turns that include max Vs, heists, throttles, a lot of Symbiosis shots. And on this first turn, we see Quick Dodge Flexors doing a lot of work and blocking a lot of Symbiosis shots attacks. But Quick Dodge Flexors can only be used 1 turn, right? So I don't know what's going to happen on the next big turn that Raphael musters this game.
Yeah, and Shea caught with one red in the hand there. If he even had found it yellow, the quick dodge flexors would have gotten 10 value on that turn, but because he was a little bit resource deficient, he wasn't able to pay for that last block of the quick dodge flexors on the Symbiosis shot, which means that we're back over to Raphael, who has all the tempo in the world, plenty of space, and a 26 life point lead. Blocking with a Fiendal Spring Tunic is Shea Roca, which means that he is at 11 as a Teklo Pounder hits the arena. Raphael says, I've got all the time in the world. You can set up if you want. I'm going to do a little bit myself.
That's one of the things that's hard for this Aurora deck to play against Dash.io, because Dash.io is fine just pumping the brakes a little bit in order to set up maybe a Teklo Pounder or another kind of setup, and then just sitting back and producing yet again another very powerful big turn.
Fiendal's Fighting Spirit. Finally, Shea has a little bit of a retort here. He's going to gain 1 life for playing out Fiendal's Fighting Spirit because his life total is less than his opponent's. You probably haven't seen this card for a long time since Icelander, honestly, and it's very strange to be seeing it cast by an Aurora.
Exactly. Have you ever imagined seeing Fiendal's Fighting Spirit being cast by Aurora? Here we have it, calling São Paulo.
It must have happened before this. I know I fell to this deck at the World Championship in Osaka. Shout out to my friend. Oh, where was he from? I think he was from Malaysia because he was really excited about them doing super well in the Team Cup. This guy was one of the sweetest human beings I've ever played in Flesh and Blood, and he dumpstered me. The second he flipped his equipment, I was like, it's over.
And that's one of the things that make Flesh and Blood such an amazing game. Like the worldwide community we have and being able to play with people from all over the world is really one of the most amazing things about this game.
It's on full display here in this room this weekend, but right now it's just 2 countrymen battling it out for day 2 contention here at Calling São Paulo, and that is also a beautiful thing to see because Brazil has been asking for this for so long, Filipe. Case in point, your hashtag during the Pro Tour in Los Angeles, but we're here now, and right now it's a Fast and Furious for 4 go again on the combat chain, threatening a boom grenade on hit, and Shea Roca is just looking like he is in pain.
And without his equipment anymore, it's really hard to block all of those breakpoints that threaten boom grenades. So this Fast and Furious 4-4 is really, really hard for Che to block, especially because Raphael still has a card in hand to threaten that boom grenade activation.
4 power still on the combat chain here. At least Shea has taken a little bit of blood away from the Dash.io player if this game goes the way of the mechanologist. But it's still going to be a tall order for him to get there in the end, especially with, like you said, all of those equipment are gone. And usually the value proposition of this deck is that you use cash out to transform not only your items that you've developed through the game, but also all of your equipment into money tokens so that you can just say go again, go again, go again, go again on the Arc Lightning turn. So not only has Raphael made it really difficult just to survive long enough to pull off the combo, he also is basically making the combo ineffectual by taking out all of the equipment with T-Bones.
Exactly. He is making Che's combo not only harder to achieve, but also less impactful when he does achieve it.
And here comes the rain of Symbiosis shots. One of them is covered up by a That All You Got, which is fantastic because Shea is going to be able to draw a card thanks to Symbiosis shots power being less than 3. But what is he going to be able to do with it on his turn? It's probably just going to be develop an item at best case scenario or swing a Reaping Blade. Honestly, yeah, Shea is just kind of forced to pass here.
And Raphael wants to think about if he wants to use the backup protocol red at the end of Che's turn because it's going to be destroyed at the beginning of his turn. So, okay, he decided to just let it go and let Che end up his turn.
If he's letting a backup protocol go, I have to imagine that whatever he's got in his hand is going to be even more powerful. Teklo Pounder activation, the second one. This game on a twin drive, boosting twice. That's got to be scary. 7 go again on the combat chain.
You never want to see your Dash.io opponent boosting twin drive twice. That cannot mean something good is happening afterwards.
See, now because he is running Symbiosis shot, that could always just mean that oh, never mind, because we don't have high octane anymore. So that can only mean maximum velocity coming out at the end of this turn. So 2 boosts so far. Looks like a boom grenade in hand. Going into the pitch zone. Pitch 4 Tekla Foundry Heart. I'm sorry, 3 boosts this turn, which means that these 2 resources are going to send this maximum velocity, the second one of the game, and could spell doom for the Brazilian on the right side of your screen. He's got 6 life to work with, only 1 card in hand, no equipment blocks yet. Could this be the end?
Rafael has been on the gas all the game so far, and now he blocks for...
It's Viendo's Fighting Spirit,
2.
only blocking for 2, gaining 1 life. Rafael says, is it in? It's the handshake, and Dash.io cleans up this really hot take on Aurora's shooting star for the last round of our Swiss here calling São Paulo. Honestly, I kind of wish that we had seen the combo pulled off there, because that Aurora deck is really, really good in certain situations, especially when your opponent is thinking that you're going to go 4-4-4-4-4 Starfall, blah, 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 blah. But it's got to be, like, one of the reasons not to bring that deck has to be Dash.io.
Definitely. The biggest reason not to bring combo Aurora to any tournament are the aggro decks that kills you fast as possible and don't let you assemble your combo, and Dash.io is probably the premium one of that.
Folks, it's the end of Swiss here, which means that we have standings at the ready for you. Let's see who is doing well at this calling São Paulo. Wow. Number 1 seed, Michael Hamilton. You ever heard of him?
I don't know. Is he Brazilian?
He wishes. But right now he is sitting with 7 points at the number 1 seed, piloting New Alluring Desire. Well positioned for day 2 of this calling. And then I see a smattering of Brazilian names up there. Your countrymen, I would have to imagine.
Yeah, notably Alex Kitu, number 2, is a former UK national champion, member of Team Sigil, also traveling to Brazil to look out for those very valuable World Tour points.
There is a plethora of Aurora on this sheet right here, Filipe, but there are 2 bastions of green. There's Flavio Castro on Florian Rotwood Harbinger, but there's also the Riptide, the one true green man, coming in the 12th seat. That means that Rogelio took down the last match as well.
Yeah, and right after him, and the 13th seed is not other than Dory.
Oh, some old mainstays coming out. We've also got Victor. We've also got Prism. It's not just a sea of purple here. And also the Enigma players are converting awfully well, because we didn't see a whole lot of representation. They were like 5th or 6th. No, they were even further down on the representation.
I think they were like 7 or 8 in representation.
So with what is this, 4 copies in the top 24 going into tomorrow, Enigma players are rising up indeed. So folks, these are the top of our standings at the end of day 1. These are all the players to look out for. You can bet there are going to be plenty of 4-4-4s and lightning bolts going all day long tomorrow. Gotcha. Sorry, we're at page 2 of the standings. I was totally mistaken, folks. We've got more to show you here. I see plenty more Aurora, but there's another Riptide at the tail end of these standings. And we've got a Bravo Showstopper. Who dares?
Which hero is that? I haven't seen him in a while.
Not for a long, long time. The nepotism boy, piloted by Pedro Ugioni, and also another Victor player in the standings page 1, has kind of been putting him on the back foot lately. He has not been the strongest Guardian of late. But that being said, we had our eyes out for all of the Syndra players. They have converted a couple copies at least into day 2, which is way better than calling Kobe, that's for sure.
Yeah, I see at least 3 here on page 2. Also, we have an Arachne Marionette sitting at 27th place, a couple Vynnsets here, a couple Verdance as well. So it's been quite a wild field passing to day 2.
And folks, we cannot leave without mentioning the 1 copy of Zen Tamer of Purpose that is in the top 48 of these standings. Naib Mobasir, one of my kinsmen, is piloting that deck, and he seems to be the only hope for him living legending tomorrow.
I saw Ivan
Was there one more?
Taranto on the first page as
Okay,
well.
never mind. There are 2 chances.
Yeah, there are 2 Zen. Yeah.
2 chances for this living legend, this legend to become living at the end of this tournament. Well, folks, it has been one heck of a day of Flesh and Blood here in Brazil. Are you? I think even just after this day 1 of coverage, your country can be very proud with the Flesh and Blood that it's given us today.
I'm 100% sure of that. We saw some amazing games, some very different decks being piloted and being showcased on the stream. And I'm very happy and very proud of my fellow countrymates for all the show we've put up so far here. And I'm very proud of it. And I'm really sure tomorrow is going to be just following up on the footsteps from today. And it's going to be even better.
Even if it gives me absolutely nothing but Aurora mirrors for the entirety of the day, I get to leave here and go back home saying that I casted a Count Your Blessings Dorinthea versus Verdance game that was off the chain.
That was one of the wildest games I've seen in quite a while.
If you missed it, folks, back up. I believe it was round 4 or 5. Go do yourself a treat and watch that game. That was back and forth. At 30 minutes, it seemed like it was going to be over, but it was anything but. Almost went to time. Go back, do yourself a favor, watch that game. But for now, it's time to say good night. And thank you so much to all of you for tuning in, giving us some of the best viewership we've had at a calling all year long, and for being massive fans and amazing community members of the Flesh and Blood universe. We love you, and we will look forward to seeing you tomorrow for more Flesh and Blood, more Calling São Paulo, more World Tour in Brazil tomorrow. Join us then.